Well, everybody, welcome to this live stream where we're checking out Le Mans Ultimate 1.0. It's the early access has been it's out. It's out of early access. You can subscribe to the channel, click the like button if you want to catch us live when we're live, rather than as a video because you missed the live stream. So, but this is a live stream that you've missed. You're now watching an on live stream. That's what you're watching. Lol. Right. We're downloading the game though. Hello, Adam. Adam? I'm having a stroke. Imagine if Adam was pronounced Andum. Oh dear. I literally just almost choked myself to death, so my brain's a bit floppy. I was just eating cereal and accidentally breathed in a whole lump of cereal into my lungs. So my brain's probably lacking oxygen. Andum. We're adding an N in there. I don't know where that's even coming from. Benjamin, hello. Freaking Samia. Samia, you're breaking the car. Do I put vodka in my tea? I've not even had any tea yet today. I just had a bowl of cereal. I had some cereal. We got coffee this morning. Lawrence Vines. Tomatoes grow from his armpits. How's it going? It's also the most realistic. It's also the most realistic. Well, we just got up. I went to bed at like 1 in the morning, and then I woke up at 7 a.m. and then I was like, oh, I need more sleep, so I went back to sleep, and then I had mental dreams. I was climbing up this shrine in like Tibet or something, or like somewhere like Southeast Asia. Just like, so it was the tallest shrine. It was like 800 meters tall, and you could see all like above all the trees. I was climbing up it, and then I had a battle with a tiger on top of the shrine. Say battle, I was like trying to move out of the way so that it would jump on me but miss me and fall off. So I kept like trying to lure it in at the edge of the top of the shrine, and then I'd move out of the way, and the tiger would jump in. Eventually, the tiger missed and fell off. Beat the tiger. Take that. But then I was climbing down the outside of the shrine, and the top of the shrine fell off. And I was like, oh shit, I broke the shrine. I broke the shrine, guys. I'm going to get into loads of trouble. So I ran away. But then I remembered that I put a GoPro filming the shrine, and I'd left it there. So they were like, oh, there's going to be evidence of me climbing the shrine and breaking the shrine. I can't go back now. These are the type of dreams I have. So, yeah, I'm just waiting for the Southeast Asian, Tibetan, or whatever authorities to contact me. Because apparently, from their perspective, I murdered a tiger and destroyed the top of a shrine. That's what it would look like. These are totally normal dreams to have. First RC car, nice. You put an electric one, that'd be good. It's also the most realistic. Extra arms. The reason why I had the tiger in the dream is because I was watching a video, and tigers are really big. These things happen. I mean, you know, I think if you explained it to them, if you were like, oh, I just got attacked by a tiger and they had to climb down, I didn't mean to break it, I think they'd go, well, yeah, no, fair enough. It's not intentional. But it didn't look like that. The evidence was clear. Intentional shrine damager. One does not just damage a shrine and get away with it. Well, we've not loaded it yet. We're just installing the update. It's just that I think it just downloaded it. We're gonna load in now after destroying the shrine. Loading the game. The new this is the new theme music. Ultimates.
Le Mans Ultimates. It's got 3 types of cars. Le Mans Ultimates. It's got at least 4 tracks. Le Mans Ultimates. You can drive in the rain and the sun and the night. Le Mans Ultimate, the official game of the FIA World Endurance Championship. That was the theme tune. Surprised they went with that. Enter the paddock. Hang on, I think we've already got all these packs. Pretty sure we've got them all. The maintenance doesn't finish until 11 UTC, which is like 10 minutes away. New cars, new circuits, new challenges. New. New hypercars. GT3 cars. New. Pretty sure I've got all these already. Yeah. We have all these already. I know, Thomas. I shouldn't be advertising something that I've got. It should say owned. It should let you know. It should advertise the fact that you've already bought it, and they should pander to people that are stupid and put on it, thanks for support, even though you're just buying the product. But they should reframe it as if you're supporting, because that's how you elicit sympathy from people. Corporate manipulation 101. Thanks for support. Or just say thanks for buying. Thanks for buying. Or already owned. Thanks. I hate business. Right. Yeah. Let's we've got a race weekend online. So we could do a little test here. World Endurance Championship. Okay. I just want to do GT3. Let's do Imola. There's a video of someone climbing a shrine. It's generally banned. Because that's a target set. That's what I knew that's what was happening. No. Let's just pop out chat here. Hello Hamper, hello Evil Tech as well. So I'm not sure if that chat came up in my there you go. Twitch chat's a bit slow. What car do we do first? What Gutter 3 car? Hello, Evil Tech. I raced at LMU. Well, they're different games, really. LMU has better netcode and generally more realistic tyres at the limit, in a sense. iRacing has more people in it and different content. LMU's a lot cheaper than iRacing. Well, BMW's a bit boring. We could try the Porsche first, because that's quite an oversteery car. I like Porsches as well. We're just going to do the practice. There we go. Just get to 3 cars. What can we do with the track? Default. Okay. Oh, I've just messed this up, haven't I? There we go. They're all easy, to be honest. They're all easy.
I'm not quite sure why some people were complaining too much. Like, I think the issue with the last update was that they changed the handling from how it was with setups that were terrible. But the issue is that they changed it drastically. Not that it was particularly bad with the change. And then the issue was some people going, "No, I'm finding it hard." That's fine. But then people going, "Oh, you can't complain about that." So the issue was people complaining about people complaining. They were all beginner-friendly cars. They're GT3 cars. Have you seen that video of the GT3 car spinning at Road Atlanta and then getting stuck on the grass? That is a good example of how bad GT3 drivers can be. So, you know, they're all easy to drive, the GT3 cars, you know. These cars are designed for rich people that have no talent. Oh, my oily wheel's still oily. I need to wipe my wheel down. Oh, is it VIR? Sorry. I thought it was Road Atlanta because it had lots of grass. Okay, well, this feels different already. I don't know what's going on there. Seems like there's damper on it. That's weird. Have they put a built-in low-speed damper on the car? It's very strange. What's this about? Okay, well, it feels like there's some kind of weird inertia in the force feedback. Understeer. Reset the force feedback. Well, it's... I don't know. Don't know what that was. It was very strange. Hang on. Yeah, something feels weird with the force feedback straight away. So I don't know. Not sure what's going on here. Can you map a button to steering wheel to reset? Yeah, you can. That's what we do. Feels like there's a baked force feedback load separate to what's actually happening to the tyre. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Also, feels like there's a bit of a dead zone to the force feedback, and like a huge... Maybe it changed the settings, we'll have a look. But there's like this area in the middle where nothing happens until you get into the tyre. Well, don't know what that's about. This game's always had a bit weird force feedback, to be honest. Have to turn my force feedback down. It's just there's force in here that's not really helpful to drive from. If that makes sense. Why would you have such a dead zone in the centre of the force feedback? I've already bought it, Jet Red. Talk to Marvin. Yeah, we could do with Marvin's force feedback on everything. I do not get this. Even when parked, when rolling slightly, it's like you're ramping up the force feedback load based off just turning of the wheel, and it's all like dampened. What? Oh, let's see if they've reset settings. What is going on? I hope this isn't what they've actually implemented. That'd be weird. Yeah. Well, that's rubbish. I don't get what they've done. I do not get it. Unless my wheels like randomly added damper or something. Like, why on earth would you do that with your force feedback? No. There's just loads of built-in damper, BRT. It's terrible. Noobs will think it's good, but it's really not good. What? Oh, God. How on earth do developers not get this? I don't get it. I don't get it. What is going on in people's heads? Unless this is broken. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Force feedback breakdown. Can't be hard to like just copy Marvin's force feedback or something, you know. I was going to turn my force feedback strength down anyway. Well, yeah, that's not really going to fix it. It's just a game. Yeah, it's not to do with wheel settings. It's the game's. That's not what it is. It's the force feedback that it's putting out. You can feel it. Oh no. Like even coming out of the pit, it's like, why is there so much damping to this force feedback? What is that about? It's loose here, and it's when you hit the tyre, and the tyre's resisting it. I mean, maybe it's just something weird with the cold tyres. I don't know. It could be the tyre model changes. Maybe they wanted to make it smoother. But now there's like a really big central dead zone to the force feedback. And then when you load up the tyres, you have like a overly dampened, uninformative load. And then when you brake, you have a sort of load build up for braking. But this is just terrible force feedback for actually feeling what the car's doing. It's not useful. It's not useful force feedback. Do you know what? Noobs are going to think this is great because it's heavy. Yeah, but if you give it minimum force in the game, you're just giving yourself resistance in the center. That's just a constant resistance, which is actually removing even more detail. It's terrible force feedback. I'm sorry. Yeah, we could turn the smoothing off, but still, that shouldn't really make that much difference to what I'm on about. How is it that force feedback is such an enigma for games at the moment? Okay, we need more brake bias for that. Cold tyres. Did any of the reviewers... I didn't really watch any of the previews. Did any of the previewers mention this? Because this would be the first thing that you would be like, hang on a minute. This is what I mean, guys. I don't know what's going on in people's heads. I don't know what's going on in people's heads. Chris Noble, because very few people understand what useful force feedback is, and those that do appreciate the fact that I actually pay attention to force feedback and what's good and bad about it and what's useful and what isn't. Sadly, very few people seem to have much of an idea. The handling's fine though here.
Time 150.74.
No, it's not subjective. What you like and dislike is subjective, but there are very obvious objective differences in force feedback between the games. So it's a really common misconception because people go, well, it's subjective. It's like we're going, graphics are subjective. It's like, well, they are, but you can clearly say, well, this game has these shaders, or this game has day-night lighting, or this game has shadow popping, right? I like how iRacing looks. That's subjective, but there's objective differences. It's the same with force feedback. Well, we could try some different cars. We warm the tyres up. What happens with rFactor 2, with the way the tyre model works, when you change how the slip curves are going to be, they don't change the slip curves directly, but when you change the tyres, it effectively changes the slip curve, which then will change the output of the force feedback, and so you then get a specific type of force feedback. George,
That time was a 150.64.
well, no, I'm not. I'm actually just pointing things out because I'm aware of what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's convenient to. I'm used to people attacking me when I point things out that other people seemingly aren't particularly aware of. I think it's just that when you're in a straight line, there's no load on the tyres, so it's like that sort of the caster of the wheel or whatever, so then you don't really get anything on the force feedback. As soon as you turn, you feel the tyre, but the thing is, the load of the tyre is based more on just you moving the tyres left and right and then them going over the hump from the left and right movement. That's what you're feeling more than the actual slip on the tyre when you're going through a corner and stuff. So, you know, you can feel it getting larger and stuff, but it's like it's the rFactor 2 thing. It's always had pretty bad force feedback, to be honest, but no. So, oh my god. I just hate the fact that you can't talk about anything without people that don't know what they're talking about absolutely bombarding you. It's so dumb. So, Jesus. If you add in a minimum force, or you add in damper, or you add in other stuff to make a more smooth line of force feedback resistance, what you're doing is you're removing detail and you're basically just adding in a fake initial floor that means that you don't notice the lack of force feedback at a certain point because the floor is higher, so the floor lines up with the load. So the load doesn't go down, but you haven't actually fixed the force feedback. You've subjectively hidden the dip. Now, the dip is there because the game's actually got a drop in force. Now, the problem is, if you're then driving at the limit, if you're then actually trying to balance a car, if you've lowered the floor, you've lowered the dynamic range of the force feedback. So you've actually made the force feedback lower detailed. And in a game like rFactor 2 and LMU, it's not the most detailed of force feedback anyway. Well, good for you, BRT, but you've not said anything. Why is it with force feedback that people cannot communicate? And then why is it with if you say something, oh dear, it's so tedious. I mean, the onus that's put on me to explain stuff is insane. When it comes to like iRacing's tyre model, for example, or force feedback. It's not even an opinion. It's not an opinion. I'm explaining. I'm just saying. So I don't think Marvin's force feedback is particularly realistic, but it does give good dynamic range. AC1 force feedback has loads of issues, but it does give good dynamic range for what the tyres are doing. So that's the thing. That's in a driving game, that's kind of important. You have no other cues. And so what happens with force feedback, inevitably, there's a lot of vocal people that don't know what they're really saying. They happen to just like it, and then people just go along with that. It's really weird.
Time 152.18.
Well, this feels totally drivable, to be honest.
I'm hot, and you're
Get
not.
back to work, Lawrence. That gaslighted the audience with my with the statements of fact. Oh dear. The counter arguments to when you say something. How come other people think it's fine? Well, I don't know. That's up to them. You'd have to ask them why they think it's fine. and then if you happen to say something that's in a minority view, maybe because you know more about something, or maybe possibly are more experienced than people, it's possible, but you say something that's in a minority view, and wow, that's it. He's clueless. Watch him with a big pinch of salt. No, the saying's a pinch of salt. I'm so clueless, though, that iRacing have admitted their tyre model issue. And I'm so clueless that we've had quite a few people be like, oh, we're glad you're actually saying certain things. So, you know. But yeah, if it protects your perception of stuff, then if it makes you feel better, that's good. I'm not claiming that I'm like some mega genius on stuff, but the resistance to information is really quite strange.
Time 149.40.
No, force feedback doesn't really affect people's lap times generally, because you driving simulators, you just learn what you can and can't do, and it's basic Guitar Hero when it comes to doing faster laps. As long as you have like basic self-aligning, no, again, Lars, again, this gets repeated over and over again, and it's not the point. So everything is subjective. Graphics, sound, force feedback. Everything is subjective. However, I don't make subjective statements generally because that's not of any use to anybody. Why would anybody care what I like? I mean, I might say I'm really enjoying this or whatever, but that's not really... That might be entertaining for people to watch, but it's not useful. So when I say stuff about... When I say stuff about games, and I say, oh, this force feedback's doing X, Y, Z, I'm saying what's going on. I'm not saying what I necessarily like myself. Like, personally... I like a specific type of force feedback, but I don't expect that to be in any game. So when I talk about force feedback with games, I'm talking about from an objective level of what's there, what isn't there, what could be useful for various drivers. Your whole persona is about how this is bad and that's bad. No, it's not though. That's the problem. My persona is about being critical and also making jokes about things. So, what happens is, if you're critical and you actually explain things clearly, if those things go against a mainstream, those people will then say you're a negative person, you're a bad person, you're being miserable, whatever, which is not what we are at all. You couldn't sim race for 12 hours a day if you were genuinely miserable. Like, you'd get burnt out very quickly. So... it's a very minority of people that perceive us like that, actually. It's really weird. It's only fun to make fun of iRacing. It does seem like the effect for suspension compression or the braking effect has been increased somehow. So when you brake, there feels like there's a sort of load increase on the steering. I don't know what that is. I don't know how that actually is caused, but... No, I'm not saying this is universally bad. It's just very obvious straight away that the force feedback's a bit... You know, it's a bit weird. Always has been in this. Always has been in R Factor 2, to be honest. So someone needs to do like a Marvin's force feedback app. Dirt Rally 2's incredible tarmac physics. I don't mind Dirt Rally 2's tarmac. But this is another thing. What you end up with are memes in sim racing that Dirt Rally has terrible tarmac, right? And I'm not saying it's realistic, but it was totally drivable. So, it never really bothered me that much. My concern with Dirt Rally was more lack of content and all the DLCs and everything. I thought it's a pretty good video game. Like, you could catch counter steer. Dirt Rally 2 had less detailed force feedback than Dirt Rally 1. I'm not quite sure why that was, but probably because they made the... Yeah, but Lawrence, you could just snap counter steer it. So I'm not saying it's good, but I think it was workable. You know. Could I make something simple? No, I can't program. Maybe I could vibe code it. I think you do need, like, that Marvin's approach. But yeah, I tell you what will happen. I mean, this is actually... This game's always had this issue with its force feedback. What the issue is... So now the tyres are warm. You do get more of a smooth crossover on the warm tyres. But that's because a warm tyre has a different grip curve to a cold tyre. Right? The issue is... You get a load increase, right, in the force feedback, but a large amount of that is just the turn of the tyre, if that makes sense. It's not really related so much to the slip from the car. Like, if I go into chronic understeer there, it's very vague, and in fairness, that might not be unrealistic. If you've driven a real car into understeer, like you just push it into understeer, or even a rental go-kart, you often don't feel anything through the wheel. It'll just be you'll get a flat feel. But the problem with that is in a simulator, there's no G-forces to act as a reference as to where the limit is. So, and then the issue with this is if the load is just from turning left and right when you're like this, or just driving, it ends up making it feel like the force feedback is really baked. Now this does have good, correct, like self-aligning. So when the rear steps out, it's very easy to catch, and the force does counter steer. So that's what a lot of people latch onto, and because a lot of people struggle with just counter steer, so that's what they really fixate on. So this is why when you have strong self-aligning force feedback, like Evo has this, ACC has this, even if it's lacking detail, a lot of people are like, oh, that's amazing. That's amazing force feedback. It's like, well, it's not really that useful. Like, once you're okay at sim racing, you don't, you're not really oversteering uncontrollably. Everything is, you know exactly what you're doing. But there's not really any force feedback settings you can do on this game, to be honest. Just turn all damper off. Yeah, just turn all damper off, and then add some filter. You could probably turn the filter down. I feel like maybe the changes they've made with this have maybe made it so that you they've maybe made it so that you don't need as much filter on it. I don't know. Because as I say, every time you change the tyre in R-Factor 2, it's going to change the force feedback. Same with most sims. Force feedback is driven by the tyre model. And so if you change the slip behaviour of the tyre, that's going to change the point at where the force feedback loads up and what have you. Yeah, it's not a game-based damper, Niels, on this, because when tyres are warm and stuff, it's not there. So it's just how the game is generating the force, I think, to be honest. We could try different cars. Most people would think this is fine, though, to be honest. It's just a bit weird with the cold tyres, how it's coming out of the pit, how pronounced it is. That's true. I think the thing is, the reality is, though, with games force feedback, you end up just having to learn. You just memorise each game, which is fine. But that's not really how it should work with force feedback, right? So, and this is what happens with fans of Sims, and I think this also happens with developers. They play their given simulator a lot, right? And then they get used to it. They get used to their given simulator, and then they've memorised the behaviours that have occurred in the simulator, and then they've memorised the response of the force feedback, and that's how they've built the framework of the force feedback telling them what's going on. I realise this is probably too complicated for a live stream to go into this, but so even if you don't have force feedback that's actually communicating immediate dynamics of the tyre particularly well, the user has a given experience and expectation in a similar way to if you, I don't know, most people haven't played a piano, but let's say you play a real piano with weighted keys, right? You learn how those weighted keys feel, and so when you push a note on a keyboard, the higher keys are lighter than the lower keys. you learn that, so you know how hard to push the key to get the desired note velocity and everything else. And actually playing the piano, this is not going to be good for people that don't play pianos. I have to explain piano playing. Terrible analogy. But you learn an expectation of what to do to get the result, right? And it's the haptics of the... It's not reactive haptics, it's a static haptics. And also, playing a piano is somewhat preemptive. Like, you have to push a key before you actually want the note to play, because there's a delay between you pushing the key and the note playing. Like, the key has to move down, the hammer has to actuate. Right. So, the point is, you can learn how to play a piano really well, and you can learn the weight of all the different keys and get really good at it. And then if you then go to a piano that's got keys that are weighted incorrectly, it will totally throw you off. You'll be like, what on earth's going on? So let's say you got used to your shitty piano, and then you do another one that's actually a good piano, but you'll be like, oh, I got used to this other one, and it'll feel crazy, right? That's the kind of thing I'm talking about with the force feedback in a lot of games. And that's not really how force feedback should work. Force feedback should be an active communication, more so. Anyway, this is far too abstract, so... They do, Lawrence. No, that's not an argument, that's the truth. So, none of these things are binary conditions. Memorization and repetition is a real part of motorsport and a substantial part of anything. It's like probably like 80-90%. That's why Formula 1 drivers have rented out entire tracks. It's like they will rent out a track. It's also why if you do go-karting, there'll be the locals that have done 4 billion laps there. You ain't competing with them. Because they know all the racing lines. They know exactly what can and can't be done. So they're not really... It's not about driving on feel. So, yeah, but that's a given anyway. That's a huge component. Well, actually, Marvin's force feedback app for iRacing is very good. iRacing's physics aren't very good, but that force feedback app describes the tyres very clearly to you. Yeah, the thing is, the physics in this are fine. So, it's very easy to drive. This is the other thing. When a simulator is easy to drive and forgiving, yeah, exactly, Lawrence. So this is the point. The point I would argue of force feedback, and this is how it works with your ass in real life. A track's not always perfect, and your car's not always operating perfectly, and the tyres are not always in the zone. So the point of force feedback is to describe those variable conditions to you. So you know where the grip is. Wow, you know. The perfect ass. Ass of perfection. It'd be interesting to try this game with the VNM wheel, because that supposedly generates its force feedback from telemetry. Yeah, no, this is totally drivable. This is the thing. When a simulator's really easy to drive, and keep in mind, GT3 cars should be so easy to drive, it's a joke. Again, watch the video clip of the driver at VIR spin and then get on the grass. And to be fair, the grass was wet, but like, how bad of a driver would you need to be to keep spinning like that? Like, you'd have to have fundamentally no throttle control skill. Now, granted, there could have been something else wrong with the car, whatever, we don't know. But on the face of it, actually insane. Was it GT4? Well, that's even worse. No, I know that Slick's on wet, but he was also doing it on the tarmac as well. I've literally seen a real car. I've been at it was at the Nordschleifer actually. Those was in the car park, and there was a Porsche on slick tyres, and it was just sliding down the slope. so like, yeah. But look.
Time 1:48.01.
And the point is, GT3 cars and GT3 is a business designed to sell race seats to not the particularly skilled drivers. That's the whole point of it. That's why it exists. That's why it's exploded along with wealth inequality. It's because there's more people, there's more millionaires that are able to then pay 100, 200, 300,000 pounds to drive a car when they're not really race drivers. So it exists to cater to that market. So they should be easy to drive, especially if you put a little bit of TC and ABS on. It should be a joke to drive, really, on the grand scheme of things. But what's weird with sim racing is for GT3 to somehow be like this, the barometer. the barometer for simulated cars is GT3 cars are positively the worst car to like actually be the barometer for a given simulator. Like the TC is going to hide fundamental aspects of the tyre model. ABS is going to hide fundamental aspects of the tyre model. The cars are relatively cumbersome and heavy, so that's gonna affect a whole load of things. They have power steering, so they're probably gonna have, if your simulator has literal force feedback, and they've implemented that, it's gonna make the force feedback dull. So it's probably the worst car to use as like the sort of barometer of a simulator. And don't get me wrong, I like driving the Porsche GT3 cars and things. So they've not changed the hypercars. No, I think it's all right. I just think it's force feedback's a bit weird. I think also what will happen if you make the slip curve less abrupt, it will make the force feedback generally a smoother curve on the force feedback, because the force feedback is just going to reflect what the tyres are doing. So I think there's also a separate issue with driving sims as well. If you change, like, so everybody learns the tyre model, generally speaking, whether or not it's a realistic tyre model or not, everybody learns it, right? And then that's fine, but then every time the developer changes the tyre model, everyone has to relearn those completely arbitrary and often not very realistic tyre physics. So it can be a bit of a chore when a developer keeps changing the tyre model. It'd be like if you bought Super Mario and then every few months Nintendo kept changing how high you can jump, even though you've learnt how high you can jump and you've learnt how to do the levels. Or like Super Meat Boy or something, right? If the developer kept changing the jump height, that is literally the same thing as changing the time. Not literally, but that's maybe the wrong use of the word literally. But it's the same concept. In a driving sim, it's like a flat platformer. So if you change the slip behaviour of the tyre, you've changed like the jump height. So if you've learnt how to drive around a track, which is like learning a platformer, and they change the tyre slip, well, you have to relearn the level again. All your expectations, especially given the lack of feel in a racing simulator, all your expectations are then going to be thrown out of whack. So even when a developer does the correct thing, I think LMU generally have, and even ACC, Kunos probably did the correct thing with their updates, it's a bit of a chore for a lot of the users. For someone like me, I don't really mind because I play so many sims and they're all different and I quite like the differences, but you can see for a lot of people why it would be a bit of an issue. I quite liked how snappy the previous tyres were though. But then again, this we're just running a default setup on this. What'll be interesting with this slightly smoother behaviour into slip, what will be interesting is what it's like when you run much lower downforce. People get used to the way things are. Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't quite get why the braking tug is so harsh again. I don't get why that's so when you brake, the wheel tugs for the braking, which I don't get why that seems to have increased, and then that's actually getting in the way of your input of driving. People, again, a lot of people be like, oh, I can feel the braking. You can't feel the braking. It's like an artificial effect. It's probably the suspension loading up, tugging on the steering. But I don't. This game needs like Marvin's force feedback app, to be honest. Whoa! Okay, the AI is still insane. What was that? Oh, that's pretty. We use an M booster pedal, yeah, but we just have it very stiff. We normally run the slip on moderately low. Well, I think that's the thing, Cat Debate, is that a lot of people don't play all the simulators for like 20 plus hours a week, do they? So they don't have the same amount of comparison. I've not tested it, Lawrence. I just have a default vibration at 75% on the pedal, and that seems to work to know where the limit is. But yeah, I don't know if it has. Yeah, see, look, we turn TC off, turn the slip angle off. We've got no TC now. Well, that's the other thing. The force feedback's so muted in this game. Oh, too much throttle. The force feedback's so muted, there's no way for you to feel through the force feedback where the limited braking is. And so that alone should be a... when you brake, if you've got your brake bias a little bit back, the car will start loading up one left or right. If you're braking hard, generally speaking, with most setups, especially aggressive setups, the car will start rotating, so that can then give you a good feel on the wheel for if you're braking close to the limit, because the harder you brake, the more the car will want to rotate, so the more you'll start feeling a load on the wheel. But there's none of that in this. I'm very good, BRT, at isolating specific things out of stuff and singling things out. It's something that I've always been quite good at. And I noticed a lot of people don't seem to have that skill set, for good or bad. A lot of people tend to see the emergent end result and they find it harder to isolate individual components. So, like, and this is like with lots of things. So, like food, music. I find it very easy to focus on a very singular specific thing. Some people seemingly struggle with that. I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing, but yeah, it's and I think that's the case with force feedback or physics. A lot of people can't individually isolate what's causing maybe individual things. I say when this is why I was quite good with doing game design and stuff, is that I would be able to look at the project and go, right, these are probably the specific components that are causing X, Y, Z. But like the thing is, with LMU, it's totally drivable on the grand scheme of things, and then it's got hourly races, so that's what more do you really need? do you know what I mean? They weren't unstable before. It's just that the slip behaviour of the tyres is just a little bit smoother, more forgiving. I actually didn't mind how it was before, but a lot of these things also depend on the type of setup that you're going to be running, the force feedback, a whole bunch of things. I've always thought LMU was very easy to drive, same with R-Factor 2. It's always had very forgiving handling, way more forgiving than iRacing. What are my thoughts on GT3, iRacing versus LMU? Well, iRacing is just weird because its tyres can only go in one direction. So even though some aspects of the grip might be correct in iRacing at certain points, if you induce slip, it doesn't respond to counter steer properly. So you then can't you can't actually drive iRacing like a car. Like you have to, what we describe it is like bobsledding into every corner. You brake, let the car roll into the slip, and then bobsled through the corner and do that as smoothly as possible. Now that's not driving, but so aspects of, as long as you're doing that bobsled routine, the grip levels are quite good, the force feedback's quite nice, but it's not driving. You're not ever applying opposite lock productively ever. So it's totally arbitrary. The comparison shouldn't even. iRacing's not realistic in the slightest. So the comparison shouldn't be with iRacing. The comparison should be with AC1 or Automobilista 1. iRacing shouldn't even be in the conversation. Like, I think it's a fun video game. You can use it as a simulator. You could use it as a training tool. But it's just the tyres are so far off. It don't make any sense. Only with a car with lighter cars with a lot of downforce does iRacing start to make sense. It's not actually, no. iRacing's new tyre model just masks the issue. It doesn't fundamentally change how you have to drive iRacing. So no, it's not. If you listen to the marketing and what some people say, you would think it was. But actually, if you drive it for yourself, go around a centrifugal track, do induce oversteer. It has all the same problems. Drive the IndyCar in iRacing, which has the new tyres on it as well, or at least improved tyres. It's a really fun car to drive. As soon as you haven't got downforce to cause the tyres to re-grip correctly, it's just bizarre. It's really not how tyres operate. At least with LMU, you can you can hold slip and counter steer properly, even if the grip level of the tyres is not realistic or whatever, even if there's loads of like wonkiness in it, you know. Also, there's no way that someone has driven a real car and then drives iRacing and goes, yeah, there's nothing wrong with these tyres. So, you know, there's a lot of business incentive behind some of the positivity around iRacing. Not that it's enjoyable, and you can, again, you can use it as a training tool, but keep in mind you can use Gran Turismo 7 as a training tool. So, and then you get people going, well, why why do you have Formula 1 drivers using it? It's like, well, because it's got the competition, and fast people be fast in every game. We've had every conversation repeated to us a million times. Oh dear, sim racing. Positivity is a lack of information. Well, I don't know. I really enjoyed the. I really enjoyed doing the Super Formula Light at Nordschleife for the most part. Really good fun. Ah! Okay, the AI in this is absolutely psychopathic still. I don't know if they've reduced the flat spotting in this. Obviously, this car's ABS, but that would be a nice thing to do. Oh, V for Vitty's throwing bloody members around like he just don't care. Thank you very much. DD Girl. We'll sing you one, DD Girl. DD Girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD Girl with the DD wheel. Powerful, sexy servo motor legs. It's a DD Girl, a dreamy girl. Where is she getting electricity from? It's a DD Girl, a dreamy girl. AccuForce, Fanatec, Simucubes in Magic. Everybody needs a DD Girl. Put a DD Girl in your sim rig. Everybody wants a DD Girl, but if she gets in your bath, turn off the power or she will fry. DD Girl with a DD wheel. All the motors rotating all night long. It's a DD Girl, powerful woman. 100% force feedback, Nordschleife and challenge every day. DD Girl in your dreams. DD Girl in your pants. DD Girl, she is 100 Newton meters of torque. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. V for Vitty. Really appreciate the channel memberships there. Super generous as always. Give him thanks if you received a membership there. She talks too much. Right, we could try a different car here. I would actually say, right, I think the GT3 cars now feel a bit floaty again. I don't mind it, really. I didn't mind it before. I don't really mind it either way. She has no dead zone. I did quite like the last sort of more snappy behaviour in some ways, but we'll have to see what this is like with different setups, you know. I personally quite like snappy handling cars. I think it's a problem with Sims is that they tend to feel a bit vague. Even when Sims are quite bitey, they tend to be a bit vague. Zachary Russell, enjoy your ban. Enjoy your ban. That's such an idiotic thing to say, right? Ban. Right, here we go. Goodbye. What a stupid thing to say in a live stream. Seems school's out for the summer. Right. We need more DD girls, guys. Novotny, you need to work hard. The sad thing is how easily people will be distracted by away from wealth inequality towards attacking minorities and groups. And then the other sad thing is there are genuine questions about various groups, cults, organisations where you actually have to have a reasonable conversation, and there is genuinely reasonable conversations to be had on how you integrate. And, you know, there are actually general conversations, but it's really annoying that racists, partly racists, partly idiots, obfuscate an actual solution, and then also obfuscate an actual solution to what they're concerned about, even though their concern is probably disproportionate. But then that also obfuscates the fundamental wealth inequality issue, which is the root of the fundamental issues. And so yeah, we never get. So it's a shame. It's a shame. This is why things never actually get sorted out. It's almost like there's groups of people that take advantage of stuff for their own benefit. Because these are all video games, Barry. They're all we're playing all these as video games. We're playing all these as video games. So you can use all of these as simulators, like Gran Turismo 7, iRacing, AC, whatever. You can use them all as simulators. We're saving the Valkyrie because I really want to drive it because I like how that car looks. I assume they've bopped the Valkyrie so that it's competitive, because it's a bit, in real life it's a bit slow, I think, but I quite like to drive it. It's the nicest looking car, isn't it? Let's be honest. Fun fact, Gabe Newell's involved with of Valve fame, is involved with Aston Martin. This is like a children's charity thing as well, which is tied to it, which is weird. It's everything but fast. It's quite similar to R-Factor 2 force feedback, maybe a little bit less detailed, but pretty similar. Do I have a bat phone? No. I get the impression that Marvin's quite a quiet guy as well. But anyone can fork his app for force feedback. It's open source. Well, I'm a really slow driver, so my opinion on the speed of cars is probably not really that useful. probably not that valuable, really. I'm like in this, I'll be like bottom of the top splits. So I need to try a different car here. I think the problem with a lot of racing simulators, it's not even to do with the physics, the handling or whatever, or the graphics. The problem is they're not very good video games. And so the reason why iRacing, it's pretty terrible, but compared to other racing simulators, it's a much better video game. And LMU, because it's got the ranked multiplayer, that makes it a better video game immediately. Like, you need other people to race against. That's the gameplay. It's not really about the car's handling, it's about the gameplay. So nice netcode, ability to race other people. So when you're buying a game, some people are buying a simulator for the physics innately, right? Fine, but I don't think that's not that many people. Like, most people would be more interested in crash physics, like BeamNG, if they're buying a simulator for the physics, right? And most people don't know how cars actually handle or what tyres are like. So you know, if you were buying a simulator for the physics, and then also it turns out that Assetto Corsa 1 in many ways still has the most naturally handling cars, or even like Automobilista 1 or some really old stuff, right? So it wouldn't really make... People aren't buying them for the physics, really, right? So people are buying a driving game for the gameplay. And so you have to ask yourself, well, what is the gameplay that the game offers, right? So most people that buy Assetto Corsa, they're buying it for the gameplay of driving down motorways. Right? That's most of the sales. Over half of AC1 sales is people driving cars on motorways. Most people buying iRacing are not buying it for the physics or whatever. They're buying it because they want to play the Epine game. They like the cars and stuff, don't get me wrong. They like that it's realistically presented, and you know, as part of it, there's a delusional part of it being like, oh, it's real life. I'm sort of, you know, I'm immersed in the idea that I'm driving real cars. That's a bit of it, but a large part of it is the gameplay of doing a race and racing people and getting your Epine bigger, right? Yeah. So, and then LMU. The reason to buy LMU, despite it driving worse than Sims from 10 years ago in some ways, better in other ways, but you know, there's aspects to this that are well dated, because it's R Factor 2 with a shitload of polish and improvements, which that's not a bad thing. I'm not saying that's a negative. The reason to play it though is you're like, oh, I can have a GT3 or hypercar race on some nice tracks. It's pretty polished for the most part, and you can have good racing. That's the gameplay, right? So I'm going to try a different car in a minute. Yeah, so anyway, after turning like, I don't know how many laps we've just done here, 31 laps. I think it feels a bit dull to drive. The force feedback's not that useful for driving on the limit, but the car's so dull anyway, I don't think it makes that much difference. But if you're in a race with people, that doesn't necessarily matter that much.
That time was a 149.69.
I wouldn't play this for the physics of the vehicle myself, you know. Like, if you just load an RSS car, or even one of the default AC cars, AC1, a default GT3 car in AC1, the driving is on another level better than this. It has problems with its tyres, don't get me wrong, but the raw, like, experience of driving, how you're balancing the car, what you can do, from a pure driving perspective, it's more than twice as good as this. This has pit stops, the tyre wears better, the tyre overheating, tyre temperature, tyre pressure, suspension, that's done better in LMU. But on aggregate, in terms of the experience of driving, this is nowhere near as good as AC1. That's just a fact, deal with it. But it's perfectly fine though, totally drivable. Nice and easy to drive, probably a little bit more forgiving than it used to be. So that's nice, I think, for a lot of people. Yeah, GT3 cars are universally terrible, let's be honest. Right, let's try another vehicle. Let's try another GT3 car. No! Why have we got menu music back? We're going to get copyrighted here. Of course, I'm obviously just an AC fanboy, and I'm not saying that based off the reality of things. Why is menu music going back on? Oh, sure we had that turned off. Is that a random effect of the update? Maybe they've added a bit more default filtering into the sim though, because we turned the filter off to 0 in the game for the force feedback filter. So maybe they've added a default amount of filter to the simulator. I don't know. But before, if you put filter on 0, you would feel much more graininess. But maybe, who knows? Who knows what's caused that? Oh, the server should be back up in a minute. But thanks for subscribing. I want to try another car. Just. Yeah, the thing is though, because of like if you're talking about comparing this to AC1, the thing is that for GT3 racing, that type of racing makes more sense when you're talking about longer races, and so tyre wear is actually more important for GT3 racing. Like GT3 cars don't really make sense in simulators, especially. They're more active. You can see in real life they're actually quite they're much more agile than they are in sims. But in sims, if you're gonna have GT3, yeah, if you're going to have GT3, you need to have better tyre wear and pit stops and everything for those cars to make sense at all. So in that sense, this is probably a lot better than Assetto Corsa. Yeah, I'm just thinking. I was thinking, BRT. There's a load of stuff going on. Let's try the Ferrari this time. See how that handles. Yeah, I think you need DirectX. Someone what's it called? Something Moon. They've managed to get DLSS into AC1 and also Euro Truck Simulator. But I think you need DirectX 10 at least, generally speaking, or you need a game that has FXAA support for you to be able to inject it. I think I'm not quite sure how it works. No, AC1 doesn't, but it can be quite good for VR headsets though. With so AC1 always had, even if you put like ATEX AA, it still has shimmer. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, just for DLAA. Morning, I have this game 1.0 is out. Would you get the season pass? Would you miss out? Well, so if you haven't got any of this game yet, probably the most sensible thing, which is probably what motorsport games would like you to do as well, because this is how bad businesses are, they probably would want you to get the basic game and then get the Race Control Plus, so then you get all the DLC and all the Race Control Plus features. So the choice would be like base game with Race Control Plus, which is like what, £5 a month, or you buy the base game and the season pass because you don't want to do a subscription. But this is the thing, right? You miss, like, the thing is, you lose out if you bought the base game and the season pass and then you buy Race Control Plus. You're really getting a bit done over, to be honest. Like, I feel like the problem is it's like the Snowy Moon, that's it, yeah. The problem is you've got like 3 different ways of buying the game and it's very confusing. I was doing a video about this. I think it's one of the worst things of LMU, to be honest. It's a problem that was a big issue with Race Room as well. So yeah, getting the basic game with Race Control Pro is probably the best option, generally speaking. Personally, I have a slight issue with subscriptions in a general sense because I think they can be quite anti-consumer. I don't think Race Plus is necessarily anti-consumer, but I think there is an aspect of subscriptions that becomes anti-consumer, especially over a longer period of time and when all companies start doing subscriptions, and also in terms of ownership and a whole bunch of stuff. So yeah. So for you, Seb, for you at this point in time, it's probably best for you to get the Race Control Plus. And it'd probably be really good for the developers of Le Mans Ultimate to give affiliate links to people like Lawrence and myself so that when people sign up to a monthly subscription, we get a kickback. That would be really good, but they haven't done that, so I can't recommend it. If you're gonna have a regressive subscription-based policy, you might as well give me money. But yeah, no, I think subscriptions are generally anti-consumer in many ways. But then you could make the argument that you need a subscription to be able to maintain games like this and games as a service, and also when a game is in a niche, such as racing sims are, you could argue, well, that's the only way to actually realistically fund it. And then additionally, the fact of the matter is, if you're playing, like with iRacing, if you play iRacing a lot, you will be playing it a lot. So you'll be getting incredible value for money, right? The amount that I've played this already, the hardcore players are getting very good value out of that monthly subscription, right? So it's the type of, like, if someone's playing a video game for 50 hours a month, well, a £2 subscription is really not bad value for money, is it? But if you had to subscribe to a game that you're going to play like for 40 hours in total and that's it, well, it's not good value for money. So, you know, you're thinking of doing streams. Is it a big mistake? Probably, because it's like, well, what do you want to get out of it? I would say if you wanted to build social media and do that, I mean, do it for fun, sure, why not? But if you were doing it because you want to build something up, I'd do videos. Do videos, not live streams, and then once you've got an audience, then do live streams. But if you feel like you want to do it, why not give it a go? do whatever you want to do. See how you feel about it. Coyote Racing, I already bought the season pass, so I won't be buying Plus, even though I'd eventually... Well, this is the thing. Their whole sales model is really contradictory, even to people that are fans of the game. That's a bit of a problem, I think, and it's a big issue with this title. We're doing a video on that. You wonder why there's no day one Nvidia update for the game. It's not about devs conversing with Nvidia. Well, so first of all, this game isn't using anything, as far as I'm aware of, that's like cutting edge in terms of Nvidia shaders and stuff, so it wouldn't make any sense. Secondly, this game, on the grand scheme of things, is probably not even on Nvidia's radar. So, yeah. You know. Hang on, this car's got no sound. Why have we got no sound? Oh, it does. I'm muted. That was a me issue, guys. That was a me issue there. That's the problem of having a... That's a live streamer issue. I pushed the mute button. I was like, is this car electric? That's the problem with modern vehicles. You can never tell. Even though it's really obviously we're in a Ferrari, but don't worry about that. Oh, windscreen wipe. Well, I know what I'm doing. Oh, the old cold tyre understeer bonanza. What do I think this is worth a pump for a lot of people, yeah. If you lose force feedback in LMU, what you should do is, some people are saying one key is the default button, but you can bind a button on your joystick to reset force feedback, and it's worth doing because there are still bugs with it. It's an R Factor 2 thing. Yeah, we will drive the Valkyrie. We're kind of just saving the moment. Oh man, these cold tires are so understeering. Yeah, we can't have an unsubscribe notification. It would be good though. Yeah, it will depend on the wheelbase and wheelbase drivers, and then what you're doing. There's a whole, it's an R Factor 2, amazing R Factor 2 heritage. Turge, for stuff like that, you're good using like a joy to key type thing, or what's it called? There's programs where you can have it so the buttons are remapped to different things. No, so George, so the mistake you've made there, it's totally confusing how people spend thousands on sim racing hardware and then complain about spending a couple of hundred on software. So this is a really common argument that you've just made that doesn't actually make sense, and I'll explain why. This is another video that we're doing. I'll just say it in the live stream. So sim racing hardware, putting aside like a graphics card and PC stuff, that's separate. But a sim rig, steering wheel, pedals, all that stuff, that's stuff that you can use with every single simulator. It's also stuff that holds value. So even if you spend £3,000 on a racing simulator, steering wheel and everything, you can resell it if you don't like it. And you can use it, get lots of use out of it, enjoy using it, and then resell it, right? So that is fundamentally different to software, where you can quite easily buy software that's only maybe like £30, £20, £50, but you then never use it. So you've literally just wasted £50 on something you're never using, right? So it makes sense for a consumer to be a lot more careful and skeptical of software than it does hardware in many ways, right? It's different. It's just different as well. Like, hardware's a different consideration. Sometimes hardware goes up in value as well. Software never really does. And then when it comes to your computer, again, you can use that for lots of things. So you're not taking a punt on a singular thing that all the risk is on, because you can use your computer to play multiple games and also use it for work and a whole bunch of things. So you can't... The argument that sim racers are stingy gut people. They are stingy, don't get you wrong, but it's not for those reasons. But the argument that, they're so contradictory, buying all these wheels and shit, but not buying the software, well, it's like, well, it's because they don't know if the software is going to be something they like. If they do like the software, they will be happy to spend money on it. So this is actually an issue with developers not working out ways to further monetize users that would be really happy to spend money. So it's not a consumer issue, it's a corporate issue. For example, iRacing could probably have a flat rate subscription fee, get rid of the content fee, and have it so that you could buy random shit in the game that is all around waving your e-peen, and they would probably make a fortune out of that. Or they could probably sell like official liveries, or, you know, like a Matt Malone official livery bought in the game. I know they've got trading paints. Or like a Tony Kanaan, whatever, Tony Kanaan edition of a vehicle that you can only get as a separate purchase, right? But the other vehicles, whatever, but the Tony Kanaan edition or the Matt Malone edition, it's not that it's different in terms of performance. It would just be like, maybe the cockpit's slightly different. It's so stupidly obvious. I do not get... Well, the problem is, sim racing developers tend to not be the most imaginative of people. they tend not to be particularly good at games design, and also they tend to be just too busy trying to make their games work, which is fair enough. I'm not knocking it. They're more intelligent than me. You know, you obviously, you always see reality from your perspective and your expertise. So, you know, I'm not knocking them. It comes across as me going, oh, they're so stupid. They're not stupid. They're genuinely a lot less stupid than me, but they tend to be very blinkered. That's very common with highly technical people that are geniuses. The reason why they're geniuses and highly technical is because their brain is really focused on a specific thing, not everything. So, if your brain is focused on everything, you end up messed up like me and not a genius programmer. So, you know, there's swings and roundabouts to this, but... It's not even just more educated in a specific thing as well. But it's not even just that. It's like mental focus and attention on certain things. Everyone has things that they're attentive to different degrees, and everyone has blind spots. I mean, I don't, obviously. I'm aware of everything because I'm a genius. But, you know, you don't... The problem with the brain is you don't know what you don't know, which is a little bit of an issue, because you can go about life thinking everything's fine, and you've not known that you've just missed out something that's incredibly important, but you didn't know. It's a slight oversight in the design of the human brain, which has led to quite a few problems. Only small problems that have resulted in the death of millions of people. But, you know, can't have everything, can you? Well, at least you're aware of how your beer smells. That's good. What's the ticking sound? It's my indicator. BRT, it's called music. It's called music. It's called music quietly on in the background. That's Bob. That's Bob on the cymbal. That's his. He's trained for years to do that. Hi-hat Bob. He can only play the hi-hat. How dare you slag off hi-hat Bob? How dare you slag off hi-hat Bob? Years he dedicated himself to playing the hi-hat, and you've just absolutely... You're claiming that he's playing it too loudly? Poor guy. He's going to be in tears over that. Hi-hat Bob. Seems like the cars want us to, well, at least with these setups, it's hard to get rotation on braking. I'm moving the brake bars really far back, but the car doesn't seem to be rotating that much on the brakes. We could open the, let's turn this off. We could open the diff more, but... and stiffen up rear ARB, but yeah, even with ABS and TC, you still expect there to... Yeah, let's try this. So many stupid systems. This is the problem with GT3 cars. We shouldn't have any of this stuff. You shouldn't have to... I mean, ABS in a race car? What the devil? Who puts ABS in a race car? That should be like a criminal offence. But even then, if you're turning in your brake, the back should sort of rotate nicely. I bought the something OC3. I don't know. Is it MSI? I don't know. It's not. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. I didn't really. The price wasn't a big consideration for me. It's just a business thing. You'd think that most gentlemen wouldn't want to have AIDS, but what would I know? I prefer cars without AIDS. If I'm going to get inside something, I really hope it doesn't have AIDS. You know. Which is why I prefer vehicles without ABS and TC. Why did the race driver... These jokes are probably too risque for this time of day. I mean, we're not saying anything directly. Oh dear, there's so many good jokes out of that. What a gold mine. Right, we're done with that. We're done with that. He doesn't like hearing aids.
Lap 147.90.
Well, if you really want abs, just do more sit-ups. The Force Feedback's the same old vagueness that it was before. It's passable. It's just a bit dull. It doesn't really help you drive that much better, but it's mildly. I'd say it's marginally better than ACC's. I think the handling's better than ACC though, so I think that's why the Force Feedback feels better, even though the Force Feedback's not that good. But let's turn the filters off. I think they've added more. I think they might have added more smoothing or something by default, but it definitely feels like there's more smoothing from what I remember previously. But that could just be me imagining things, or it could just be the way the tyres have... Hang on! We've resumed, but we're still in the menu. What's going on? I've got a menu strapped to my face. I've never had this happen in a game before. It's quite impressive. It's like we've got sunglasses on. This is the first video game I've ever played. No, I'm enjoying this. This is the first video game I've ever played where the menu is still visible whilst you're driving. It's a pretty good feature. It's a bit like being in a glider. We mentioned gliders. Okay, we'll click the screen again. No, we're trapped. There we go. That's very convenient. They put that feature in for me. They're like, that Gamer Muscle guy loves to stream menus for hours on end. We'll make this simulator perfect for him. We will put the menu on the screen at all times, then he can fiddle with the menu whilst driving without even clicking anything. I really appreciate that. Broadcast version. Whoa! Okay. Are there races up yet that we can join?
Lap 157.65.
Okay, we'll have to join. but my wheel's not low and my seating's not high. It's called perspective. I know this is confusing to people, but if you if you have a camera that's high looking down on you, it makes me look smaller. It will also make my wheel look lower, me look higher. It's amazing how perspective works. Did you know that if you're further away from something, things also can look smaller? And yeah, and if you zoom in on things, yeah. Who would have thought? Also, my room isn't actually tilted at an angle. I know it can be confusing, but my room is flat. It's the camera that's tilted. Just so you know, I'm not falling into my wheel. Yeah. Amazing. The amazing world of perspective. That fish, the fish is actually a normal size fish. Yeah, Dan Suzuki's quite short in real life. I always get people when they meet me in real life, they're like, oh, you're a lot taller than I was expecting. Dave Cam thought I was 5 foot. I'm like, hang on, Dave. What is wrong with you? No, only iRacing is the most realistic. I think they might have increased like the base amount of filtering in the game. Look at that. I think they might have increased the base amount of filtering or some damper or something to try and hide the graininess feel that the game has if you turn all the filters off. That's my suspicion, which is unfortunate because it takes away the ability for the end user to do that with their equipment, which is a much better way of doing it. That's a suspicion. I'm not sure if that's the case, but that would be a guess. Right, let's go to we'll do a race. Really small person. I mean, I'll fit in mobile phones. Yeah, I mean, they really need to do, I say, Marvin's force feedback app for this or something like that would be good. Yeah, I need to try V&M wheel. Woo. Daily. What's this, Spa? What car do we drive? Oh no! Bloody Tortellini's in here! God damn it, not Tortellini. God. Hang on, it's only... Oh, it's only... is this a new car? Is this one of the new ones? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, bloody hell. I don't know race Tortellini. Can we block racing against certain people? Can I report him? Can we click on his neck? Can we not report him? I think this guy needs to be banned. How do we block him? How do we ban him? Let's report him every race. And then they say, and they'll be like, well, what's the report for? And I just say, Tortellini. And they'll be like, oh, actually, yeah, to be fair, probably should be banned. What did he do? Just him being himself. Have you seen the shirts he wears? Have you ever... I've hung around with him in real life. He's awful. He's a terrible person. He's one of those really annoying people that's very fast at simulators, which I think is illegal. Yeah, shoes, shirts, very fast. He's randomly at events that I'm at, just weirdly. I'll be like presenting or doing something, and there'll be a tortellini mulling around. I'm like, what? Why are you even here? I'm like, what are you doing? God, I can't escape him. That's the problem. Hang on, we got these. This user interface stuff's nice though. The photo of the car from above looks nice as well. You can do the quick tire thing here. This is good. 397 have been very good on the user interface in terms of sorting things out and you know, getting things like they've done more updates to this user interface than rFactor 2 did in a decade. Do you remember when rFactor 2 came out and the guy, I can't remember his name, but the guy in charge of rFactor 2 was like, oh yes, we're doing a new user interface, and then they did a new user interface that was literally worse than the original one. And then they were like, we're doing a new user interface again. It was totally pointless. It was totally pointless. It's like they didn't understand that it wasn't the layout that was the problem. It was the options and dear, just the game not working. Anyway, Mabot, thanks for following. Appreciate it. Welcome. What do we? Oh, is this fixed setup? Is this fixed setup? Sounds like a boat. Sounds like a canal barge. Is it a GT3 car or is it a barge? I can't tell. I better get behind it. I can kayak the wake. That's what I normally do. When a good hefty boat goes down the river, I'm like, right, surfing the wake. Right, well, we're just going to start driving here. Just a practice session. Yeah, this is nice. Do people think the water-cooled 5090s are worth premium? Probably not worth the premium. Probably not. There's not... I don't think there's that much margin for overclocking 5090s, and I don't think... So the reason to get water cooling would be maybe it's slightly quieter, but there's probably not that much benefit to it on the grand scheme of things. You're probably just paying a price premium. Yeah, and then 5090 is so overpriced in the first place, and yeah. So what the reason to do water cooling would just be if you wanted a quieter case when it's under load. That's the only real reason, because you can have the water cooling component can have larger surface area. Actually, no, there's two reasons. One, it can generally be a little bit quieter. Two, if you want to, when you've got water cooling on your graphics card, it frees up the PCI slot underneath it. So if you were building a tower computer that had lots of stuff in it, or another PCIe card, which could be like a capture card or whatever, it's worth having the water cooling because you're freeing up a PCIe port, right? So if you've built a really high-end PC and you're going to be using those PCIe ports, the extra, well, it'd be a rip-off, won't it, 'cause it's a 5090. But let's say water cooling additions could be another £100 to £200. Well, if that's the only way you can fit that into your computer, that will make sense, right? Or let's say you're using a high-end graphics card in a micro PC, it makes sense there. But if you're not doing that, it's not really that much of a difference from my understanding of things. But I'd watch Gamers Nexus or I don't know, just actual review sites. Jay's 2 Cents is a good channel. They know what they're talking about with that. I don't. I just tell you what my experience, which is very limited. What's going on here? Yeah, not worth 700. Buy a bigger case and a bigger motherboard. Well, I mean, if you're buying a 5090, you're probably not price sensitive, so just do whatever you want. Hang on, this car has different force feed. This has the graininess now. Okay, I don't know what's going on with this. Force feedback in this game is super weird, like, super weird. Hang on, is there a literal cheat sheet in front of us here? Is there actually a cheat sheet for the driver? Could they not memorise that? PXF fuel saving. They sellotape that on. I mean, I'd do that as a dyslexic, but come on. It's not that many options on the wheel. I guess you probably don't. Some drivers don't get much time to mess around with the car. They just pay the money and want to jump in and drive. Yeah, this has lighter force feedback, weirdly. The cars all seem a lot more understeery than they used to be. Like, the brake bias is not rotating the car as much. I mean, maybe it's the ABS thing. Let's put it on oversteer. Or, not sure why. Once it's loaded up in your brake, it rotates. It's hard to get the car. It's kind of got a bit of that Project Cars 2 tyre behaviour, where the car is hard to rotate until you absolutely get onto the tyres. So it's like the reason it's rotating is because you've removed grip from the rear tyres substantially, which is a Project Cars 2 and Automobilista 2 physics behaviour. And it's weird to have that in this, but I mean, it kind of makes sense. Both of them use empirical tyre models, so maybe that's a behaviour that happens. But what the result of that is you move the brake bias back, you brake harder because you want rotation, and then you're not getting the rotation, then you brake too hard and it snap oversteers. So, which is not very good, to be honest. Like, that's not a problem in Automobilista 1, AC, Live for Speed, Richard Burns Rally, Dirt Rally. I mean, maybe the TC is also stopping the rear rotating on braking. That doesn't make sense, actually. That makes no sense at all. Well, even if a car's front heavy, if you've moved the brake bias back, you still expect a progressive loss of grip and rotation on the braking. Like, you would design a vehicle to do that. A vehicle designer would never really want to have snap oversteer. You'd want to really avoid that as much as possible, because that's dangerous, right? We had the brake bars really far back there. That's why it gave out. Although, mind you, maybe the tyres are cold as well. So this is another thing. In many cars, in real life, if the tyres are cold, generally they'll tend to go to understeer, because they design it to do that, because it's generally safer than if you've got cold tyres and you've got snap oversteer on a cold tyre. The car will snap oversteer, you would lose the car and you would crash it. So they're generally designed, and the general behaviour will be that the car with cold tyres will go into understeer rather than oversteer. So that's also why it's quite funny when you play Sims with cold tyres.
iRacing.
And the cars are massively oversteery, mentally binny on the brakes. It's like, well, why on earth would... Just think about it. If someone spent £100,000 and they're a bit of a noob to get into a GT3 car, why on earth would you design a car to have a behaviour that makes it very likely they will bin the car at the start of the race thus not allowing anyone that's paid 100 to 200,000 pounds to drive in the race. Right? You just wouldn't design a car to do that, would you? But I don't know, because I'm not a real race driver, so I can't use any reasoning capacity to think about these things. Well, this is nice and easy to drive. You can kind of feel when you turn. This car actually weirdly has slightly clearer force feedback. It's lacking detail, but you know, you can feel where the productive grip in the fronts is when turning. It's just there's not much range to it. It's very abrupt, but it's a bit dull though. I mean, I know it's GT3 cars, but if you're in a race, it won't matter. But it is a bit dull. I'm sorry, guys, but like the old GT3 thing is so bad for sim racing. But yeah, now this is version 1.0. I think it is fair to like be much more clear about the force feedback and be more vocal about the fact that the force feedback in this is pretty rubbish. Better than ACC, but no, it doesn't have a candle on Marvin's iRacing app or AC's force feedback, or even AMS1, or even AMS2 with like custom force feedback files, or actually even default AMS2 force feedback. Way more information in those games. So, given that the handling seems totally fine in this, I think that would be a really good thing for someone to work on. Like, if someone could do like a Marvin's app for this, that'd be absolutely perfect. The thing is, also, what's dull to me, for a lot of sim races, won't be that dull because they've not got like 10,000 hours of playing driving sims. So, you know, for a sim to sort of excite me with its force feedback, it has to beat out AMS1 AC, which came out over like 10 years ago, right? So if you've been playing the same, if something's been worse than what came out 10 years ago, obviously you're going to be a bit jaded by things. Yeah, I'd say it's passable. It's passable force feedback. It's like the bare minimum. Oh, they got the new event starting thing. That's good. Where it goes red on the screen, so you notice that your event's starting. That's nice. Remember my words. I'll still be... Well, not really Skywilt, because, as I pointed out, Marvin's app for iRacing, AC1, AMS1, Automobilista 2, that's 4 completely different force feedback systems that have more detail than this and ACC, for example. So, it's not... A GPL person would be just obsessed with one physics engine. I'm talking about just having more detail to drive from. So, forever amateur. Here we go. So this is the main thing with this game. You load into it and you can have a race which is kind of weird that it's taken. I mean, iRacing's been doing that since 2007, but it's kind of weird that it's only like LMU and iRacing now. maybe AC Evo actually, you know, but it is kind of, in my mind, for a high skill sports game, it's needed. It blew my mind with like the FIFA games. For years they didn't have like basic ranked multiplayer, and in FIFA people would just quit as soon as you score one goal. They would quit and then it would cancel the game. You're like, well, hang on, that's not fun. You've never driven a sports car at speed, so I don't know what it's supposed to feel like, but it's not supposed to feel like warm fruit bonbons. It doesn't really matter what it's supposed to feel like. You need to be able to know what's happening. So it's like if you did any real world activity, here we go, skiing. If you do any real, hello baddie. If you do any real world activity, Samia. Oh no, get out. Look, I will accept.
RCC, best FFB in the history would hire.
I'll accept your money, but I won't accept your message. Like a Tory politician, I'll accept your money and then I'll destroy the country. See, we got a Tory dig in there. That was quite good. I don't know even where that came from. It was just lingering. My hatred towards neoliberals. It's just lingering at all times. Just drive a car in real life and you can have a general idea. I mean, what you start up your car on cold tyres, you won't spin continuously. Well, also, actually, what you can do, I mean, obviously it'd be on road tyres, it's completely different to slick tyres. You can go to, like, there's loads of, like, crappy drift experiences you can do. I say crappy, they're still good fun, but, you know, they're really basic. You can go to one of those and you can, on a super wet track, with a sloppy car, you can just really easily float the car around. That's obviously totally different to slick tyres that are cold or whatever. It's a different thing. But the point is, you can feel, even in that situation of incredibly low grip, even driving on snow actually, you can feel there's a range of stuff happening, right? Even in a situation where it's very minimal changes between gripped in and slip. If you're attentive and you're careful, so, you know. And, yeah. Have I felt any weird cogging whilst driving the Merc? Yeah, so the cogging thing is to do with how much, if you can put filter on the wheel. I'm not quite sure what the cogging feel is. I think it might be the carcass vibrating on the road surface just from the rotation of the tyre, and that comes across through the force feedback as like a weird vibration. So you can just, if you don't like that, you can add more filter from the game. How many laps is this race, guys? 20 minutes, so it'll be like, I don't know. Hang on, we can do this from this main page now. Where is this? Setup. But we'll do quali first. But yeah, the main thing I found with LMU is I think it's quite a fun game. P1's got to stop and go because they drove through on a red light. Andre Camaro, Carmo. Yeah, the thing is, if you know exactly what you're doing with force feedback, you already know that immediately. You're like, and there's not really anything to configure with this. Just turn off all damper and everything. I need to make a video on this as well. Like, people seem to really struggle with setting up force feedback. I don't know why. I know I come across as a total arse, but like, right, isn't it? I come across as an arse saying things like this, I know. But right, isn't it the most obvious thing to do if you're setting something up? Remove all filters from everything, right? All filters, so stuff is as raw as possible. See how that feels, and then isolate like individual things that you can feel, and then go, oh, okay, there's a high frequency noise. I'll add some high frequency filter. Or I don't like this amount of bumps and this thing, so I'll add some low frequency or whatever. Or my steering wheel's too active and I don't want it to be that active, so I'll add a bit of damper. It's not hard. We're not talking about cooking like a perfect omelette where you have to like be really attentive with timing, and a few seconds too much preemptively it's gone over and your egg's overcooked. It's not difficult. You know, just take everything off, and then, well, cooking the perfect omelette is hard if someone doesn't have a sense of how the delay time between it cooking after you've taken it off the heat, which is a really common problem with people cooking. They don't realise that stuff keeps cooking after you've removed it from the heat. So it's also, that would require some trial and error for you to experientially know how much a specific substance continues cooking for, which will be dependent on how much water is in it, probably. Things that tend to have more moisture in them tend to retain heat more than drier things, so they will cook for longer or in a different profile. That, to me, that's a lot more complicated than something that you can immediately adjust. Right? Oh well. No, Captain N. Algan, no, it's a terrible update. I recommend you stay away from anything by Motorsport Games, to be honest. I think you should form all your views on what YouTubers and live streamers say, and not try things for yourself. On a serious note, my base doesn't have frequency filtering. I'm a peasant. I need to spend 20k on a new rig. No, you don't. What wheel are you using? To be honest, many of the lower end wheels, CSLDD, well, so you can just you can change the int value. It achieves the same thing. So that's like a sort of smoothing filter, which will achieve a similar thing to using an EQ. So put that on like 2. That's their interpolation setting. Now the problem is, if you put a lot of interpolation on, it will get in the way of some details and make the wheel a bit sluggish, more sluggish in some ways. But it can help to smooth things out. Don't listen to Random Call Sign. He thought that ACC had acceptable force feedback, so you can't trust him. Also, he's so pretty, he's had people look at him all his life and smile and wink at him all the time, and he thinks that's normal. That's his perspective on reality. He thinks that everyone just winks at you. That's not what we all experience, Random. It's not... We don't all have that. Can we replace all the tyres with a single click? Pow! Look at that. That's an efficient pit crew right there. That is a good pit crew. How many laps of fuel do we need for this? 20 minutes, 2-minute lap, more like, what, 10, 11
The
laps?
pace car is out of control.
45 litres, that'll do. YouTuber beef. I'll beef random call sign every day. Virtual energy is basically the fuel and electric combined. What's my TLDR on the 1.0 update? My view is that you should not get the game at all. It's actually awful. I actually loaded this game up and it murdered my family, so you got to be careful. Do you know what? If the problem is, if a live streamer gave a TLDR for every time someone asked for a TLDR, the whole live stream would be a TLDR, which would then not be a TLDR. It would be a very tedious. It would be just the same. It'd be like someone repeatedly saying that iRacing's tyres are broken in a specific way, and then people repeatedly coming into chat going, "Oh, you're wrong. Have you driven a real race car? Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." And then it would be like a really tedious live stream where you have a guy clearly explaining stuff, but then repeatedly having to explain it over and over again to people that really don't understand anything. So that's the problem with that, and that would be boring. How much fuel, guys? 20 minutes? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Did someone type it in chat? Can someone tell me how many laps? It can't be more than 47 litres for 20 minutes of Spa. Can't be. 9 laps, yeah, that seems about right. I'm going with this because I'm paranoid. I have trust issues. Yeah, that's what I thought. We got 52. There we go. We got similar percentage to everyone else. There you go. Unless they were all tricking me, and it's one of those psychological experiments.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
I can't even say your name. Kvistank. Kvistank. Thank you very much for subscribing on Twitch. Really appreciate that. No adverts for you. If you become a Twitch member, you don't get adverts.
Formation lab has started.
So that's good. I know. I feel like it is one of those social experiments. Ah! Been scammed.
I don't like ACC, but I do like
The normal.
But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or
Will
GT
people
mods.
come to
They're
LMU
really
from
good. It's really good.
iRacing? Probably not. Like if you're into iRacing and you enjoy it, you're already trapped in iRacing land, and you probably enjoy the content it has. You've already subscribed to it, so some people might do, but for the most part, probably not. But I can totally see. I can see that people wouldn't bother going to iRacing if they enjoy LMU, and then if you've got Evo and Project Motor Racing,
Green flag.
if they all have ranked built-in multiplayer, you'd be like, well, hang on, why am I bothering to go to another thing? Why bother? Cheeky moves! That was cheeky, but legal. Cheeky and legal. That's how I like to do it. Cheeky legal.
Mind the gap.
I drove my tugboat. I like to use the green tarmac. Sometimes you have to. I'm trapped. If they crash, I'm done. Oh, sorry. That was my fault. Sorry for knocking you. Oh, okay, he's all over the shop. Sorry, guy behind me there. I didn't mean to tap him. I need to bind a sorry button. He'll probably get worn out though. So maybe it's for the best that we don't. Oh, look at these drifting. What are they doing? It's quite good for tank racing. It's quite good tank racing, this. Row, row, row your tank gently round the spar. Merrily, 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 merrily. Funnily enough, this is actually the world's #1 cross-channel ferry parking simulator. Many people go from Le Mans Ultimate to being cross-channel P&O ferry conductors. So they actually P&O use this as their way to find new conductors. Oh, you're in the top split on LMU. Welcome aboard to P&O.
Time 2:37.55.
You must be well good at manoeuvring large, cumbersome, stupid vehicles. Nice drift. Hey, good catch, good catch. Why is the top of his car dented? And why is the top dented if he's been hit in the rear? That makes sense. We could probably do with a bit more oversteer. Like, this is so tankish. Tortellini will be in the top split because he's a right nerd. He's a proper nerd that he spends far too much time sim racing, you know, and he's a sweaty try-hard as well. What a loser. God, imagine being good at something that you spend time on. What a loser, guys. What an absolute loser. Imagine being good at sim racing. That's terrible. That's not being good at pogs or like good at tiddlywinks. It's just lame. I won a gold medal in lawn bowls. Ah! Okay. He didn't catch that time. Oh, well done. Well done. Oh, I can't wait to be on the TV and in loads of films for being an Olympic lawn bowls champion. Yeah. There's high demand for gold medalists in lawn bowls.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, all the women are going to be running towards me now that I've got an Olympic medal in lawn bowls. That's what sim racing's like. What shall I dedicate all my time on to be good at? Ooh, I think I'll pick sim racing. That's surely going to lead to riches and fame. What a great thing to dedicate time on. Thanks for following, Alexander Gamer. Does Jardier like LMU? I don't know. I think so. I think he doesn't really. I don't think he's that critical, to be honest. I think he generally likes GT3 stuff, so I mean, really, poor guy. I think the problem is, now he's doing more real-world driving, this is something that sim racers probably don't want to admit to themselves, but people that, if you do real-world driving, right, sims are going to seem really a bit stupid in many ways, unless you like happen to really like games in a gaming sense. If you were playing a sim because you wanted to do the real thing, but you couldn't, when you then do the real thing and then you then do the sim, you're going to be like, oh, I mean, it's fun. But you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, Jardier's positive about everything, to be honest. He's you know, That's his whole thing. He wants. It's his sort of vibe, isn't it? Which is fine. I think Jardier's doing a good job. He should be in real race cars driving though. I think that's where he wants to be. So it's good. Same with like say this about a bunch of people like James Baldwin. You know, their places in real cars. I think that's what they really want to be doing. I think if you were to ask, like, I mean, because Jardier did driving before his sim racing stuff, we just didn't have enough money. Oh, thank you.
What's up? How is 1.0 feeling?
It's all right.
I've been playing a ton lately. Almost got the gold license.
Nice. Amber Saber, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, I think if you were to go to like if you were to ask James Baldwin, Jardier, Emil Burnstuff, there's a whole bunch of people. If you were to say, right, you can choose between only ever being able to play driving sims or only ever being able to do real world driving, but you can do either, right? They would all pick real world driving, I'm pretty sure of it. Whereas someone like me and some other people would be like, well, you know, I like video games, like, is a thing. Like, I've always been interested in games design and technology and stuff, so I'd like to drive real cars occasionally, but it's not like, I've no real, it's not like my biggest passion. Gliders, on the other hand, you know, if someone said to me, oh, you can have perfect weather and fly gliders in real life every day, I think I'd be like, or play flight sims, I think I'd be like, oh, I'll go for the real thing. You know. But also, actually, interestingly, there's a surprising number of esports sim racers that are not interested in real-world driving that much. Like, they would rather be doing esports sim racing is what they enjoy, so it's often a hard division. A lot of people would assume, oh, all esports sim racers want to be real-world drivers, but surprisingly, quite a few of them aren't that as fussed as you would imagine. Well, but the accidents are what kind of make it a bit more exciting and painful, but also exciting. Also, GT cars are pretty bloody safe. Like, the accidents that you've seen in GT3 over the last 3 years are insane accidents, like cars full speed driving into the back of another car, or like cars blowing up, you know, especially the last Spa races and stuff, and the drivers really not getting that bad injuries from it. So and those are like worst case scenario accidents. So like, this is another myth with motorsport, is that it's super, super dangerous. It's like, well, it depends on the type of car that's being driven, really, and the track that's being driven, and the series. You know, there's a lot of variables. But generally, nowadays, a closed cockpit car is incredibly safe. It's the stuff like hill climbs really dangerous. Yeah, motorbike racing, the club racing in like lower series cars, like Formula V, Formula Ford. That's where the danger is, because like a loose wheel can hit you in the face, or you can flip over and stuff into the walls and things, and you know, you're not going to have the medical support to the same degree that a large event does. So yeah, also the driving. I mean, I have watched some club racing, and the driving is horrendous at times. Like, absolutely, because that's another sim racing myth, is that people drive more carefully when it's dangerous. or you know, people are better in real life. It's like, well, you need to go and watch some club races. Sometimes people are murderous. But yeah, like, I would feel safer, myself personally, I would feel safer in a GT3 car than I would skiing down some ski slopes. Skiing! Like, you skiing, you could fall over and then you're tumbling down a hillside, right? And also your knees are going to fall off, especially at my age. Where's he going? But in a GT3 car, you've got like a giant cage around you, and then tyres around you, and you know, there's a whole load of stuff before your body's impacting things directly.
Time 2:25.11.
So, you know. I think they're all a little bit floaty, to be honest, but it's fine. It's GT3 cars, they're predictable, you know. I don't think GT3 racing is, for me, it's a bit too dull. If you were newer to sim racing, though, this sort of thing would be really exciting because you're probably really struggling with the basics. Like, for me, like, I know I'm not that fast, so I could obviously be better as well. Hello, OSW Sim Sports. This type of driving to me is sort of similar to doing like a super speedway in iRacing. You know, it's kind of, you're just sort of floating around the track slowly. You know, it's not the most compelling of driving. This game could desperately do with like some vintage GT cars. Really. Modern GT's a bit. The problem with it is sims are generally a bit dull, just because of how sims are. So for a car to be more exciting in a sim, you need a much better car than the real thing. So, like for example, I would absolutely shit myself if I was to drive a real Super Formula Light car, right? In real life, I would shit myself, right? But in a sim, it's like, oh, that's quite nice. It's quite nice, right? So, it's the same with GT cars. In real life, driving a GT3 car, I'd be like, oh, this is pretty intense, right? I'd be like, oh, I'd have pretty high adrenaline. I'd be focused, you know. I'd be like, oh, we're moving. But in a sim, you know, you need like a GT1 car or like a 90s vehicle. You know, it needs to be over the top in a sim to make up for the disconnect, for it to then start to approach even moderate levels of excitement. But if you haven't done loads of sim racing for decades, it's probably, you know, you're much more excitable, aren't you? So that's more a me thing. can't really blame sim developers for doing an okay job and that being a bit boring in the sim. I do think, though, it is weird with driving sims that they tend to lack the dynamics of real-world GT3 cars. Like, you can really see, if you watch onboards of GT3 cars in real life, you can see that they have a lot more, like, play and poise. Closer to AC1, actually, but even more. Like, even AC1 is really quite stale and simplistic compared to how much a real GT3 car's moving around. I've become desensitized. Yeah. I do think that actually it does apply in real life. I mean, when I have done anything in real life, that's driving related, I'm sort of don't. It's like for someone that doesn't drive at all in real life. Like the first ever rear wheel drive car, like the first ever rear wheel drive car I drove was an Ariel Atom. After having only driven cars for 4 hours, and it felt like I was like, oh, okay, this is quite nice, but you know, so yeah, Sims definitely desensitise you as well. Oh, we got a nice run here. Ah, why are you driving into me? That's not how you defend that. Naughty. You gonna drive into me again here? Yeah, good try. Keep doing it. And again? Do we do it one more time? One more time? Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna hold my line. You can keep driving into me. What are you doing? I'm going up the inside now. You can drive into me again if you want. Very naughty. Oh, you're going to drive into me on Eau Rouge? Go on. No, you want to. Oh, there we go. I wonder how much of that was netcode. At least in this you can hold your line, you know. It's not, the car's not going to fly off. Straight up bumper cars. Well, that's good fun, though. See, it's nice in this that you can have contacts like that without it ruining your race. If that was some other Sims, that would be game over. Yeah, you see, this sort of car I think is really good for newer sim racers because I think that is closer to what GT3 should be. Like a GT3 car, assuming someone understands like the basics of general braking, basic trail braking, general application of throttle, basic counter steering, you know, slowing down for a corner. Assuming someone has got the basics of driving, right? It should be super forgiving, right? It's just how it should be. That's what they're designed to be. So, in a sense, GT3 cars should actually be some of the best cars in the simulator to ease people into driving simulators and racing, which is what they do in real life. So I think this, you know, in fairness to LMU, that's what you kind of get from this. If you were new to sim racing, you've just come from like another title, or like arcade races and stuff, then this would help you get into it. Oh, 1 lap to go. Can we get 11th place here? That'd be nice. Some people claim it feels better, more real. What do I think? Why do you care what I think? Most people in sim racing hate what I think, so I wouldn't listen to what I say. And also, I'm not a real driver. I don't drive, so I can't know. I can't say. That's how it works in sim racing land. Yeah, everything's hard to go fast in. It's like Fortnite. It's easy to play, but you try doing well in it against good Fortnite players. Good luck. Or even rental go-karts, right? They're very easy to drive, but you try beating someone that's done a bit of rental go-karting or someone that's good at go-karting. Good luck. You know. Good luck. So that's the thing, isn't it? Often, when something's easier in approach, it can still have a high skill ceiling. hang on, it's only... Why is it so dark outside? It's proper raining today. It's like 1 p.m. and it feels like it's 6. I thought I'd just missed the whole day or something. It's like, I feel a bit hungry. Why is it so dark outside? Have we been streaming for hours and I hadn't noticed? Do you think we get a cheeky pass on this guy? Let's fake the left. We're going to go up the inside. Are you ready? This might work. Might not. Oh, I'm surprised that worked. That was very cheeky. Racecraft, guys. I can't believe he fell for that. That was the biggest dummy in the history of dummies. I dum-dummed him. How did he fall for that? He left the battlements open there. Look at that. He totally fell for it. We diagonally braked. It wasn't dodgy. It was fine. We could get out of jail if we needed to. That was textbook. I knew he was miles off pace anyway, so... Oops. That type of move never results in a crash. 11. Have they reset ranking and stuff? No. Oh dear, we lost some rating, but that's fine. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, they were braking early. Fortunately, he didn't move in the braking zone. That's normally what causes the problems with that type of move. You don't need a subscription for online races. Let's do this. So the way the subscription works is, if you have the base game and you have Race Control Plus, you then get all the DLCs and you can join anything. If you don't have the subscription and you just have the base game, you can only join races that have the content you've got. So there's like the tracks that come in the base thing and the cars, but there'll be a bunch of tracks that you can't race because you don't have them. And then the advantage of having Race Control Plus is that you've got, like, you can sign up to races earlier. There's special events you can sign up to, and you also get liveries and some team features. So the best option, generally speaking, is to just buy the base game on CD keys. I mean, I wouldn't recommend CD keys if we had affiliate links. I'm kidding, guys. Oh dear. Oh, that's so stupid. Don't buy CD keys because it's got sort of grey market. But, you know, if you wanted to save money, you could do. But the developer's losing out when you do that. So the best option is to buy the base game and then sign up to Race Control Plus. Is probably the cheap. It's a subscription, but you are getting some stuff for the subscription. But that's probably the cheapest option that gets you the most stuff in a general sense. The next best thing, if you don't like subscriptions, would be to buy the base game and then like the season pass, right? And then if you wanted to absolutely cheap out, grey market it, and not support the developer as much, you could just get the cheapest key off CD keys, and then you'll be able to drive the basic stuff. So those are all options available to you. Always Blue. Well, so you know, it's well. First, you get. I'm not a lawyer, so keep that in mind. You get. So basically, when you buy a game, you're licensing a piece of software. You don't own it necessarily, unfortunately, because of the way the game industry works. You don't own it. You're licensing. You're buying a license to use it. Technically, if you buy a license through some websites, you've not actually licensed it through the license agreement that the developer particularly wants, in which case it's technically not a valid license necessarily, but for the sake of things, businesses will be like, well, you know, we're still making some money, so it's better than nothing. Generally speaking, again, not a lawyer. If something's bought on CD keys, typically sites like CD Keys, I'm not saying this is how it works on CD Keys, but typically the way those sites work is that they buy through territories where it's cheaper to buy keys, or they buy when the stuff's on sale in bulk, and then they offer it up on their website for a very small profit margin from their perspective. So the developer would, if you'd have bought it through Steam or something else that's probably less grey market, they would have got more money, and that would have made more profit for the developer, right? So yes, in a sense, CD Keys have already bought, given the developer money, and they're reselling it, so the developer is still getting some money, but it's not the most ideal situation, generally speaking, for the developer. However, for a game that's online, where numbers of players is really important, and for something like LMU, where they probably want, most businesses want people to sign up to subscriptions, because from a business perspective, cash flow is the most important component, especially when it comes to investors and like business evaluations. You want to be able to demonstrate cash flow and growth, business growth, consistent cash flow, but also an increase in that cash flow, so you can then project infinitely into the distance, so you can then claim the business is worth potentially in the future a lot more than what it is now, right? So subscription services almost always deliver the most amount of cash flow for a business, and subscription users are also trapped in an ecosystem and also can be further monetized through different means. So weirdly, from LMU's perspective, from their business perspective, it actually could be better that someone bought the game on CD Keys and then subscribed to Race Plus, because rather than buying the game on Steam and not subscribing to Race Plus, right? Because they would be getting Race Plus, Race Control Plus is also outside of the Steam ecosystem, so Steam's not taking the 30%. So, you know, these things aren't particularly clear cut. It actually gets quite complicated and convoluted. At the end of the day, though, as a consumer, you always lose out, so don't worry about it. There you go. Bit of probably incorrect. That was not. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what I'm talking about. Ignore everything I just said. It might have been totally wrong. Because you don't have to have the subscription to be able to access all of the game. So I again, not a lawyer, and I don't know EU law versus UK versus American law. LMU's a UK developer, so obviously EU law will be slightly different. I don't know what treaties and stuff are in place at the moment, but like, as long as when you buy the game you can access the fundamental stuff that's advertised for what you can buy, then I don't think that's a problem as far as I'm aware. But I think they always do, BRT. They always run servers that you can access with base content. Leftist. I'm not really leftist. I'm quite pro-capitalism when as long as people have the basics. I'm quite a capitalist. Everyone should have a right to a one-bedroom flat that's clean with mixer taps, shower, hot and cold water, and heating or good insulation, aircon, a nice oven, air fryer, washing machine. That's a basic human right as far as I'm concerned. And then they should also have access to bread, sourdough, like tomato sauce, vegetables, basic healthy food, not fancy food, but that's all human rights. Like you have a right to water. So it's 2025. People should have a right to the basic stuff, oxygen, basic stuff. To like a DD wheel, people have a right to that. Yeah. People have a right to it. It actually sickens me. Genuinely. It genuinely sickens me that is not where we're at. In terms of everyone should have that. It's disgusting. People should be absolutely livid about it. I am on a daily basis. I think that's disgusting. But people are too busy being racist to argue the correct stuff. But yeah, that's what we need. And then once you've got that, you can then have like stupid business stuff. You could have like millionaires driving race cars and whatever. That's all fine. I don't care. Like, someone else can have a bigger house or larger flat, bigger TV, motion rigs, helicopters. I don't care, as long as a Norwegian prison cell. Yeah, that's the basic. People should basically have, at a minimum, worst case scenario, a Norwegian prison cell. I don't think that's too much to ask, to be honest. So that no one should have the anxiety of going, oh, I'm going to be evicted from my flat. I've got to find a shithole flat to live in. Oh, I've got to do a completely shit job just to pay for my rent in a shithole flat. That anxiety just shouldn't exist at all. So, what's Lilyhammer? I don't even know what that is. Seize the memes of production. At that point, no one will want to work anymore. Yeah, I mean, that's what I found in my life. When I've been more successful and have made more money and done stuff, I've worked less, which is precisely why I do really long live streams and make lots of videos. And that's exactly what happens with wealthier people that do business. They actually do less work. They don't pursue things out of interest. It's exactly what happens. Yeah, that's how it works. Of course, there's lots of evidence to support that argument as well. Wait a minute. All the evidence is to the contrary, and that if people are healthy and have basics and less anxiety, they tend to perform better. That's strange. No, I'm not a Mr. Moneybags, but absolutely, the more comfortable you are, the easier it is to do work. It's pretty basic. This even applies to like shit jobs. If you work I've worked in McDonald's and Morrison's and stuff. If your building doesn't have aircon and it's too warm, it's terrible. You're not going to be as productive. If you're working a shift with people that are like nice people, even if you're doing a shit job like McDonald's, the shift is enjoyable and it's not that bad to do, and it's a lot more fun and you get more done. You're more productive. It's it's pretty. If you've got access to like nice food and a gym and stuff, you're healthier. It's easier to do stuff because you're not in chronic pain. Don't listen to Random Call Sign, guys. He's lying. He lives in a top penthouse flat next to Tate Modern in central London. It's full of shit, Random Call Sign. He's absolute. Come to Serbia, you give people everything you said. No one will go to work anymore because they wouldn't need to achieve the life they want. They've been given this life for free. I mean, I don't know what specific example you're giving, but you also have to keep in mind there's a lot of really wealthy people just not doing any work at all, but they're driving GT3 cars, but then people put adverts on it, so supposedly they're then working. There's lots of jobs that I do. I've been paid for work, which I don't think is work. I really enjoy doing it. So like, also, there's this whole thing of... There's this whole misconception of work, and if you got money, then it was a productive, worthwhile thing, which is bollocks. It just doesn't work like that. Do you think sim racing is worthwhile? It is entertainment, and that's quite good, but it's not really. Like, there's children dying at the moment. There's people without clean water. There's people dying of malaria. There's a lack of a lot of basic stuff that really needs to be sorted out, but it's not being done, is it? So there's obviously much more important things to be doing than sim racing. So yeah, there's this disconnect between making money and it being worthwhile as well. But here we go. Let's talk about work and the economy. That's always fun in a live stream. Jordan Kirby, 100%, used to work as a delivery driver, and even though I earned way less than I do now, it's the best job I had because it was outdoors, driving around listening to the radio, yeah? And you probably, when you were doing that job, you were probably making the customers happier because it's nice if you open your door and the delivery man is dancing to techno. It's not nice if you've ordered a birthday cake, though, and Jordan Kirby comes to the door going, here's your birthday cake. And you're like, it's ruined. And he's like, oh, thank you, goodbye. God damn, that Jordan Kirby, he's really good at delivering sturdy objects, but I'm never ordering a birthday cake through his company. Why is work and economy always the topic in this stream? Because, unfortunately, work and economy are the underpinning of day-to-day life, so it's kind of bizarre to ignore them all the time. It's something to talk about that affects everybody. And even GT3 racing and motorsport is a direct result of the current economy and actually ties into the simulator quite literally directly. So that's why. You could just ignore it, yes. Someone subscribed and I missed it. Craig's resubbed for 22 months, see? That's a bad decision. I really appreciate it, though. Thank you. Your car's the best place to be in, it's got AC. Andy B, not true. The miserable bitch I deliver a parcel to recently told me to turn my gabber down. Outside of Arts, how's the new update?
I am the champion of the
We'll do a
ninjas.
video. TC Viper 86, thank you very much for subscribing. Appreciate that. E-Peen for you. Mega E-Peen. We need a setup for this. 12 minutes till the next race. That's good. Wow, what track are we at? What track did we join? This isn't Spa again, is it? Is it Monza? Oh, it's Monza. I've even been in these pit lanes in real life and didn't recognise it. We're literally been, not in that pit lane, but a few pit lanes back. Alright. Mr. Cold Tyres here. Oh, we're doing Speedy Monza. Well, good. Yeah, it's a nice, probably one of the nicest looking cars that's come out for ages. See, this car has more consistent force feedback, like general range in force feedback through the centre just from the turning. It still doesn't have much detail, but see. No, I know, but I'm just making the. I'm just saying. See, I like the slip lights that they've stuck on the dash, like barely integrated. They're like, where should we put them? Oh, I'll just stick them up in front of the driver. Make it nice and easy for them. Hype Train, guys, thanks for all the memberships and support. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you guys. Appreciate all the viewers. There's a lot of hype behind LMU. Do we have gearing on this car? Can we? Is there a car-specific force feedback setting? I think you can bind that. You used to be able to. Yeah, it's Gabe Newell's got a charity as well. It's like a children's charity thing that's tied into the car stuff. But the thing is, I think he kind of doesn't really want to link it with his. I think because he doesn't really mention it at all. So I think he kind of wants to keep it really separate from the Valve software stuff and what have you. That's the impression I get. Is LMU exclusively released on Steam? Yeah, at the moment, yeah. Player numbers, I think it's probably like 5,000, 4,000. Well, you have to brake sooner than that. Does this car not have very good brakes on it? Oh well. Well, if you're a fan of GT3 cars, you can. You got so many games to drive your bloody GT3 cars in. Well, when it comes to player numbers, all you need is. You just need enough players for a game to work online, which basically means at least 3 splits of 20 cars. So that really is about 1,200 or so players at any one point in time. Generally means that when you've got a ranked session, as long as the game doesn't have too many ranked sessions, it means that you're going to get at least 3 splits. And as long as you've got that, then it's normally quite a compelling game. You can drive hypercars, but they don't always run. So. Well, you know what happens with businesses? It's like as soon as something seems to be generally interesting to a consumer base, then businesses just go mental on it until it's completely dried up, like the AI stuff or cloud computing or whatever. So it seems that there's some consumer demand for this one thing. Let's all do the same thing until it's completely joyless. That is true. Deja vu, yeah. Well, I mean, iRacing is also the most realistic. You have to keep that in mind. That's a common thing that people don't understand. The thing is, though, realistically, the starter class should be like MX-5s or Formula V, Formula Ford, because they're actually much better to drive than GT3 cars. You know. Realistically. Whoa, I'm mowing the lawn. MX-5 racing is way more compelling than GT3 because the cars are lighter and they're smaller. They should put MX-5s in this game. Wheeled Endurance MX-5. How's the force feedback? It's passable, but it's still basically the same sort of thing going on. Yeah, maybe a bit too sort of dampened and vague, but it's passable. It's better than ACC, but it's worse than AC, AMS1, AMS2, Lift for Speed, Richard Burns Rally. With the hypercars, when you're going faster, you get more dynamic range because the downforce loads up the tyres, so when you start slipping you can feel it a lot clearer, but at high speed you don't really need the force feedback as much as you do at low speed, so you know. But you don't have the issues with force feedback in ACC because that game has no detail in its force feedback, so it's less messed up than ACC force feedback. I broke for the corner. There's no corner. Yeah, AMS2 has dodgy physics, so does iRacing, but the force feedback's detailed. So you know, there's different things going on. Oh, thank you. You really had a good chance of making that. What's a break? Yeah, no, you don't. If you've got a DD wheel, you don't want to use that setting. Because also it ends up compressing the force feedback in a weird way. It's not very good. I need to make a sandwich in a minute. Life of sandwich. It took you 15 hours? Why did it take you 15 hours? I can drive from Chase Cam, can't we? It's a nice looking car. Probably the best looking car for a long time. Especially the hypercar version of this looks so much better than the road car. Like the downforce and all the other bits of it just looks so good. Yeah, but that the ACC force feedback app still doesn't fix the ACC's. So ACC's got fundamental physics issues, I think, which is why the force feedback feels awful. So, and that the reason why is, yeah, there's just like ACC just has super bland. No, it's shit. You just don't know what you're talking about. Oh dear. I made myself laugh. Right. We've been through this before. Yeah, the physics thing in ACC is that the cars go from grip to being in a sort of weird passenger slide, and it's like very on and off, and so then the force feedback is just going to reflect that. That's just the physics. But also, it lacks a load. It doesn't have a seat of the pants effect at all. Oh no, the IIFFP, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the IIFFP thing does. Yeah, but the problem is you don't need that in ACC because of the way the cars drive. So you just don't need it. It's kind of the same in iRacing as well. You don't really need the seat of the pants thing because the tyres only go in one direction, which is from grip to just slip, and it falls off. You just have to you drive iRacing and ACC in the same way. The technique is different, but the process is memorize exactly what you can and can't do and then replicate what you can and can't do. It's not reactively drive to what's currently happening. So basically force feedback is largely irrelevant with those titles anyway, in terms of actually driving. Unfortunately that's the case with a few sims. Yeah, you probably just get used to it. I'm not saying that seat of the pants thing is bad, but ideally, a game has enough detail in its force feedback, and so that when the back steps out or is starting to step out, you should be able to feel it through the wheel, because any rotation of the rear of the car will be applying a torque to the front wheels, right? So, so the point is, force feedback can't fix a physics engine. It could make it easier to understand what's going on in a physics engine, but it can't fix it. You need good physics, and then ideally you need force feedback that communicates what's going on with those physics. Well, so you're not feeling the weight shift. It's just what in ACC, what you're feeling is when you brake, the suspension compresses, so you get an over-the-top tug on the wheel, which is completely useless to drive from. I guarantee you're probably really under-driving or really slow. It's quite possible. I mean, you might not be. Then what you're feeling is like, if you go over, it just drops off immediately. So the thing is, a real slick tyre, road tyre, there's like a range. The slip curve, things aren't just a single slip curve. It's not how it works. But like, if we're going to pretend there's a single slip curve, it doesn't just go grip, lower grip, lower grip, lower grip, lower grip. It's kind of like it peaks up, and then there's a whole zone, and then when all four tyres are in slip, there's a whole range of feel there. And then if the back is coming out and applying a torque on the front tyres, there's a whole range to that. No, ACC's probably the worst force feedback out of all the sims for feeling where the limit is. What you can do as well, go to Barcelona, go to the uphill right-hand corners, load up the front suspension, you're turning, you can stamp on the throttle or the brake, and the car will be going. You won't, and nothing will change in the wheel because the suspension's already loaded up. So even though you're inducing huge amounts of slip, and it's something that in a real car you would be like going, nothing changes in the wheel, which is a big problem. I don't have a fundamental understanding of car physics. I'm only just saying the really basic stuff from a very limited amount of time or just reasoning it out. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I don't claim to. I'm approaching stuff from a perspective of what is useful from a player to be able to play a video game. That's it. So from a sort of game design perspective, yeah, if you've Jan Jacala, if you've already loaded the suspension, it will just be constant in force, or it will be an immediate just drop off with no like in between. So what? But it's just a flat drop. It's like a binary switch, right? See your random call sign. What you need is a range of load so you can balance the slip on the throttle or the brake, right? There is no range there to it because the tyres are super peaky, and for whatever reason, it doesn't output a good enough force feedback signal to convey a range. Yeah, but that look, loads of people OSW Sim Sports. I've never driven a real race. Well, I have, but like I've not driven a real race car properly. So I'm just using deductive reasoning. Yeah, I'm familiar with racing simulators because I'm into games development, and I've been around racing simulators for like 20 years and have talked to a lot of physics programmers over the years. So, well, it's a form of guessing, yeah, but it's just reasoning, right? you can reason your way through quite a few things, surprisingly. Is your stream buffering for anyone else? What you can watch on Twitch, yeah, if you're having YouTube problems, it should be alright. It could be YouTube's ingest servers can mess up for certain regions. Days of Blood, you'd be surprised, right? Like, we do actually get a few offers to drive race cars, and I don't, I can't afford to break them, so I'm really reluctant. You've made vehicle physics in the past. Yeah, I mean, so the only games development stuff I've done is like 2D casual games and that sort of stuff. I don't claim to know what I'm talking about. I think people should look into things for themselves. But what I do is when I say, if I'm saying something, I will say the reasons behind it and why I think it's relevant. So someone can agree and disagree, but I can break down the specific components. So as I say, with like ACC, I can say, because I will test all these things out. And so I can say, look, if you do this, you're not going to be able to feel X, Y, and Z, or this is the behaviour that happens in the game. You know, I'm just saying what's happening. That's it, really. And then I'll say, well, this would be more useful. And then I also have a general understanding from I do know a few people that own race cars. You know, I talk to a lot of race drivers as well. So then I know what their general views on things are as well. So I can be like, well, this is what they would generally look for. This is what they'd expect. And then I can also go, well, the reality of a simulator is it lacks these pertinent things for what you would actually use in a real car. So this is why a simulator would need different things, or this is why this type of user would want this kind of thing. You know, like, I mean, I've set up motion rigs for people as well. So if someone was like a pro race driver and they want a motion rig for their home use to practice on or to dick around on, I know how they would probably want it set up and what types of things with a motion rig would put them off and feel wrong. I've never driven their race car, but I know exactly what type of settings would appeal to them generally. So as an example, a race driver that's a good driver would not want the rig to be moving around a lot, and they would not want negative forces. So they wouldn't want like fake G-loading, lunging and God knows what. All they would want is very minimal vertical setup of the motion rig, because that's the only thing you can do with a motion rig that's literally the same as real life, and so it feels correct and it doesn't put you off. And even then you would dial it down a lot. Whereas if you were setting up a motion rig for an event, a trade show, a theme park, then you might, you'd have a traction loss and God knows what, and a lot of people will find it really impressive, especially if they're driving slow cars in it and they're new to driving. They'll be like, oh, I can feel stuff happening, and they will love it and it'll be amazing, and they'll make more money in people wanting to have a go and maybe another go, right? So I don't have to. There's just understanding how things work and how it's related, right? Yeah. But I don't drive real cars, and as Daniel Morad pointed out, you can only know what's realistic if you've done the real thing. By the way, I don't mind Daniel Morad. People assume that I have a beef with him or something. I don't. I disagree with some of his views, but I've never had a problem with him on anything. He's always been fine. We're just going to use Coach Dave Academy on this. I don't know how long this race is. 30 minutes? Well, we need to pit stop in this. Thanks for subscribing as well. Appreciate it. Anyone, OZ67, anyone know why they took the 2023 GTE cars? I think because they didn't want to have to keep update. Well, I don't know. By the way, whilst I say this, I don't know. Ask in the LMU Discord, ask there. The thing is, the GTE cars were kind of old content. They're not raced anymore in WEC as far as I'm aware. And they probably don't want to keep updating them. And they're probably a distraction. And they're probably just going to dilute the sim. So there's no real reason to have them. I think you're better off without them, to be honest. They had super messed up force feedback as well. We're not even qualifying here, we're just messing around. Oh, maybe they are running it then, I don't know. Yeah, you'll still be able to get them in single player, but I don't know if they're going to run them in multiplayer. Yeah, that's it. I think it means online. But as I say, there's a reason why they're probably not the focus. Hang on, have they reduced the flat spotting? It'd be nice if they reduced the flat spotting. But then maybe that's just because they've added more damper, which is then filtering the flat spotting out. I know, well, we're still... I don't know. I don't think they changed these cars much anyway. The hypercars have the same tyres on them. Simon Robinson? Hello. DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel rotating in Simon Robinson's bed tonight. It's a DD girl, dreamy girl. Beautiful servo motors for her legs. AccuForce, Fanatec, SimuCube and a SimMagic. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your sim rig. Everybody wants a DD girl, but if she gets in your path, turn off your power or she will fry. DD girl with the DD wheel rotating in Simon Robinson's bed tonight. It's a beautiful servo, babe. 40 Newton-meter thighs. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Simon. How much fuel do we need for this? How much fuel do we need? 28 laps. That feels right for 30 minutes. If it's zero, what we on? Not accelerated, is it? She's got power thighs. Guys, I need fuel level tip here. Yeah, thanks finding a count. I can always count on you. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm so shit in this. It's not really going to matter. Where's the estimated laps? Yeah, you can see it if you knew where to look. I don't know where to look. Where do we need 16 laps? I'm going to put 23 laps. Press drive. Where's that? I don't even know what you're talking about. Well, we're going, whatever. Oh no, we put 80. That's not enough. Maybe it is. We'll find out. 21 laps. Can I go back and go? Ah, it's all over, guys. So, no, it's too late. 7 seconds. We'll be fine. Pit lap 20. Oh no!
Formation lap has
What a
started.
disaster! Oh, you can't go back to get. Oh well. I see. You guys could have told me. Oh well, we'll see how far we go. It's fine. It's fine. It was 100% fuel. Oh, nearly. Yeah, I didn't know that you could go back to the pit lane. Nobody told me that. I know you can do it in iRacing, but. Hello, Ben S. I need a sandwich. It's hard to think without a sandwich. We all need a sandwich. Here we go. Get ready for carnage. This is going to go well, isn't it?
Green flag, green flag.
I forgot that there's... Oh! What are they doing? What are they doing? What is going on here? What is going on? Okay, it's probably one of the most insane things I've ever witnessed in a simulator there. How many cars are in this race? Did I just gain like 40 positions? I mean, this alone is worth £20, right? Like, what other game has this? What is... Oh, you idiot! Has he broke my arse? No, my arse is alright. Guys, you need to brake if the car's slowed down. Oh, he's broke my car. What an idiot. Why can't people avoid crashes? We managed to avoid like 40 people. What is wrong with them? Oh, I'm here. Bloody hell. Now, that's probably one of the most insane race starts I've ever seen. In a simulator. That is probably one of the most ridiculous race starts ever. I'm sorry. Got cars in my ass. Oh. I don't know. This is good fun, see? You need more of this. Just have this. Just have this all the time. Sorted. This is probably the best advert for this car, right? Can you think of something like any other form of advertising this vehicle that would get as much visibility? Like, this car is going to get more visibility in this than it would in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, right? This is what I find weird with rights holders of video games and these licenses. It's like, well, who's actually winning out here? We've got damage to our rear, so yeah, we've got damage to our ass. Ow! I'm sorry. Oh no. Okay. That went surprisingly well. Ow. Well, this has been a totally normal race. Yeah, our whole rear is completely smashed. Oh, these cars look amazing though. This is easily the nicest looking car for a long time. Woo! See, why do people drive GT3 cars? Why bother? When you've got this, why would you drive a GT3 car, you know? Like, what's going on in people's heads? It's like someone going, here's an F2004 car. Here's a Fiat Punto. Which one would you like to drive and race? Oh, I think I'll go for the Fiat Punto. Well, my steering's at an angle, so that's not ideal. Whoa! Bloody hell. 240 mile an hour parked car. Something from Interstellar, that. This is a thing, right? As a game, this thing of just having loads of cars on a track in an hourly race is like PUBG. Like PUBG has terrible gun mechanics, terrible player movement, but thanks for subscribing. The thing is, it's like, oh, there's 100 people. Can I beat them all on this big island? Right? Whoa! There's a tyre! There's a tyre! Whoa! Whoa! I drove into him. I thought he was still going to the right. Oh, we've lost our wheel now. I thought he was going to the right. Oh, my wheel's come off. That went well. I was distracted by the wheel that was flying in the air. Oh, no. Oh, we're doing our pit stop. Oh, my car's not stopping. It's not... Can you enter into the pits in reverse in this? That went well. The car, it's almost... Does a pit limit... Can you actually pit in reverse? It's almost as if... No, you can't. Oh, God damn. It's... It's almost as if it's hard to brake a car when it's got 3 wheels. There we go. You can't pit in reverse. It's worth trying. No, easy fix that. Easy fix. I just saw the wheel in the air and I was distracted, but look at the wheel floating in the air. It went well high. And then I was like, oh, avoid the wheel. And then he just comes onto the track from nowhere. Why did this... Why did that guy come onto the track like that? Why is he just... I mean, jeez. It's a good clip, though. So I appreciate it. I'll get a sandwich. Yeah, this is good. We'll do this race properly. Yeah, I drove towards the wheel because I was trying to avoid the other cars because I thought the track was blocked, and then I was like, oh. Then that other guy started coming back onto the track, so I was like, oh shit, I've got to get on the grass. Oh dear. Yeah, no one slows down for yellows. Come on, it's sim racing. You speed up for yellows. It's the one time to get a good overtake. Everyone knows that. Yeah. If I see a chance to drive into a tyre. Yeah, exactly. The team has. I've just increased pit stop tyre change efficiency by 25%. So really, I should be rewarded for that. I mean, if a wheel came off a vehicle you're out of the race. Like, that's going to have to have taken the whole part of that vehicle off. the brake, everything, and it'd all be ripped off. So you're not going to replace that. Or do they? Can they replace the whole suspension, everything? Or is that classed as the donezo? I mean, they can rebuild a Formula 1 car after the session, or like, you know, but not. Oh yeah, it's yeah. But I don't know. They're not going to fix it in a pit stop. I don't know. Maybe they do in World Endurance Championship. Yeah, exactly. The car wouldn't be balanced. You'd have to replace all the arms. I mean, even the bolts that the yeah. I don't know. Unless it's designed to. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think they would, but who knows? So I'm saying it'd be interesting. Brand new car, guys. That went well. And we've now we've got enough fuel. It was all calculated. We need to bind a car-specific force feedback. Okay. Just getting out of the way for these people. I don't think we ruined anyone's race though, which is good. Is LMU worth 30 current euros? No. You really don't want to support these developers. Where's he going? Some of the worst people on earth, actually. Really, really bad. I've never enjoyed playing this, to be honest. I've not had any fun with this game, so I would really recommend not playing it. You know, you can tell from our videos and our live streams of this that it's awful. Really one to avoid, I'd say. Hang on, this is for position. Well, that's their problem though, filing a count. You can't cater to everyone. Well, that's his loss, isn't it? Eventually, if enough people are sarcastic, he'll learn. You're a PS5 guy, so hopefully we get this there too. Yeah, it's going to be difficult for him to get it to run on console, but they could do, I guess. It would make sense. They've got it's a good, pretty solid central product, so I don't see why it wouldn't be something that could sell quite well on console. So from a business perspective, even if it wasn't the core team developing it on console, you know, you could have another team develop it, and you're like, well, look, it's a solid game. It's got a license. There'll be a demand for it. You know, it's a solid business case, so it makes sense. Yeah, that's the difficulty. It's like this is based off this game engine was originally developed for PCs, but to be fair, this game engine was originally developed for PCs back in 2009, 2010. So, you know, you can turn a lot of the stuff down, but it's kind of like how it uses like their PS5 should be able to run it, I guess. Just depends on the settings. Oh, let's let this guy go past. I think this car, this would be fun to drive on a motion rig, this floating along in this car. Looks like a spaceship. I need a sandwich, guys. I'm absolutely dying here. It is sandwich time. Whoa! Give it a bit of counter welly. It's not really the graphical part of it necessarily. There's like, I mean, I don't really know what I'm talking about here, but with some games there's like architectural aspects, like how many cores are used, or if it's single core, or if you can send stuff to different cores, or how you manage the memory. There's a whole bunch of stuff. So it's not necessarily a case of lower resolution, it runs faster. There can be a whole bunch of like rando technical things going on. Does it do any benefits to the graphics card to switch any AMD features? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Woo! Well, yeah, but ACC is Unreal Engine, and that, even though they forked it, which means that they had a version of Unreal Engine that they then did their own development to. The Unreal Engine is by default designed to be a cross-platform engine. So at its core, it's generally easier to get Unreal to work cross-platforms because it was designed around that, whereas this game engine was not designed with games consoles in mind at its core. So Unreal Engine is specifically designed in a way where you can basically downscale and upscale to get performance on lower-end systems. Hello, Matt. How's it going, man? Are you going to join in some racing? Hang on, known as lazy ass developers. Well, this is a weird thing to say because I've not met many lazy developers. A few, but this is a common misconception. The thing is, what it normally is that there's not enough developers and not enough time, and somebody that has no clue is forcing developers to get content out that's physically impossible to get done in the time frame allocated, unless you were making a separate joke. But it is something you see online a lot. The lazy developer thing is often developers trying to get the bare minimum done with the limited amount of time they've got. Getting withdrawal. Yeah, it's all time management and other people that did stuff before messing things up. LMU developers might be familiar with that, but like, yeah, a lot of games development stuff is someone in a rush had to get something done quickly because they didn't have any time, so they're like, oh shit, well, we got it working, it'll do, right, okay. And then 5 years down the line, someone else in a rush is like, I've got to build on top of this thing It doesn't work properly. What's going on? Oh, shit. That will do. That will do. And then another 5 years passes, and basically you have this house of cards of insanity. That is a lot of game engines. Well, AMS2 is not really a new game. It's more of a total conversion of Project Cars 2. It's not really. They have done a fair bit of work to it, but AMS2 is more of a modification than it is a completely new game. I would argue, from what like it seems to me, I could be wrong. Seems to me that the Le Mans Ultimate developers have done a hell of a lot more work to the underlying source code and engine and workings on of R-Factor 2 engine, G-Motor, whichever it is, than Reza have ever done to Madness engine. So, not knocking either one, but there's a difference between some developers do more polishing to underlying code than others. R-Factor 2 and R-Factor 1 engine are the same. There's no ISI motor 2.5. Well, the fundamental tyre model used is different.
That time was a 1:29.40.
So R-Factor 1 uses a empirical tyre model, whereas R-Factor 2, I mean, you could use an empirical tyre model in R-Factor 2, I guess, but R-Factor 2 uses a finite element fully simulated tyre. It's just the same, yeah. Geoda! Thank you very much. Blessed be. Blessed by the Church of Force Feedback. Appreciate your support. Well, even there's some game, like some first-person shooters, still have code in them from Doom, Wolfenstein. Most of it's been replaced, but sometimes you have stuff that's still there. If it works, right? You don't need to reinvent the wheel all the time. I mean, I think ActionScript 2 is the pinnacle of all programming. I think all games should be made in ActionScript 2. I don't think people appreciate how good ActionScript 2 is. Yeah, Half-Life Alyx has some Quake code or something in it, Doom code in it. See, they... Half-Life 1 gold source gold engine is built on top of not Doom but like Quake, I think. Yeah. We're not last, guys. This has gone quite well considering we lost a wheel. It's going to be a great replay. There's absolute insanity in this. Yeah, no, ActionScript 3 was much closer to normal programming because you weren't. ActionScript 2, you were forced to work within the frame system of Flash, whereas ActionScript 3, like you say, it's more like Java or XML and stuff. Like you could program a game in ActionScript and not even use any of the Flash features in ActionScript 3, but in ActionScript 2 you still had to use like keyframes and things in assets for certain things to work. You don't need to. So the $100 thing is not. That's people adding up the wrong thing. So you can buy the base game and then do the Race Control Plus subscription, right? But even if you bought the base game and the season pass, I don't think that's $100. Maybe it is, but I've seen online a lot of people. This is one of the problems with the way they're selling the game. So it is an issue with all these DLCs and things. But yeah, I'm not sure how much it costs if you get the base game and the season pass.
That time was a 129.96.
Whether or not it's worth it would depend on how much you intend to play online ranked races, I think. If your focus was single player, then no. If your focus is pure car handling, then I'd say no. Like, I think AC's better for that, AC1. But if you wanted jumping multiplayer that's affordable with nice netcode and online races and events and things, that's where it offers the value. New line. I don't think a GPU is a good anniversary present. You'd want something that's not going to be worthless in the future. You want something that holds value, like a table.
That time was a 129.39.
Woo! Or a chest of drawers. Woohoo! Or a refrigerator. Woo! Modern technology. Technologia. Technologia. I tell you, a good anniversary would be a motorised a force feedback joystick. That's good. Or like a DD wheel. There you go. They hold value. Or a good T-slot sim rig. There you go. Show your partner that you love them by buying a good T-slot sim rig for them. A good vacuum cleaner is well fun. Proper decent wireless charging vacuum cleaner. They're awesome. What, an air fryer? That's good. Get an air fryer. Well, a force feedback joystick is something everybody can enjoy. Woo! How's the handling on LMU? 4. It could be 6, maybe 12. Oh, might be 80. I'm not sure. 3.5. I like a sandwich is a good gift. It depends how hungry you are. Like if you're really, really hungry, a sandwich is like the best gift you could ever get. It's funny how those things work. Like whether or not depends what you need, really, doesn't it? Well, this title's Simcade because you can counter steer when the back steps out and the grip returns quite quickly, so you have to keep that in mind. A lot of people don't realise how Simcade that is. Like real race cars, when the tyres go over the limit, they completely turn off.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
Well, we didn't come last. Oh, look at this first lap, guys. This first lap was amazing. You ready? Well, that's it. What's going on here? Oh, how do we get the replay? We have to quit to get the replay. Can you not get the replay in the session anymore? Yeah, I clicked that and then we didn't get anything. Yeah, I get we clicked that. Oh, bloody hell, guys. There's no Oh yeah, the replay bar is hidden by default. It's weird. Guess we. Oh my god. Oh dear. No. Yeah. Oh, they've changed the replay bar as well. It's a new replay bar. It's nice. It's nice. Here we go. Look at this grid. Look at this start. This race was. This is probably one of the best race starts ever. I forgot that we were doing Fast Monza. I started braking for the corner. And then it's like, oh no, we're doing this layout. Now look at this. After people drove off the track. What are they doing? What? Doesn't make any sense. Why did they all drive off the track like cold tyres and they just didn't make the corner? So stupid. Why did they all just drive off it though? Oh dear, it's so dumb. So stupid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the sand tarmac. And this car's flying everywhere. This guy drove into the wall. Didn't make any sense at all. And then here we go. This braking zone. Bing, bing, bing. Just get straight in there. Straight in there. Look at that. What are they all doing? I have no idea what they're doing. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, there we go. Car binned in the wall there. Oh. Genuinely one of the most ridiculous race starts. We got punted in the ass. The real problem was this lap, wasn't it? Right. I know which lap was it which we crashed on? Oh. Right, here we go, here we go. Right. Right, here we go. Why was there a tyre 60 foot in the air? Look. Oh, it's not showing. Oh, there it is. There's a tyre. Just comes out of the sky, boing. Right, whose tyre was that? Is that his tyre? Oh no, there it is. It's that one. Whose car is that? Look at it go. What a launch! That is a good launch. Oh, how do we slow mo? Hang on, what is? Oh, come on. Okay. Absolute carnage. Yeah, almost took out the helicopter. How good would that be if the tyre hit the helicopter crashed into the track? We gained 13 places. Oh, no, we lost safety rating and we lost 14 driver rank. Oh, well. Oh, no, we're platinum. We're still platinum, almost ultra platinum. Right, I'm gonna get a sandwich quickly, guys. I need some energy. Energy. Right, that was good. It was good fun racing. That. Yeah, that's a good event. You missed two and smashed straight into light mode. Well, thank you. What's this? WEC experience is in 10 minutes. Oh no. This could be good. We could do this one. Super 60 series. Perfect. Why fire isn't in Sims? R-Factor 2 has fire, but it was a bit weird how it works. Like you could have after you got past a certain amount of damage, the car just caught on fire. silver. Right, I'm just getting a sandwich, guys. Actually, I'm getting noodles because I've got noodles, so I just need to microwave them. I'll be back in a second. Appreciate everyone watching. Hope you're having a nice day. If you're watching on YouTube, you can click the like button if you want to. Did I give a verdict? Yeah, I don't buy it. That's what all I can say is not worth getting. Probably one of the worst sims at the moment. You know, you can't have fun playing this. I think that's it. That's the takeaway from this is that. Well, also, I think you should only listen to what live streamers say and not find out for yourself. That's a real takeaway. I listen to influencers for everything that I do in life. You know, I can't actually think for myself. We will do a video on our 1.0 impressions that everyone will enjoy, because I was saying in the video that it's fun. It's good fun. Force feedback's not the most detailed, and then as soon as I say that, people go. That's all they'll just hear me say, the force feedback. They'll just say the force feedback's not the best, and that's their brain will do that. That's what happens. Yeah. Should probably put that at the end of the video. Just say positive stuff, and then they'll be like, "Oh, he's massaging my confirmation bias. Oh, I like it."
Yes, he's saying that my game is the best. Oh, please tell me that I'm playing a good game. Oh, keep telling me how realistic it is. Oh.
That's what they're like. And then as soon as you say something negative, that's just average sim racer. Massage my confirmation bias.
Oh, please massage my confirmation bias. Oh, massage me good.
Right, back in a minute. Guys, everybody massage your confirmation bias. Bias? Bias. That's how you end up with a faster computer. Get a cup of tea as well whilst you're at it. Woo! Right, we've got some food. That's nice. Needed to eat. Beautiful. Yeah, we're only the best tunes here. Hello, Mr. Silent Thoughts. We're doing all right, thanks. Yeah, we're just having fun trying out the update. Why does it say in progress? They're still not fixed that, I think. Egg noodles. Noodles. Yeah, they're doing a fun Valkyrie race on Monza, which is pretty funny. We're going to do this Spa race. Is the Valkyrie competitive? What's this? Ferrari. I mean, really, we should be driving the GT3s as they're the things that's changed, but... Well, look at this. No, we're going to go with the Aston Martin. We've got to drive the new stuff. See, this is quite nice as well, that you can sign up to an event and then you can just click practice and you're in the right thing for the race. You know, it seems like a small thing, but I think that's actually just a big thing for convenience. Like, a sim has already got so many cars and tracks and things going on. You need, as a player, it's all just like choice paralysis. And so having it so it's like, oh, there's an event, pick your car. Right, there you go. There's the practice for it. Okay. And there's a setup there. Great. You can focus on driving. It's like if you're travelling by plane or train and they've got a cafeteria, if they just had tea and coffee and shortbread, you'd be like, oh, I guess I'll have tea and coffee and a shortbread. But if they have like 5 million types of tea and 5 million types of coffee and a billion types of biscuits and cakes, you'd be like, you know. But if they just have one shortbread of one that you've never had before, but it looks quite nice, you'll probably go for it. Well, I would. Maybe not everyone's as susceptible to shortbread as me, but. No, because people that celiac, they would have already have died in my imaginary world, because there's no gluten-free options. They just wouldn't exist. They would be they would be crouched in the corner in chronic pain, going, "Oh God, oh God, oh my stomach, oh." And that would be their fault for being born with a genetic condition. No, we'd also have carrots for people that can't eat shortbread. They can have a carrot. So you'd have a cup of tea, a good cup of tea, a good coffee, some shortbread or a carrot. There you go, that'll shut them up. How short is it? How short is what? The shortbread. It gets shorter the more you eat it. Valu, thanks for subscribing. Welcome to the noodle zone. Good old vegetable noodles here. We've got carrot, the most important ingredient, beans, cabbage, bean sprouts, more cabbage. Beautiful. So rainy today. It's just dark outside. It's really weird. Oh, this is Irish tea. It's been brewed with hops. They put water on some hops and some other stuff, and they've left it. The canals were empty. Oh wow. It's good. It's nice. Yeah, it's moist aged tea. That's what kombucha is as well. It just what does kombucha turn the bacteria turns the sugar into something else? I don't know what it turns it into. Maybe just gas. Doesn't turn it into alcohol, but right. What setup do we do this? We Coach Dave in it. How long? Oh no! Oh, I hope this flicks back, or I hope this isn't bugged out. It's loading all the cars here. Oh, there we go. Oh, we've got a noodle man in front of us. Look at him go. Look at him go. Oh yeah, we need to bind force feedback actually to this controls. I think you can bind a force feedback strength option to each car. Ah, no. Huh. Maybe you can't. I thought you could. You could in R-Factor 2. Oh, here we go. We're going to reset force feedback. No. Can we set the message here? Quick chat 1. I don't have any free buttons. Why can't we increase and decrease force feedback per car? It depends on your wheelbase. Some wheelbases you can, some you can't. What does constant steering force effect do? We'll try driving and see what it feels like. I'm not quite sure what it is. They don't even describe what it is. Maybe. It's a shame we can't do car specific force feedback. Does the wheel rotation? It depends on the hardware you're using. Some wheelbases it will line up and work perfectly normal, and some it will just lock the wheel rotation but doesn't allow you to turn more. So you need to just check that it lines up or you get the rotation that you want. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that R Factor 2 has an increase and decrease force feedback strength option. Very strange. The thing with these cars are, at low speed, the force feedback is super weak. So if you turn the force feedback down, you then lose, especially with the cold tyres, you then lose all force feedback detail. Oh my goodness. Struggle to get around that. Studio 1295, it'll a nice DD wheel will like blow your nipples off. No, I didn't put constant effects on. We'll try some laps with it off and then try it with it on. The Aston Martin is slower in real life, so it's a shame they should just bop everything. It's more fun that way. Maybe they also need to wait a bit to get like see what times people get with stuff, and then you can adjust it a bit. That's probably the best way to bop stuff, is you've got the data for the median results for all the cars that everyone's getting, and then you can work out how much to increase its performance. The difficulty is like it's going to be different on each track. So it will skew the results. Yeah, none of these things are going to be perfect. I mean, the ideal thing would probably be to have some kind of like AI do it, but yeah, just set. Ideally, if you've got tactile transducers, you can have it so they vibrate at 75% brake input, and then you can, when you get into the later part of the braking zone, if you can feel that vibration, you know that it will lock up. But generally, you need to just brake in a straighter line at a certain amount of force, and then at the lower part of the braking zone, you have to. Once you get into the trail braking phase, you need to be a lot lighter on the brake. But the force feedback's not. The game doesn't have enough detail in the force feedback to let you just feel that like you can in some other sims. unfortunately. This car, does it have worse braking than the other? Ah! Sorry, I'm trying to get to the garage. Let's try that setting. Yeah, I thought it'd go straight to the pit, but it didn't. That's not what I want. Oh, this... Oh, bloody hell. Come on. Is this setting option? There we go. It's because the force feedback's a little bit dull in the sim, and then what happens is you end up you'll brake too hard, and then the rears have just gone completely over the limit, so you end up with snap oversteer, and the grip's just gone. So that's why you can't feel it. But yeah, basically the game needs more detailed force feedback, effectively, but. At the moment, you just have to learn the conditions for locking up, which is a bit lame, but it's just how it is. Yeah, you can't really drive off dash lights. They're stupid. The reason the dash lights are there are mostly to let the driver know that they're over driving, or they're but you should be able to feel it through the steering wheel. I also it would let the driver know how much they're riding on the DC. Fundamentally, driving from the dash is a bit weird. Only the GT3s have been updated. We'll do a video saying how it is. Hello, Donut. Yeah, so I was speaking to, I can't remember who it was, but some professional race driver about the dash lights a few years back. And one of the aspects of having the dash light is that it was, for whatever reason, it was easy to lock up in the vehicle, but you couldn't tell you were locking up. So the dash lights were useful for them to be able to feel that they were locking up. That's what they said. I don't know how true that is. They could have been an idiot. It was a proper professional, like a, I can't remember who it was, but it was like a well-known driver. But even then, sometimes well-known drivers say completely ludicrous stuff, so I'm not even agreeing or disagreeing. I wouldn't know, but just keep in mind that sometimes, like, even Formula 1 drivers say the stupidest of shit about their own cars and simulators. Like, you know. But, that's not based off me saying they're saying the stupidest shit. That's other people. I wouldn't know. But other people that would know, you know. So, I mean, I say the stupidest of shit about YouTube, so it's my job. So, do you know what I mean? It's not, I'm not like having a go at them. Like, everybody does. Everybody has, for some reason, your brain sometimes connects things in a way that makes no sense at all, but at that point in time, you know, you'll think you're saying something that is reasonable, but it's actually completely moronic. Even with stuff that you work with all the time. Like, I can think of loads of examples where I've been a complete idiot. Yeah, well, so I've done, like, a lot of art stuff with games, graphic design and things, and so many things that Is this sim good now? No. Fixed, question mark? The implication being it's broken. Fixed. Worth getting, hashtag. Game changing. Big red arrow. Stupid look on. Yeah, thing is, that does get clicks, but whenever I see a thumbnail and someone's put a stupid, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with having a face on your thumbnail because it's part of your branding, and you know, it's a part of brainwashing people into seeing your face and them associating what you're doing with your face. So, you know, and also people do click on thumbnails. But I don't understand why people do the face thing, the stupid face, when they don't need to. Like, you especially in the sim racing space, it's not needed because the audience is a lot older. And you can have this same effect of an engaging thumbnail. You can just take a picture of your face from the video, so it's an actual natural face that you were making in the video. Right, and then it doesn't seem completely stupid because it's actually from the video. But yeah, it's really weird to me when people do that. But I guess normally it's not the individual. They often have people doing their thumbnails for them. Quite a lot of YouTubers.
The pace car is out of control.
Quite a lot of YouTubers don't actually do a lot of the stuff themselves. You know, they got better things to do. Thanks for following JJ81. Does Jimmy get a pass?
I am the champion of the ninjas.
I Jexis, thank you for subscribing. I mean, I don't watch any of. I don't. I have most sim racing channels are blocked on my YouTube, especially bigger ones because I don't. So I'll have smaller sim racing channels. I'm not. I don't block them because if they're a really small channel, it's nice to encourage them. And you know, when they put out a good video, I'll be like, "Oh, cool, good job" and stuff. You know, because it's nice. YouTube's brutal. If you're starting out, it's so shit. So it's nice when you have smaller channels to see that they've done a post and to be like, you know, encourage them. Also, if they do a good video, then I'll be like, "Oh, guys, check out this video." If it's a larger channel, if it's, you know, Steve, Jimmy, James Baldwin, there's a whole bunch of larger channels. They don't need. I'm not going to be able to add. There's no point. There's no like. I'm not going to help them in any way. So I don't want to be. Also, don't want to watch their videos and be influenced in my view at all by seeing anything they've done. Your thoughts on Reverend Sim Racing? I don't know. Don't know that channel. Finger on chin concerning look. Big red arrow. Yeah, no, I mean, it is hard that YouTube's hard to do as a job, or to make money from. Not that it's a hard job, but it's hard to make money from it. Well, the choice with James Baldwin, it's either James Baldwin or Bold James Lose. You can choose. You can choose which one you want. James Bold winner, Bold James loser. I want James Baldwin to do more real world driving. He shouldn't be sim racing. He should be. This is what I say. These drivers, they should be real world drivers. James Baldwin should have been in like Formula 1 or something. You know, he should be proper race driving. He's obviously very talented, so it's just stupid that he's stuck in sim racing. Oh, he's doing real driving as well, but it's stupid when you have someone that's so obviously talented, unable to execute on their talent, even when they've demonstrated it, right? It's so dumb. So I think he's doing good though. I don't know how many how many esports competitions do you have to win before you earn real driving. Like, how it's so funny how skilled a sim racer has to be to then be allowed to somehow get into motorsport. But then, as we always say, like the thing is, it's the motorsport's presented as if it's a meritocracy when it's completely not whatsoever. So it's, you know, the reality of motorsport is if you're not going to bring money to the table, no one cares. And being fast does not bring money to the table. Well, how can we don't race each other? Well, James Baldwin's quick. I ain't gonna be racing him. He would be like, he was probably like 2 seconds a lap faster, if not more. There's not gonna be any racing. No, I know exactly, Parker. He's really good at media. He's really good at talking to a camera. He's totally anodyne. He doesn't talk about anything controversial at all. You know. I would wager that I don't know, but I would wager that James Baldwin thinks I'm an arse. I don't care or mind, but normally when someone's like more sort of like not as mental as I am, they normally find my personality type a bit annoying. So, which I don't mind. I don't expect people to to gel with how I am. So. GT3 is like karting for really rich people, basically, yeah. What's performance like? Sort of average. It's not for how it looks. It's not like the best performing sim, but it runs okay-ish. I think. I can't really tell you, Whoops! I can't really tell you on this system because I'm on a 5090. A randomly call sign is registered. We'll have to drive into random call sign in our Valkyrie. Yeah, this will be good. 60-minute race, beautiful. Yeah, the graphical programmer behind Madness Engine's a genius. Also, he goes back in the games industry. Like he worked on many games that you guys would know. Yeah, I mean, so LMU is kind of like R-Factor 2 in terms of how well it runs. It's quite CPU heavy as a game. Because it's kind of it's from sort of 2011, 2012 era. Am I impressed with the 5090? Not really for its price, no. But it is what it is. If it was like £800, I'd be impressed, but not for however much it cost. Also, the problem is a lot of games don't really fully take advantage of it. Yeah, 1080 Ti was impressive. The GeForce 4 Ti and the Voodoo 2 and the GeForce Original 256, apart from its driver issues, those were impressive. Those also cost £200. So, yeah. I'm less impressed when something costs many thousands of pounds. It's not very impressive. Well, I think that the 4090 and 5090 are quite impressive in terms of what they can do, but the price of them completely undermines that. Also, the other thing I think that undermines them a bit is how big they are. So that, you know, it's more impressive, I think, when you get a graphics card that can do the processing without requiring a refrigerator attached to it. Because do you remember when the G4, when the Voodoo 3, or was it 3, 4, 5? I don't know. One of the Voodoo cards came out, and you had to plug it into a wall socket, and it had like shitloads of fans on it, and everyone was mocking it. How little did we know? Was it the Voodoo 3 that had the wall socket, the like DC wall socket to plug into the graphics card? Parker Burris, as far as raw performance, no doubt over the gap between the series is almost negligible. Yeah, well, do you know the thing as well is that you can tell that the VRAM is the biggest component for modern graphics cards. That's one of the most important components, and you can tell for sure that they crippled the 5080 by putting not enough VRAM on it. Like if they did a 5080 with 32 gig of RAM, you probably wouldn't buy. Most people probably would not benefit from buying a 5090, right? So that's what they've artificially capped the performance through VRAM. So it's one of those things which I think always feels a bit cheap when companies do that. cheap. Well, it's not cheap for the consumer, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I would imagine they do a 5080 Ti or something, and then I think it'll probably then they'll add more VRAM, but they'll probably also add a few £100 to the price. But also, I feel like we're with computer graphics and games, we're in a sort of weird situation where RTX is normally implemented terribly and it looks shit. So you can, if you play Battlefield 3 or 4 and you play it in 4K and crank the settings up, or even a good example is that Star Wars game, which is Battlefield 3 engine, but it's got photogrammetry. If you play that, it looks better than the stuff now, which is like, oh, it's ray tracing. Oh, look at the new Alan Wake game or whatever. And it looks crap. It looks terrible. It looks worse. It genuinely looks worse than games from 15 years ago. But it's using ray tracing. It's like, well, I don't care if it looks worse. Great. It's calculating the shadows more realistically. Why do I care if it looks worse? Hang on. When you find yourself being the only one complaining, more often than not, you're the one who is wrong. Well, there's a lot of flaws with that. If someone finds themselves to be the only one complaining, they could be the only person being critical. There could be someone that has identified stuff. Well, that's just such a stupid thing to type. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If could. Oh dear, that's such a stupid thing to type. You have a question, Mark Harper. I have a question. If you see this, remember this. Remember this. Used to have a beginner, intermediate, and advanced races. Now they don't. It's all just based on driver rating. No, they still do. It's a safety. That's safety rating. You think ray tracing is relevant for CGI, but real-time gaming is too much processing. It depends what you're doing, doesn't it? So ray trace shadows are fantastic, and ray tracing can be fantastic. It depends on the game. Lots of games just don't need it. Some games will do, but it's obviously just shoehorned into stuff for promotional purposes. Unsubscribe. Yeah, there's definitely a cultural thing. So culturally, some people culturally find complaining by default negative. They can't understand that it's just general conversational pointing stuff out. So they get too emotional when they hear a complaint or they hear criticism. It's the negative emotion. Because they're from a culture where you don't criticise stuff, you always have to be positive, which is terrible, because then everything has to be framed around positivity, which allows for complete shit to continue on. But for those people, anytime anyone is critical, they get upset. I think you can be agreeable. The thing is, you can still be critical and agreeable. In fact, I would say, like, if you've got a more agreeable personality, it's better to be more critical, because if you have an agreeable personality, you tend to just go along with whatever's happening, and so you then have to be more. You don't inherently. You don't inherently stop yourself from doing stuff, so you have to then engage your brain and go, hang on a minute. It's not gender, it's culture, and also gender is mostly culture as well, to be honest, so... Different cultures will have different emphasis on specific gender behaviour. The vast majority of gender stuff is completely made up. Like, obviously there are fundamental physical differences between sexes, but so much stuff in gender there's such a huge spectrum, and so much of it is just made up by people. So, you know. And also then in terms of gender roles and relationships, and that a lot of that is just culturally made up as well, so... Most often, the only one complaining is the one who's wrong. Purely statistical fact. No, that doesn't make any sense. The one complaining is normally the one that's noticed that there's something wrong. But there's no real connection there. You could have someone that isn't complaining that hasn't noticed or has noticed, and someone that is complaining that has noticed. You could have someone that's complaining and they're incorrect, but that's a separate thing. Yeah, never take criticism or rock the boat. That's the way to make the most amount of money. Always reframe stuff in a positive light. It's also it is a good way to manipulate people. So let's say that you noticed that something was wrong, or someone was doing something wrong, or something was incorrect, or someone said something incorrect. You can reframe what you're saying to seem like you're agreeing with them in a positive light to make them accept it more. And on the face of it, that seems like you're being agreeable and it seems more respectful. But from a sort of more from a more honest perspective, you're actually being manipulative to avoid the crux of the actual reality of something. So, but you could make an argument that, from a pragmatic sense, if your goal is to change someone's mind, or to change their mind in a short-term period, or to get a given result out of someone, you could argue that it's a better process to use. But you would be being deceptive and dishonest. But some people, you could argue either way. Ethically, you could argue that's fine. I would argue personally, I would rather be directly confrontational. So someone knows that you're presenting what you're presenting. But I'd also let them know that I don't have anything against them as an individual. I'd be confrontational to the ideas, not them as a person. And I think that's a more productive philosophy. I think that's a better way of approaching things. You can debate that. I think that's more honest. So. But it upsets a lot of people because they're not culturally used to that. And also, unless you've developed rapport with someone over time, they're going to be confused by that, especially if they come from certain cultures. Depends on the culture, like sort of Middle Eastern, not Middle Eastern, like Eastern European, Scandinavian, Dutch, British, German. They will understand more direct, immediate, to the point criticism or confrontation of ideas, and they won't be emotionally offset by it. But if you go to like America, Asia, culturally it will completely they'll be like so, you know, so it depends. There's a whole layer of communication and culture as well, so it gets very complicated. Right, here we go. Let's take some fuel out. Has steering angle changed? You're having understeer at full lock going around simple corners. You might be driving into the corner too quickly. But maybe steering angle has changed for you. I don't know. You might want to check. You could just check the make sure your wheels synced up with the sim, and see what you get. This car doesn't have new tyres. This is using the hypercars. Stayed the same. Oh, hang on. We need to turn that. I don't think that force feedback setting really. Well, I don't even know what it did, but. Oh. Yeah, but even if you're going at slow speed, you might still be understeering because you might be trying to turn more than what you can do. So, could be like maybe the car's less. Are you on about GT3? It could be you might need more rear brake bias. Cars might be more understeery. It could be differential settings. I don't know. There's a lot of possible things involved there. I mean, it could be steering lock. Could be steering lock as well. There's a whole host of things that's possible. Oh, just scrape them all there. It's a little bit, it's a little bit wonky donk, but that's fine. Who doesn't like a bit wonky donk? Probably slightly worse than R-Factor 2 in some ways, but then aspects of the tyres are slightly better in some ways. It's very similar. Well, the thing is with communication as well, a lot of communication is not necessarily the words, it's like indirect, and a lot of communication is also based on expectation and context. So unfortunately the internet is quite lacking on those things. Well, the understeer is if you go too fast into a corner, you are understeering. You might not be mean understeering. You just mean the turning circle is not tight enough. You maybe turn off the. There's two settings for steering rotation for some reason in this game. I don't know why it has two settings, but you could just do it all manually. So you just need to you can just do it manually. No, there is definitely an issue with LMU and R-Factor 2 has a weird issue where with some wheelbases it doesn't sync up the wheel rotation with the car's wheel rotation properly. This is R-Factor 1 has the same problem as well. I'll show you the settings you can tweak. After we've done this quali. Wow, you are watching this channel, so that's a pretty big skill issue. Yeah, I'll tell you what setting you can change. Although one of them I think you can only change in the main menu, so. Well, even the in-car steering wheel's not actually a perfect indicator of it. because the in-car steering wheel is just a visual rotation, which can be also incorrect even when your wheel is set up correctly. That's part of the same bug that the game has as well. I say this goes back to R-Factor 1. This has been a thing since 2004 or so. Actually, R-Factor 1 came out in 2006, I think.
Time 204.60.
Yeah, it depends on the wheelbase and the firmware for the wheelbase as to whether or not it has the issue. In the past, it would be like an issue on Thrustmaster wheels, but not Logitech, and vice versa. I'll show you the setting in a minute. Yeah, R-Factor 1 came out in 2005. I knew it was sometime around there, because I got it when it came out. Well, also the other bug is when you set the wheel degrees of rotation, that doesn't work properly with some wheels.
Lap 203.64.
How many sets of tyres do we get? Well, we're just going to have full fuel here. Do we get... Oh, we get full new tyres. 4 of 8? Oh, okay. Oh, well, even the ones we used will be fine to use if we have to use them again. Alright. So the setting... So in the car setup, with the bug... this wheel rotation setting, right? With the bug, this will basically just lock the steering and it won't work properly. If this works properly, this will line up. Sometimes it doesn't with some wheels. So you can change the wheel lock and the sensitivity with this wheel range lock setting. However, in the game settings, you have this. You can set this. So if you turn this off and then you set this to what your wheel rotation is in your software, then that will make it line up properly. So set your wheel to 900, turn this off, set your wheel to 900, and then it should generally line up.
The pace car is out of control.
And you could turn this off as well, so that it doesn't stop the maximum amount you can rotate your steering wheel. So I mean, I have it on because I've just got it set up like this and it's fine. But yeah, you can turn this off, turn that off, set that to 900 and set your wheelbase to 900, and then it should all line up. And then if the higher number this is, the more sensitive the steering will be. But this is, if you've got that bug, this won't work properly necessarily. So there you go. The fact that I know that is bloody depressing. This is how you know you've played too many simulators for too long. Imagine that. This is what we say about needing a degree, an undergraduate degree worth of knowledge for R Factor. Because that is so, like, ridiculously niche. It's such an absurd thing to be aware of. It's ridiculous. Why are they all on... Are they actually all on softs? I don't think they are. It's a lie. Don't trust them. They still haven't made it so it updates the tyres on the scoreboard before the race, which is a shame. But you can go back to pits, can't you, if you're on here, so it's not the end of the world. You can go here, then go back to the pits. They're on softs. Is that a good idea? Then the Valkyries, I know. Why is he on softs? Sad. Loser. We can always change to softs if we need to. It's an hour-long race. Yeah, I know. I wish they'd just bopped it so it wasn't terrible. Atmospheric conditions are different at every track. That is hard to account for since it doesn't give you any of that information. Well, I don't know what you mean by that.
Formation lap has started.
Most of the stuff that you're going to set up for is overall stuff. It's not that subtle, I don't think. Maybe for like top esports drivers, could be a thing. We got to pass random call sign and drive into him. Yeah, why do they do that? That's so stupid. So basically, no one is going to drive the car unless it's in its own series, which is just dumb. It's a video game. It's a video game. Just have all the cars be the same. Everyone's playing this as a video game. Doing a race every hour is fundamentally unrealistic. So playing in a sim rig is fundamentally unrealistic. So just bop it for fun. That's my view, and it's the correct view. So, or maybe people just haven't learnt the meta with it. Maybe there is a mega meta. Whoa! Well, that's good. Miles away from everyone. There we go.
Green flag, green flag.
Not sure what he was doing. Shame we got stuck behind a slow car there. Maybe he needs to go to the bathroom. That's a nice donation of positions there. Appreciate that. This car in front of me's got faulty electronics. This seems to be really common with these cars. These hypercars, there seems to be an issue where the lights flash on and off. Don't know why. It's really weird. The design flaw. British Electronics.
Lap 2, 60.79.
Oh yeah, we need. You always need more mirrors. I just noticed. I didn't even notice them. I wasn't even looking at them. Yeah. I mean, you want to be able to look up and then slightly to the side to know for sure what's happening behind you.
The pace car is out of control.
Mark Winterhout, thanks for following. Appreciate it. Welcome. Hello, Capzor. You know you're not allowed to enjoy the streams.
The pace car is out of control.
Andy F1, thanks for following. Cars everywhere.
Lap 2, 05.51.
Not sure why this guy's squeezing me so hard, but fair enough. Are you honestly going to try and overtake here? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my god, why would you do that? Why would you even do... I mean, fair enough, but... What's the point? You've just lost your advantage down the straight here.
The pace car is out of control.
You should just keep a metre gap and then overtake down the straight into this corner. Thanks for following, appreciate it. Strupper James. Too many Jameses in the world. Can we have a James ban? That's true. This lap, yeah, almost running out of time. Lap 3 of 28. It's getting tight. It's getting hairy. Better send it on Eau Rouge. You know, I understand that. Maybe he's in a 24-hour race mentality, so 1 hour is the end of the race. So it's understandable. He's a pure endurance racer. Yeah. Well, you know, you want to get the overtake done in Eau Rouge so you can enjoy the long straight and then get redrafted. It's a good way of getting more racing. No, if it was Kevin Estre, my car would be upside down. So, we know it's not Kevin Estre, which is nice. Stream looks mint. Minty fresh. Shame about the bald git in the corner. We need to upgrade him for sexy woman. Sexy, slender, Eastern European DD girl, that'd be perfect. That would be ideal. Sorry I can't offer that, guys. Oh dear. Looks like a Red Arrows display going on there. Oh, GT3's in the house. Oh, we're going to wait to random call sign. I think he's in the race with us. Make sure, guys, to give random call sign a sub. He does YouTube. He does review videos. He sometimes drives me around Europe. We sometimes sleep in the same hotel room. He's all right. He's all right. Give him a sub. Random call sign over on YouTube. If you can put up with my channel, you can put up with his channel for sure. Give him an abrigado. He loves a good abrigado. Who doesn't?
Lap 2:04.46.
Ah! Got away with that. Followed the car in front off the track. Well, let's look at the track rather than... Here comes the GT3 block. No, you idiot. That's not a good... Don't put your nose in the cone of death on that corner. Bloody hell. What was he doing? Why, G-Ling? Why? Why are you sticking your nose in there? You just knocked us off the draft train. What are you doing? Wait for... Dear. Wait for an actual time to overtake. He doesn't even have the pace. Bloody hell. No battle. Well, he should. I want a battle. Nose sticking is not a good idea, though. Bloody hell. Whoa! Whoa, there's cars everywhere.
Time 2:06.34.
Let's get our fuel level right here. I don't know, we're in you're racing, so it's fine. Seems to be cars flying everywhere. This is the advantage of having the Aston Martin, is it looks so sexy. The other cars are confused by it. They're like, oh, they all get nervous. They're like, ah, it's so beautiful. I know, we need voice chat. They won't put it in though. Voice chatting this would be perfect. Maybe someone, if LMU aren't going to do it, We could have, someone could do an unofficial, official voice chat mod that puts you in, it's like automatically puts you in a Discord room based off the split you're in. No, you need not proximity, you need like overall voice chat so you can hear them shouting at each other. What are you doing? He's like sideways into the corner. Bloody hell, he's gonna murder us. Good catch. In fairness, he did catch that. I was expecting a clank there. I'm pretty sure he entered that corner side on. Why people want voice checks? It's hilarious. You can mute it. Yeah, you can just mute it if you don't like it. But yeah, it's hilarious. It's toxic if you take it on board. Yeah, you just ignore it. What on earth is going on here? Why are they slow? Is he back marker or something? I'm really confused as to what's going on here. We're in 5th place somehow. Yeah, but in real life, the drivers, as they overtake another car, can be like... That's what you need, really. Hand gestures. Sign language. And to be honest, I think it's a bit ableist that the games don't support sign language when they could due to VR controllers. So, and like even Ferrari Virtual Challenge, developed by Utechnics, famed Newcastle developer, that had hand gestures. I'm moving over just in case he loses it. Why is everyone driving like they're drunk? Oh, he's going to send it up the inside.
6.55.
Even though there's a car there. Sandwich. No, don't be an idiot. Oh, this guy. Not the guy in front, the guy behind. I'm trying to lift to let the car in front get through Oru safely. And then I'm also trying not to lift because I don't want to be overlapped with the other car that's almost murdered us 4 times. Oh dear. Those cars are very close to my ass. Why am I letting him go? We're here to race. This is exciting. I like the pressure of the potential of getting my ass completely rammed by a hypercar. It's part and parcel of the driving experience. Can't blame him. I've got a very nice arse on this car. It's proper nice. You'd want to. If you were a hypercar and you were looking at a Aston Martin ass, right? It would be very hard. You would just want to start. You'd want to slap it. Do you know what I mean? It's that good. So can you blame him? I can't. Can't blame him. Oh my goodness. Well, thanks for knocking him out of the way. Thank you, A Lasso. Appreciate it. Get out, GT3. Get out of the way. Apparently we're playing Wreckfest here. It's very nice of him. Typical Ferrari driver. Bloody hell. Oh, what's he doing? Did he just drive into my ass? Again? You're really going to squeeze me Like that. Oh, now you... And again. What are you doing? Oh, we'll let him have it. This guy's a pure punt-to-pass driver. The battle's on, guys. The battle's on with Mr. YJ Lin. Burnout, takedown rival. Good racing so far, you know, he's not punted me yet. I like, you've got to value the close driving, it's nice. Yeah, he's on softs, isn't he? Mr. Lin needs to calm down. He's all over the shop trying to pass people. He just needs to chill out. Mr. J. Lin, he's looking for the bin. I would wager that he's probably going to bin. He'll probably get me whilst he's at it, but... Yeah, I want to go bowling with him. I like a bowling party. We can have some birthday cake wrapped in paper. It's always nice. Here's a strike. No. Ah. Woo! Give it some welly. Bit too much on the throttle pedal there.
Lap 2:06.31.
It's open setup, but it's just the Coach Dave setup that's in the game, which normally works okay until you're in the top split. What's he doing? Oh. Back mark or something? That's weird. Shame we got held up. Mr. Lin's off now. He's running away. I could do with a yogurt. Can we bin the Lin?
That time was a 2:05.51.
We're doing all right so far. Good 5th place at the moment. Got all right pace. Next lot of GT3 cars should be good for us. Simcade moment there, guys. Yeah, they've gone for the route of it's more. It's unrealistically forgiving for car contacts and damage. However, the internet is random as F. People tend to have hardware issues and random shit happen, and you can't feel what a car's doing in a sim, and you know it's not real life. So that design philosophy produces a more realistic end result in most cases, not all cases, but most cases, than if you have a unrealistically unforgiving, right? And also from a game design perspective, it's more fun almost always to have unrealistically forgiving as opposed to unrealistically unforgiving. If you were designing any video game, you would go for unrealistically forgiving where possible. To a degree, not, you know, obviously there's a scale to these things. Like, ideally you want to be as close to realistic as possible, but if you're going to deviate from that line, you want to be as close to unrealistically forgiving that's as close to realistic as possible rather than going the other direction. Well, GT7's not actually forgiving. GT7's actually really unforgiving with its slick tyres. Surprisingly. GT7 is harder to drive quickly in than even iRacing. It's very weird as well. I don't really understand. Gran Turismo 7, the more they've tried to make Gran Turismo realistic, the worse it's got. It was much better when they just tried to make it Gran Turismo. It's kind of funny, that. Yeah, the force feedback in Gran Turismo just feels like it's constantly clipping as well. And it's really weird. No one mentions it. It's kind of strange. It's almost as if people make money out of these games, so they're not particularly critical.
9204.71.
It doesn't have huge influencer promotions. Well, you know, I don't know. Sony spending millions of pounds on a Sony-supported esports event every year. Yeah, just as the Nations Cup, just that small thing. They only have the two largest influencers in the driving game space. Only as a film. It only has a film in the cinema. That, you know, just the usual, just the usual full film release. Those are very cheap to make. Yeah. Every game has that. Can't wait for the Le Mans Ultimate film. Yeah, also, there's shitloads of influencers making money out of Gran Turismo. Like, if you do videos on Gran Turismo, you get 10 times the views that you get on sim stuff. Like, pretty much all the biggest car game influencers are very aggressively played console games. That's why they've got big audiences. They're also good at what they do, but
5.25.
you know, that's just how the space works. Yeah, if you as an influencer can appeal to the Gran Turismo audience, you're made. That's like 500,000 potential subscribers easily. It's not easy to do that. Actually appealing to that user base and consistently making content on the game, and it's obviously more crowded. But yeah, it's like if you do Fortnite or something and you manage to be one of the top 15 Fortnite players for streamers, not like the best player, but you manage to be up there, that's a lot of viewers. So Call of Duty as well. It's just a whole nother... Console games have a whole different scale than PC sims. Same with like tech as well. Like you look at like some of the most successful sim racing tech channels, like say Will Ford, like Boosted Media. They do a really good job with what they do. They get loads of videos out, you know, polished content, and they have what, like 200,000-300,000 subs, maybe some more. I don't know how many, but it's like if Will was doing mobile phone videos rather than sim racing videos, doing exactly the same thing he did, he would have like 1 million subscribers. You know? Or if he was doing graphics cards and tech, it's just a whole different ball game. As an example, I've unboxed a PC fan. CPU. We unboxed a CPU fan, and it was literally just me going, here's the fan, this is what it does. I didn't edit it, and that video got like 50,000 views. So, you know, my Gran Turismo review video, which was just the same as any other video I've done, has like 250,000 views.
The pace car is out of control.
So it's just the nature of YouTube. If you've got a bigger audience, you get more views, more subscribers. But you know, you do what you want to do. But that's just the nature of it. GTO Mega TV, hello. Is that actually GTO Mega in the UK the SimSeat company, GTO Mega? In Scotland. Are you in? Do you still have the offices in not Edinburgh? What's north of Edinburgh? Glasgow. Do you still have the Glasgow office? I've walked past that. Ran accidentally. Are you in the Glasgow office? Is it still in the same location on the south of the river? See? I know where you are. I've been there. Ah, no, I'm thinking of your office right now. This is one of the great things of having a visual memory. I randomly walked past the GTO Mega office at like, I think it was at 2 in the morning for some reason. I'd been to like a comedy show, and then I decided to walk back to the hotel, and yeah. Nice buildings down there, actually.
That time was a 205.9.
Why doesn't GTO Mega work with Limmy? How good would that be? My windscreen wiper looks too small. Yeah, it's not about the size. It's what you can do with it. Look at it move. Woo, 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 woo. That is a fast-moving windscreen wiper. I can wobble my wiper at will. It's a party trick. which car? There's a GT car going back to like the 90s or 2000s, where they had to have a windscreen wiper as part of the rules, but they were like, right, what's the smallest windscreen wiper we can put on, right? So it's really stupid. But yeah, guys, check out GT Omega. They do sim rings, they do seats. Am I using a GT Omega headrest? I had a GT Omega office chair. I think we reviewed it. I sold the office chair, and now you still use the headrest. Unless it's the headrest off my next level rig, I can't remember. We're in 4th place somehow. I don't know how this has happened. A little bit deep into that so far, though. Yeah, GT7's quite good fun, to be honest.
That time was a 2:07.72.
We got 7 laps, well, 6 laps till we need to pit. We're going to pit on lap 22. I think we have a GT Omega affiliate link already. I don't do a very good job of promoting things. I'm a bit rubbish at my job. Don't even promote myself. Off to the gulag. GT Omega do T-slot sim rigs now, don't they? And there's is it the GT Ultimate? I think there's a couple of them. Are you going to be at Gamescom? If you are, we'll have to try and meet up. I've not booked my Gamescom stuff yet. Currently working through some sponsorship stuff, trying to work out how we're going to do it. But we end up going normally every year. The way Gamescom works for me is like, I'm not going to go. You know, it's not that great for sim racing. It's good. Overtake do an event that's really good. It's worth going to. But like the actual Gamescom itself is not that good for sim racing, other than like Pete, like some of the Chinese companies, Moser and stuff. And so every year I'm like, I'd rather not travel because I like to try and keep my travel down where possible. Even though I really enjoy traveling, I like to keep it down. And then what happens is, a week before Gamescom every year, someone's like, oh, would you like to do this? I'm like, okay. I should probably hedge my bets and or just book everything 6 months in advance. Probably actually would save money for everyone. But that would require me to not be a buffoon. Cologne's well nice, guys. If you've never been, Gamescom is a good fun event to go to. Maybe not as a sim racer in particular, but if you're generally into games, it's just as a thing to go to. There's also a load of retro game stuff that's really good. No, even paying for it himself. Even if other people are paying for it, I generally prefer not to be, because it takes away from doing live streams and YouTube videos. and also environmentally, I really don't like. I don't like travelling somewhere for just like 2 days. It's terrible. I prefer doing that on trains. So we do Sim Formula Europe. If we go to Paris, we'll go on. Oh my goodness, we'll go by train. But most of Germany, you have to really fly there. So I try to avoid it. I really like travelling. I love flying, even passenger jets, as long as it's not like more than 4 hours. But
9206.22.
yeah, we'll do Sim Racing Expo every year. This is a 60-minute race. We're going to pit in a few laps, I think. Lap 22, we're going to pit. Currently in 4th place somehow. It's 11-second gap to the cars in front. Make a train vlog. I'm not very good at the whole vlogging thing. I think I could do an alright job. I've just never really done it. You kind of... Thing is, I like to film stuff when I'm actually there, and I like to talk whilst I'm there, and when I'm like travelling and stuff, my brain tends to shut down. Which is one of the reasons why I like it. I like my brain shutting down, but it's not good for videos. But it's good. The thing that you need to do for travel vlogs is do like nice B-roll of things and then just voice over it. That's the best way. I think that ends up getting really good. But then that can be quite a lot of editing work for something that people probably aren't interested in, unless it's what you do. So, like, unless you're like a travel vlog channel, or you know that's the kind of content you make, it's not really the best. People on this channel, they just want to know about bloody driving sims. They don't care about planes. Thanks for the part, PLM97. He reads dirty novels on the train. I listen to audiobooks about history on the plane and the train. Is that a dirty novel? Oh, we will do a glider video if we actually do real world gliding. We'll definitely do that. I like trolling our audience. No one on this channel likes gliding. We have like 1,000 people that are into gliding. If that, maybe 500 people that are into it, and then like a 500 that will put up with it, and then nobody else. But I don't care, so I'm going to keep doing it, even though it's really bad. I lose subscribers whenever we upload glider videos. I don't care. We get no views. You get like the last glider video we did took like 3 hours to edit, right? And obviously it was followed up with a live stream as well. So probably 5 hours at least of time. And I think it made like 50p. And we lost like 10 subscribers, but I don't care. I do not care. If you don't like gliders, you can go away. And this is why I don't have a very successful channel. Why did your business collapse? I like gliders. Okay. Why are you not the next Richard Branson? Gliders! Richard Branson did it with balloons. He got away with it though. Balloon! Everyone likes a balloon apparently. Bloody hell. They don't like gliders. A balloon is just a glider without wings. Hang on. Does it have thermals and stuff in BeamNG? Or do you mean just falling? Do you mean just jumping off a cliff?
Time 204.81.
Hang on, we got 2 laps of energy. Cars in front are proper fuel saving. Right, we're getting 34 virtual energy in the pit stop. I know BeamNG does simulate aerodynamics and things and fly and helicopters and stuff, but I don't think it has lift and wind. Oh, but actually, it probably has wind, but I don't think it has ridge lift and thermals. I have tried the plane in AC. Also, there's the DeLorean mod, which was updated just recently, actually. It's good fun. Oh yeah, just realised this car has no electronics in it, so you don't have to bother with the old ERS management. Oh, the service packed in bronze. Doesn't surprise me. Good for LMU devs, to be honest. Like, the work that they've done on this game is really good. Like, they've turned R-Factor 2 from a dead game into a popular game, so fair play to them. Okay, we're pitting. Next lap. I'm always using grip hack. I'm just going to coast a touch so we have a little bit of an overlap in virtual energy. It's getting a bit close. I hope our pit box isn't too far, otherwise we might be in a spot of trouble. We might have to roll to our pit box. Fortunately, the second lot of pit boxes are downhill, so that's always an option. It's a bit weird, isn't it? People that cheat at racing sims, it's so lame. Ah! The worst place! The worst place! Oh well. Oh, here we go. 34% virtual energy. Oh, pit box is right here. Bloody hell. We're good on tyres as well. Yeah, everything's fine. Let's go. I hope it predicted correctly.
37.62.
7 laps remaining. Hopefully we're all good. Ah, car 3's got a drive through. I think we might be on the podium. Lol. He oh no, why is he on 5%? Did he not pit or something? Well, I tell you, he might have run out of virtual energy. Oh, Okay, we're not on the podium anymore. Ah, no, they were all pitting. Okay, forget the podium. We got a bit too excited there, guys. They probably were saving. Still, I'm happy with 5th. Although actually, it'll be 4th if he's got the drive-through. Bloody YG Lin's in 2nd. Cheater. That's for position, the car behind me. We're racing. Why is he flashing at me? Oh, he's got faulty electronics. Wait, you've driven into me. What are you doing? Why would you just drive into me? What's that about? Obviously faulty brake pedal as well. Yeah, Tortellini has won before the race has started. He's faster than the speed of light. He's actually gone back in time. That's how quick he is. Maybe the car behind doesn't realise, but flashing the lights does not make the car in front of you invisible. Oh, I love flat spots. Let's have even bigger ones. Ah, nice. Get a nice hand massage for the last 10 minutes. Beautiful, beautiful. Just what we needed. Pull over too much faster. Ah, nice. Nice vibration. Woo, good vibrations. Yeah. My whole sim rig is shaking. It's ridiculous. YG Lin's gonna bloody win this. We should have blocked him even more. He was going full tilt. Ah, the phone on the roof. I've done that quite a few times. It's because you've left the baby on the roof. This happens all the time in hypercar racing. Lin can crash into Michalowski. That'd be good for me. I'll appreciate that. I know. Well, unfortunately, my sim ring is on the floor. We're underground. The only thing getting rumbled below me is earthworms. They're like, earthquake!
What's going on?
That's what the worms are like under my sim rig. That's what the worms are saying under my sim rig. Car behind's catching us. It's another Aston of the Martin. We've got a battle here. I think he might be faster than me.
That time was a 2:05.59.
Battle for fourth. It's on. Oh, sorry. A little bit of understeer there. Side by side, do. Nice overtake by him. Oh, look at the arse on that car. Looks well good. Yeah, good, nice overtake by Mr. Handler. He handled that well. He seems way faster than me. Maybe my tyres are more worn out. Rip. I mean, I'm not driving that badly, so yeah, maybe my tyres are just a bit worn out. Maybe he started on the softs. I do keep locking up for fun though. I want even more flat spots. Square tyres have a larger contact patch, it's genius. I'll try and push. We can try our best to push really hard. If we're lucky, you get stuck behind some GT3 cars. Only got 2 laps left though. Okay, this is not lucky. That was the opposite of lucky. No. Flat spots only get worse. I think because the tyre tends to end up locking on the flat spot over and over again. I'm still pretty happy with 5th place, though, to be honest. We just jumped into this with this car. It's a shame we've not had more GT3 overtakes. We only really had like 1.5. The pit stop basically removes 2 potential GT3 overtakes because of the phase of the pit stops. There you go, Freaky Leak. Thanks for the optimism. That's where it's at. I think flat spots should be removed from driving sims. I think they're terrible. They should be removed from real life as well. It's kind of one of the reasons to have ABS, but I think it'd be really nice to not have force feedback for them.
Lap 2:04.12.
I think Lynn should still finish the race because he's already halfway around the track. No, 2% is enough. He's halfway around the track. He'll be fine. I mean, it'd be beautiful if he isn't. I'll appreciate that. Caught it. That's actually how, oh my god, now we've got a mega flat spot. That's how you take that corner. Oh my god, my whole rig is shaking. I think my tyres are on 0 here. What, you're just going to drive into me? Why are you driving in? What are you doing? Matey. I might be driving on squares. It doesn't mean you can drive into me. Oh no, 65%. What on earth is he doing? Oh my god. Oh, he's got faulty electronics. Bloody hell, my car's bouncing up and down. Why is he driving into me constantly? You can overtake without driving into the car that you're trying to pass, just so you know. It is possible. I'm not driving into you, you're driving into... What are you doing? What is he doing? He's like an AI on a path. Oh my god, my wheel's falling off. Ultimate DD wheel test. Oh my god, I'm struggling to hold onto my steering wheel. The flat spots of death. Okay, I think he's got me there. See, you just had to wait. Jesus Christ. The flat spot is ridiculous. Oh my god. The flat spotting. That's alright racing. I don't know why he kept driving into me. He should have just waited. Right, let's have a look at that drift. Yeah, I think our tyres are getting a little bit worn there. Why does the replay bar always disappear? What's that about? Oh, hello. What? There we go. Here we go. Do you think that gets you a bit of a flat spot? We did like 500 meters sideways. Oh man, these stupid buttons here. Come on, guys. Just have 2 more buttons or make it so you push this one to go slow. We caught it. The way this just kept going. It just wouldn't stop skidding. Full lock up. Look at that. Do you think that's what caused the flat spot? And look, we rotated it back round. It was all part of the drift. It looked like we were out of control, but actually it was all calculated. Look at that, to drive it off. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything wrong with that. I think that's how you take that corner. It's good driving. Good driving. Yeah, it's fun racing. That's just the distance. It was like a boat. That's like half a kilometre sideways. Okay, maybe like 200 metres. 200 metres of sides. That's a very weird slide. Like, that's the kind of slide you expect in the wet, but oh well. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Let's have a look at the results there. I think that was 6th place, not too bad. Oh, Yi Ji Lin ended up in 3rd. I think he had to fuel save. Yeah, I think the curb just bottomed out. It bottoms out the suspension. Take too much curb. Let's have a look here. That was a nice drive. Oh no, we lost points. Why did we lose points? We're down to bronze. We were silver. Why did we lose points? Probably because of qualifying. Yeah, it's because of quali. Quali scammed. Absolutely quali scammed there. Oh well. Filth. I need to get a yogurt. It's weird because we were in the top half. It's just because we weren't in the top half of qualifying, so you lose a lot of points if you're not. 20% of your elo is from quali, but that's all right. Good race. That's true, Parker. Yeah, if you can counter steer slip, you're obviously cheating. It's obviously Simcade. That's why Super Mario allows you to do it. Woo! Right. I need to do some more GT3. We did this one already. ELMS Sprint. I don't like Fuji Speedway that much. There's this one. The WEC Experience. Hello, Steve. Just got your R9 set up finally. Gonna have highly subjective pit house set up. Yeah. It's good fun. It's good fun messing around with the settings for the first time. I need a yogurt. I need a yogurt and a cup of tea. Whoa. Beautiful. Just check some stuff here. Yeah, yeah, no, it is weird. The so what you notice with so like the AccuForce wheel has online profiles, right? So you can people make profiles for cars, right? And you can get an idea by going through those profiles. You can really get an idea of how arbitrary some people set the wheels up, but you can also you can see where their thinking is. So often people that don't really know what they're doing but have a preconceived notion of what a car should feel like, they put shitloads of damper on the wheel and like inertia and like to the point where you can really not feel the game that much, but they're basically trying to make it feel like their road car, which is good, fine for them. There's nothing wrong with that. Do whatever they want, right? But you can really feel how they're clearly not driving reactively. So for them, it's all about just the clunkiest, smoothest thing, whatever. Yeah, there's a full range of insanity with force feedback wheel settings. But so you would think on the face of it, you would go, "Oh, that's great. You can get shared profiles off the internet." But what ends up happening is someone ends up downloading a profile that's complete garbage, but then they think, oh, that's been downloaded a lot, so they must know what they're doing. Yeah, well, that's so. I need to make a video explaining this because it's good for every wheel. I think the best. I mean, I don't even think this is the truth. It's just a fact. The best way to set up a force feedback wheel is take all the filters off. All filters off entirely, off the wheel and in the sim. Have it at the strength that you like your wheel to feel. So you set the strength for how strong you want it to be. Well, first of all, set it in the sim so it's not clipping. And then, yeah, set it in the sim so it's not clipping, whatever it is before it starts clipping. Great. Then choose what strength that you want and how strong you generally want it to be, which could be literally the same strength as a real car, more or less, doesn't matter. Then, once you've done that, then go, right, it feels a bit too toothbrushy and noisy, so use a bit of filter to remove that. Or it feels it's not smooth enough, so add a bit of interpolation then to make it smoother, or a bit of filter if it's like rFactor 2. That's all someone needs to do. If the wheel's overactive, add a bit of damper. And that will work for every single wheel, and that will allow someone to get the most detail out of whatever game they're playing. So that would be a good way for people to do it. If it's trembling randomly, what do you mean? So do you mean like vibrating? That's probably because rFactor 2 has like really weird rumbly force feedback. But to get rid of that, you can add more interpolation or you can filter off more of the high end stuff. So that will, but you'll lose other detail. But that's how you can get rid of that vibration-y feel. More in-game filter, more interpolation, more frequency EQ. If you lighten your grip, well, it's probably just oscillating around the center, but you could just add some filter to it. I tend to hold on to my wheel though, to be honest. Give it a good squeeze. Squeeze your wheel. I need to get a yogurt or something here and a cup of tea. We've been drinking coffee all day. It's an abject failure. I'd like to apologise to all our viewers for the coffee drinking. It is a disgrace, isn't it? Absolutely disgraceful. Terrible coffee drinking. Whoa. I mean, should probably do this WEC experience race. It's in 40 minutes. Because we can do that with GT3 cars. This was fun though, this Valkyrie race. We could try some single player GT3 as well actually, whilst we're waiting for the next race. So what are the GT3 cars can we drive? Why are these classed as bonus tracks? Are they not used in WEC? I mean, they are, aren't they? But maybe they just have the license for them, so they were like, right, let's put them in there. Not part of this season. Where did you finish in your race, Random? Are you in split 1 or split 2? I've been relegated. I've been relegated so hard. What's AdV? Oh, add virtual energy. What, for the pit stop? Yeah. Yeah, no, I've done that mistake. Yeah, it was in R Factor 2, the same thing. Because you're like, oh, I need to add this amount, and then you pit early for whatever reason. You pit early, and then it doesn't put enough fuel in, and you're like, ah. Oh. Yeah, I don't know why. I think you can edit an ini file to change it, actually. Yeah. Right, what car can we try? Try the Lexus. The huge Spa pit. It's nice though, because driving the Spa pit lane is kind of similar to playing Euro Truck Simulator, so it's good that they've combined a racing game with Euro Truck Sim, so you don't have to buy both titles. You could just play, you know, you're like, which one do I buy? I just buy LMU, I do a GT3 race, and I spend a week driving through a tight country pit lane road. You know, it's good fun. I need a yogurt. I'm absolutely dying. Oh, I've got a cup of tea here that I forgot that I made. Oh, it's a cold cup of tea. Not too bad. With my bloody oat milk. Rehydrate. Tea hydrate. Beautiful, beautiful. So, we have here... Did practice. See what it drives like. What do you think of the changes random to the GT3 tyres? So, I personally, I think I preferred it before. Like, the last update, I think I preferred, for the most part. I like the aggressive lift-off oversteer, but yeah, all round, it's never been better than AC1, so I didn't really care too much. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about the online racing. So, and how it was originally, I think was good for people that struggle, and you know, so for players. I think changing it to be a lot less slidey was probably maybe great for some people. But yeah. Imagine if this had AC1 physics. Oh dear. We're never getting a sim with as good a handling, plus decent tyre wear, plus pit stops, plus ranking as the first Assetto Corsa. It's never happening. That was a once in a lifetime opportunity. It's like our Richard Burns Rally. We're never going to get a rally game that's as solid as Richard Burns Rally, with like a driver school, fun career mode to play through that's just like nice stages. We're never getting that again. It can't happen. We're banned. Yeah. It's never happening again. Alright, let's try this. See, mirror, mirror. Imagine if Kunos... Well, that is true, Fast Boy. But imagine if Kunos licensed its game engine to more developers rather than it being like a modding thing, so that you had like Automobilista 2, Le Mans Ultimate and stuff using AC. Why couldn't they have done it a year ago? Well, I mean, games development is kind of not instant. It's a downside of games development. It's not. It doesn't just magically happen. Sadly, there's a lot of sort of back and forth tweaking and things that go on. I do feel like the GT3 cars they are seemingly really quite understeery. Especially on the cold tyres. We need to jump onto some race room, you know. Can you imagine me programming? Do you know how dyslexic I am? You're dyslexic as well, aren't you? I think you said you were. Like... And then maybe AI is like my time to shine before it kills us all, because you could use because I understand a lot of coding concepts, so I've had to work with programmers. But yeah, I can't program to save my life. I can't even make a bloody web page. That's how bad my programming is. That's not even real programming, I don't think. The most complicated thing I've ever programmed was a lottery ball simulator in Pascal. Like it picked 6 random numbers. And I programmed traffic lights in machine code. I say programmed, I didn't really work it out. It was me just mostly following instructions. Yeah, that Pirate Software guy is such a good example of YouTube bullshitters. Where it's I watched some of his videos, right? And it was immediately obvious to me that he was so far up his ass. And like the way he talked and approached everything was just like, why if you're... I've worked with lots of programmers, and the programmers that are actually really good are not, just don't talk like that. Yeah, and then the really deep voice thing, and then the stupidly drawn out explanations for what are very simple stuff, but then acting as if it's complicated stuff, whilst pretending to be like some authority on it, is just utterly ridiculous. Like, the thing is though, he could just, if he didn't act like an authority, if he just said, oh, you know, I do a bit of programming, here's observations, but you know, if he was just like humble about it and was like, oh no, I think, because he will have been right on a lot of stuff, you know, there's lots of observations someone can make. The reasons for why those things occur can be different, but you can be right on things. But then why be like, it's just weird to act as if you're an authority. Really weird. Race room physics are terrible. No, they're not. They're all right. It's a little bit floaty, race room, but it's not that bad, the physics. It's just R factor 1. Not that dissimilar to this in many ways. Just, I mean, less complicated, a little bit simpler, but good fun in race room. The race room developers are awesome as well. That's always nice with games. I mean, the developers of this, the ones I've met, are really nice as well. But yeah, really, really good people behind race room. Unless any of them are watching, absolute idiots behind race room. Hate them all. Absolutely hate them. Yeah, well, so that's the thing, is that, yeah, Ryan, you think most of your self-worth is derived from feeling smarter than others? Yeah, so the thing is, what I notice with technical people that are good at stuff, it's like it's the same with anything. If you're a normal person that's not an arse, if you are better than someone at something, you're almost a little bit embarrassed by it, because you don't want to like rub it in someone's face. You don't need, that's not an ego boost. It's actually detrimental. Yeah, so if you're like a fundamentally insecure person, you're always looking for ways to demonstrate that you're better than other people. Whereas if you're normal, or you're not, I mean, you can still be narcissistic. I think I'm pretty narcissistic in many ways, but you can still be narcissistic, but you're not like an idiot. You'd be like, how is it fun to be better than someone else? It's not fun. There's no challenge there. So what's the point? It's like if you're playing five-a-side football. We're back to five-a-side football. Skiing. It's like if you're skiing. I've only got three things to go to. If you're doing football with someone, like you know, you're not playing in the Olympics or something, or a pro event. You're if you're playing a game with someone like badminton, tennis, football, whatever, and it's very obvious that the other person is nowhere near as good as you, what you do is you might still you could ask them, like, you gauge on that person. Do they want you to play as hard as possible? And that can be more respectful in many ways. Fine, and then but you'd feel like a bit of an arse if you're absolutely rinsing them. But generally, you play in a way that's engaging for both of you, right? It's like that Fast Show sketch with the parent that completely destroys his children for his own ego. But the thing is, when it comes to YouTube, there's a lot of impressionable people that are looking for an authority, and the authority is what makes them listen to what they're saying and latch onto it. And so it's like the whole Joe Rogan podcast thing. It's like Joe Rogan's a useful idiot that just agrees with the person talking, and then you have a person sat there just saying complete drivel in a unquestionable tone, and people just like to lap that up. It's incredulity. Yeah, lack of critical thinking. Here we go. Bingo. It's incredulity. I think that's the term. And younger people just... Although, can you say that? Is that correct? Is it fair? Because you could be not being naive is not the same as being incredulous. If I'm using the right words here. Hang on. So, naive, lacking experience, wisdom, judgment. Fine. Incredulous, unwilling, unable to believe something. I know it's the opposite. No, I'm thinking the opposite. What's the opposite of being incredulous? If you're just accepting something. So, being incredulous would be someone that's been disproportionately skeptical. No, not chalant. Hang on. No, not gullible. It's like hang on. Oh, apparently credulous. But nobody uses it like that. Yeah, there's another word. Bold. There's another word. This is going to really annoy me. And I'm going to wake up at 3 a.m. and I'm going to remember what the word is. I hate it when this happens. Someone that's not skeptical, it is being credulous, basically. But I'm sure there's another word. No, credulous is uncredulous. Incredulous is someone that's skeptical and disbelieving. And I don't think incredulous is what's it called when a word's negative by default? When people see it as what's a word called? Oh God, it's one of those days, guys. There's no words in my head. What's it called? When a word is perceived as negative, or it's pejorative. Pejorative. It's not a pejorative word. No, pejorative is right. Yeah. So sometimes some words are interpreted as being pejorative words when they're not necessarily. So credulous and incredulous are not necessarily pejorative or whatever what's the opposite of pejorative? Oh my God. This is going to drive me. Ludatory. I mean, I didn't even know that was a word. Ludatory. Like a laudatory. That makes sense. Praise or approval. I didn't know that laudatory could be the opposite of pejorative. No, nobody has used the word like that. Well, we're learning English, guys. So, incredulous and credulous are not necessarily laudatory or pejorative as words. It would depend on the context. But where were we? Where did this bloody start? The problem with younger people and people that aren't particularly critical is they watch something like Pirate Software or they watch something like Joe Rogan and they are credulous, i.e. they just take it all in because the person seems like an authority. And younger people, either because they're naive or they're not naive but they're just credulous, tend to absorb it. There we go. We got to the end of that sentence after 2 hours. Bloody hell! Jesus, why am I so done with some things? It's unbelievable. It's the thing. I don't think it's not a young people old thing. It's a critical thinking thing. However, I think it's fair to say younger people tend to be more naive rather than credulous. Older people tend to be less naive, I would say, just through experience, but they can still then be credulous, and that's due to a lack of critical thinking. Wow, who's enjoying this conversation? I'm sure this is a conversation that everybody's interested in. Yeah, exactly, Niels, yeah. But older people have had enough despair and misery and have suffered enough pain to be a little bit more sceptical. Well, there could be idiots as well. There could be idiots, but often idiocy is it's just annoyingly you can't actually blame someone for being an idiot. Well, you can and you can't. It depends how you look at it. No, Niels, that's because you have to put the plates in the bowl with the washing up liquid. You can't just put the washing up liquid on the side. It doesn't like osmose the dirt off the plates. It's a good time to learn how to do the dishes, by the way. Just so you know, yeah, you have to squeeze some of the liquid out and then you have to rub it on the plates or like soak the plates. Unless you've got a dishwasher, they're magic. You just put your plates in this box, you put a tablet in there, and then you push a button on the box, and then like there's some noises, and an hour later your plates come out clean. It's a miracle. I like to think that there's little gnomes that come out. That's what my grandma told me. Little gnomes. Little gnomes come out in the in the dishwasher. What's this scrubbing? Oh dear, emotions, mayday. Jesus Christ. Emotional bombardment! Spontaneous emotional disaster. Dishwashers are dishes for food and air fryers. Dishwashers are insane. Dishwashers are mental. I can't believe how well they work. Right. This car doesn't seem as bad as the Porsche, to be honest. The higher your age, the more you blame your idiocy on yourself and not... No, I think it increased... My view is increased on society, to be honest. I'll be honest. The thing is, I was always more pro. Like I was more like trusting, not of society, but like of systems and things. As you're younger, I think you tend to be less. You tend to be more trusting of authorities, or you don't realise how stupid. Like, maybe it depends on yourself, but like my expectations of how dumb some people can be are continuously lowered to what I think is a lower bar than what I thought was possible. It sounds arrogant, but it's the truth. So, you know, because you're always going to put yourself in the middle, right? It doesn't matter if you're a genius or if you're average or a bit dumb. You always put yourself in the middle because that's the perspective that you're coming at. So, well, okay, maybe not. Maybe if you're like really narcissistic, maybe you wouldn't. But I think most people sort of would go, well, I'm in the middle. When they're with everything. It's a very common thing. I'm glad you're coming to terms with it, Niels. I mean, I could have told you sooner. I mean, the spreadsheet videos were quite a clue. the spreadsheet videos were really did highlight things. You know, anybody that does sim racing, to be honest, is a pretty glaring indication. It's like if someone's missing a leg and there's smoke and there's a hole in the ground, it's pretty obvious that they've trod on a landmine. You know, if someone's playing a driving simulator, it's pretty obvious that there's something wrong with their brain, you know. Sim racing's a red flag. Technically, it's a blue flag. By the way, guys, this is AI at the moment, so we don't have to worry about this Porsche. The AI is broken in this. He's not flashing his lights at me. They need to code that into the game. Also, sim racers are on the spectrum, but to be fair, this is what's weird with all the TikTok videos and the whole what's it called? Bloody what do they call it? People that are on the spectrum or whatever, when people aren't neurologically atypical or whatever. It's like, well, bloody hell, everybody is to some degree. Everyone's a bit weird, you know. It's like if you go to a psychiatrist, you're going to be diagnosed with something. Yeah, neurodivergent. It's like, well, hang on. Yeah, it's like, who isn't neurodivergent, really? Especially if you travel, right? If you go and live in other countries, you will notice that people culturally behave really drastically different to a degree where they'll be considered neurodivergent in another culture. Yeah, I'm just saying, there is utility in that. So there's some people that need specific help because they don't fit in with the cultural norm of how they process certain things, or, you know, so you do need to identify those things and you need to look for ways that are useful to make life easier. But also at the same time, you can categorize things, right? But you can also just go, right, what sort of things are you struggling with and not struggling with? And there's an infinite number of those things. So obviously you can fixate on like spelling, short-term memory, attention span, all these stuff. But then there's all loads of other variables, like some people are like what people are interested in, physical fitness, health issues. There's so many things that are variables that are highly relevant to being accommodating to different people's needs. So yeah, there's a big range of these things. So you do just have there's a bit of an issue, although in some ways it's probably not really a net negative, but you have a lot of people wanting to put themselves in a basket. I'm in this basket, you know. Well, okay. And then a part of that, though, is the influencer culture thing where... So what's really effective as an influencer is if you can be like, I really struggle with this thing, and then what you're doing is you're putting a burden on your audience to be protective of you, and it's a really clever and common, sometimes not intentional, parasocial manipulation technique. You know, it's partly a way to get sympathy, but it's also a way, you know, a lot of people are highly empathetic. A good proportion of society are incredibly empathetic and want to help. And so by projecting a specific vulnerability, you will have a very defensive part of your community, which you often not intentionally, it's often unintentional, but it's very common for influencers to leverage that. And so, you know, it also works, you know, if you watch X Factor, it's the whole, we've said this a million times before, but it's like the old, my mother was run over by a cross-channel ferry, and my father, a spaceship landed on his face, and now I'm going to sing my favourite song. Oh, my dad's leg was crushed by an underground train, and my entire family was blown up by an unexploded ordnance. Now I'm going to sing this happy song. I'm also fat and ugly, but I have a good voice. Oh, wow. We didn't expect someone whose parents were run over by a cross-channel ferry and who's ugly with bad teeth to have a good voice. Who could have thought that voice was disconnected from obesity and bad teeth? Oh, what a miracle. How on earth? What? There's no correlation between... I don't believe this happening. It's incredible. My initial superficial views that happen to be highly compatible with what's relevant to TV have been blown away. I just thought you were a stupid, fat, ugly person that had a miserable childhood. But now it turns out you're a stupid, fat, ugly person with bad teeth who had a bad childhood who can sing. Wow. Let's vote for this person. It works. People never seem to get bored of it. Oh look, it's a skinny person eating lots of food. I can't believe a skinny person can eat lots of food. Right, that doesn't make any sense. You know those food eating competitions? There was that really famous Asian woman that was super skinny. and she would win those food eating competitions. And people are like, oh my God, how can such a skinny person eat all the food? And actually, if you think about it, surely the skinny person, the really small person, is the most likely to be able to eat all the food. Really? So I never understood that. I mean, okay, you could argue they've had less practice at eating food in some ways, but that's not really the hard part of food, is it? The eating it.
Time was a 1:48.78.
No, I think you have those. It's more to do with how much you can make your stomach expand, I think. A lot of so I've highly researched this. There's a lot of the food stuff is that they don't eat, apart from in the food eating competition. The fat belt around the big belly stops the stomach expanding. Wow. If only that worked for me. For anyone new to the stream, this is normal. How many digestives can I eat in 20 minutes? At least 2 packets. Are you talking about dark chocolate digestives or plain ones? Not normal. You mean typical. I mean, this is nice and easy to drive. It's a bit tame. It's nice and easy to drive. So I think a lot of people that struggle to drive will enjoy generally driving this. It's nice and easy. These feel to me more how I'd imagine GT4 cars to drive, to be honest. I mean, I have been in a real GT4 car and it was really quite tame. It's actually a lot like this. I imagine, in my mind, I think GT3 cars normally a bit more active, but... we had the rears lit up there, and the TC was holding it, and then as soon as I added extra throttle, it was gone. Oh yeah, let's do a race with the AI and see how they cope. Good idea. Get some music on here. That's nice. GT4s, I mean, I don't know. They normally slide around a bit more, I think, than the GT3 cars. They're not as peaky, I don't think. I think that might be because they put different tyres on them. I don't know. Yeah, but the car's gonna be a lot lighter, aren't they? So. Let's just do a race straight away. What difficulty? How do you pick difficulty in this? Oh, is it the big difficulty text? Let's put this on like 96, 97. There we go. If LMU had more variety of cars, would it kill iRacing? No, people aren't playing iRacing necessarily out of being absolutely rational as to why they're playing it. A large number of people as well will be playing iRacing because they're used to it, they're comfortable with it, it's set up. The thing is with driving games, they're so complicated, obviously. There's so much to take on board, it's a massive chore to move to another one. Same with flight sims. It's a real chore, even if another flight sim was arguably better, or was actually better. You might be like, oh, well, I'm quite happy with flight sims, so I'm not going to use X-Plane, or I'm quite happy with War Thunder, I'm not going to use DCS, you know. There's such a commitment due to the complexity that it's a sunk cost, but it's a sunk time is the bigger aspect rather than the cost. So that's the thing.
Formation lab has started.
What's going on here? What happened there? Did we get... Oh, we were naughty. Just have to wait.
Formation lab has started.
That guy just sounds depressed. Formation lab has started. Sounds like that in real life, though. Poor guy, he needs a cup of tea. Right. We're just waiting here. Be interested to see how good the AI is, actually.
Green flag, green flag.
The Aston Martin's a nice looking GT3 car. See, the one advantage I think of having more detailed force feedback is that it makes the physics, it conveys the depth of the physics more to the player. Why do we keep locking the wheel here? It's cold tyres, but it's weird that it's just locking one wheel. We flat spotted it. Or did I have ABS turned off? I think I might have accidentally turned ABS off, that's why. Oh well. Fix that. That was interesting that it was just locking one wheel though.
Time 158.39.
Let's see if he goes up the inside. No. Woo! Yeah, I mean, it's nice and easy to drive. It's a bit, I think it's a bit tame and placid to drive. That's just how I think that's just how you have to drive it. For this game, at least. Yeah, AC's AI is not really very good to race against. You have flashes of AC AI being okay, and then it completely breaks. It's really dumb. I think it's very hard to do. Good AI is really, really hard to do. Well, Microsoft are so weird in how they manage projects. To be honest, I don't understand how Forza, the non-Horizon Forza, I do not understand how they got away with that game going back. Like, it feels to me like they mismanaged that since Forza Horizon 3 or 4. Just like the same bad decisions over and over. Like I don't know what was going on. I feel like maybe it was a bit of a sort of weird company culture going on or something, or some like just mismanagement from above. I don't know. It's just a very strange situation. You would have thought you have Horizon, absolutely fantastic. How about we've got Gran Turismo Sport that's obviously demonstrated what can work well as a track racer. We have Forza 3, which was, you can see exactly why that was popular, because it actually had fun gameplay. How about, though, given that Horizon has come about and is more about the fun gameplay side of it and silliness, great, let's try and do a GT Sport with the Forza thing, and then let's use our licensing clout that we have as Microsoft to leverage that as best possible. That would, you know, but I mean, it's easy external to these companies to point these things out. Who knows what on earth was going on internally? Egos, people that have been in charge of stuff for so long, you know. You never know what's going on behind the scenes. Well, your tyres, you pit now, your tyres are bold. Pit now, tyres are bold. Like, the moment I saw that, I was like, right, that's it, I know. I know that they do not know what they're doing, because you wouldn't have that on the screen. If you knew what you were doing, you just wouldn't have that message. It's yeah, it's a shame that the unfortunate thing is there will be really talented people that work there that did really, really good work, and it will have been the overall project mismanagement and God knows what else going on that screwed them over. And so the people that will have lost their jobs and, you know, suffered from it will not be the people that actually screwed everything up. That's just how it works. The people that screwed it up will be like, oh wow, another project. Because they'll have all the connections. The higher up people have enough connections that they can do whatever. The world works on nepotism, not merit. That's what they should teach in schools. At the age of 3, they should sit children down and they should go, right, children, you might think working hard is important, but actually it's who you know. I have damping set to 0, yeah. Basically a sharp. What's a sharp? Yeah, one of the guys at Nakon gave me the shirt. Is it KT KT Racing, isn't it? They do it. I've not watched their dev diet. It's not really the type of game that I'm really into. I know they're working on trying to polish that up. All right. Yeah, I couldn't get that game to really run when I tried it, so I kind of just was like, well, not really my sort of game as well. Is this game better now? Well, it wasn't worser. Wait, better to what? Is his food better now? That's something you say to someone that's sick. Are they better now? Last patch. Well, last patch was alright. I mean, they will have done more to it, so in a sense it is better, but that's pretty much the case with all game updates, right? I mean, you'd have to quantify it more. What's my holy opinion? I don't have any opinions. I like to keep my opinions to myself because I think it would be rather obnoxious if you had someone just launch their opinions over the internet on you know, it would just be an obnoxious type of behaviour. So I tend to keep my opinions to myself. You know. All games do not get better with patches. Oh, no, well, all the games I play do. Game changing. Yeah, I mean, that was alright to drive. Yeah, GT3 cars are a bit dull. The AI went around the track. They didn't really attack us. I mean, maybe we could have put them on a harder setting. I don't think I don't play football games. I don't think they're bad though. I think they're quite interesting. I do actually want to try FC 25. I'm not a big fan on all the way they're sold and everything. Everyone else is living the rest of their evening. Yeah, people don't. They don't fully subject themselves properly to the games. They should do, but they don't. Right, were we going to do the? Which one are we going to do? Was it this one? We could do the 60-minute race again, but with the GT3 car. Well, 1.0 just came out this morning, so every hotfix and patch in rental subscription simulators fixes the tire model to be perfect. I am the champion of the ninjas. Online Gamer UK, thank you very much for supporting us and using your Prime to avoid being advertised to. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's very generous of you. Thank you. Thanks for the Bezos money. We could do this one. It's 40. We'll do the Spa. I'm gonna get some yogurt. I might make a little sandwich actually. By the way, guys, if you're watching and you're new to this stuff, I highly recommend subscribing to Mitchy Hoyer for like he's an esports driver. He's really fast. So if you were looking for like advice on how to drive quickly, what to do, specifics of this game, he's like the world's #1 R-Factor 2 LMU fanboy. But he's a good guy, so go. I recommend subscribing to his channel. Type subscribe to Mitchy Hoyer in chat if you've subscribed to him. But he's good. He does a lot of esports events as well. So if you wanted to watch like someone that's actually quick and learn from their lines, the Hoy Hoy will teach you well. What car do we go with, guys? Is there a new GT3 car in the update? Just type Mitchy Ahoy Hoy. Mitchy Hoy. Someone might have a link for it. Are there any new GT3s? I know we did the Mercedes. Yeah, we've already driven that, but we could do a race in it. It was a bit boring, but we could do a race in it for the content. Yeah, go over to his channel, watch him. Yeah, the Porsche felt weird to me. We did try it. It felt weird. We could. Maybe we could do the Aston Martin though. We already did a race in the Mercedes. I like how the Aston Martin looks when we don't drive it. I think this is the nicest looking one. I've been in a. Have I been in a GT4 one of these? Can't remember. Maybe it was a McLaren and a Ferrari. Oh no, I think I've been in real life. I think I've had a passenger lap in one of these. It's a nice looking car, nice sounding as well. It looks nice, doesn't it? Oh. What? What's going on here? It's finished. Oh, it's broken. They've still got that bug. To quit the game. Quit and rejoin. Can I have a rewind? Proper bow, I tell thee. Woo! Part of the experience. Yeah, I love loading games. It's not early access anymore. Not early access. Can complain. Oh no, that's a disaster. No, everyone can complain. Wrecked. It's over for them. It's not even beta now, is it? It's 1.0. 1.0 means let's go. Here we go. Gutter 3 car. Yeah, I'm gonna get a yogurt and a sandwich. Not in that order. We're gonna have a sandwich, then we're gonna have a yogurt, but I'm getting both. So I'll be back in a second, guys. Appreciate everyone watching. It's been good fun streaming. Enjoyable. Little bit of ranting here and there. Important talk about skepticism. It's always good. What more could you want from a live stream, really? What's the SR bug? Right. Public beta test is a good idea. Back in a minute, guys. You. Hello, hello. Woo. How's everyone doing? Ah. Sandwich time.
The pace car is out of control.
Rally MPZ, welcome. Thanks for following. You can just You could probably isolate your sim rig, you know. You could put put like mats under your sim rig, or like get springs on your sim rig. Is LMU worth getting? I don't know. You don't want to be a fan? Don't be a fan. It's a terrible idea. Yeah, you need like a hard. You need a hard surface, then a soft surface, then like another hard surface. So like a MDF board, then like maybe like memory foam, and then maybe like an even softer foam, or like a MDF board, a softer foam, then memory foam, then softer foam. Whatever. Basically, you just want to isolate as much as possible. Yeah, but you want to put a use a softer foam, like maybe you could find a used memory foam mattress or something. I don't know, or a mattress would be perfect, like a kid's child bedroom mattress with a or like a futon and memory MDF like sheet that you rigs on top of, then on top of a futon or something. Yeah, they're too firm. So that those mats, all they will do is just transfer the vibrations straight to the floor. You need something that can absorb the vibrations at the frequency of that vibration. Those interlocking mats will not absorb anything. Well, a little bit, but not much. Also, they're going to be directly in contact with the floor, so the vibration will just go straight through it. Yeah, the board is just so that your rig has a flat surface that distributes the weight onto the soft surface. And then that the hard board will then, the vibrations and stuff will tend to be distributed through that hard board, and then it will be distributed across the top surface area of the mat, whatever mat you're doing, the softer mat. It's hard to know exactly, it depends on the type of vibrations, but well, sorted the understeer issue to do with the rotation. What? I helped you, or you sorted it out? Reboot helped. Having the game crash whilst in race mode online. There was that page file issue. In Windows, are you using Windows 10 or Windows 11? Increase your page files to 32 gigabytes manually, or make them 35 gig. Yeah, go if Google how to increase Windows page files to 35 gig manually, and apparently that fixes some issues with crashing online with larger races. Other than that, latest drivers and everything can help. Just enjoy your stupid British fit. What are you on about? It's not really to do with RAM though. It's to do with a bug with Windows. You can have more than 32 gig of RAM, but it's a page file bug apparently that some people have an issue with. Can you stop spamming the chat, Pepmar? Oh dear. Tea time. No, yogurt time, then tea time. Get a yogi going. Have you noticed how everything in the supermarket now is protein? Protein, high protein, protein. Even your pita breads. Protein. It's like, hang on, you just mean it's a pita bread? Protein, buy it for protein. Disgusting. Uhtred under 10.
Disgusting 77777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777.
How long? 46 months. Learn from him, guys. Can you imagine that? I mean, after 46 months, you'd have thought you'd have worked out this is a terrible thing to do. Four years. Guys, I'm warning you, we're going to have to do a glider stream soon. We're going to we're going to have to do a glide around Ibiza.
Yeah, good job, mate. Good job.
Pet Mark, can you stop? You're going to get a timeout. Yeah, you're going to get a timeout for just for spamming. Who would like a glider stream? Type glide or no glide. I strongly suspect that the no glides are going to the no glides might win out on this.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go. No glide. No glide. Look at that. No glide. No glide. Astro glide. Oh no. How many people are registered here? Hang on, why does it say, oh, that's how many wheels you get?
I'm hot, and you're not.
Glide or no glide? I mean, I would go for the glide, to be honest. I would go for the glide. Nobody's interested. Hello, Mina Yas. We need more glide. Smooth glide. Sega Mega Glide. Yeah, it's fun to have like missions though. That's the thing. Who's the NKVD? Is that North Korean? What was the Stasi department called? The thought control department. Then was that what they were? NKVD. See, DDR makes me think of that. That's just East Germany. It makes me think of Dance Revolution, though. How many people are registered here? $97 out of 62. It's quite a few people. I think the Aston Martin's is going to be an easy win for sure. Super easy win. Beautiful. Roland Rausch. There's a lot of Germans in this. Not many Brits. Germans love their racing. Yeah, meatballs in tomato sauce is well good. Can't go wrong. Yeah, I mean this game's been pretty populated for quite a while now though. Like it's not a it's always had quite a few people since like 2 updates ago. I think it's managed to have multiple splits with the GT3s. It's pretty good, really. I think, as I say, you only really need 3 splits for things to work. Three splits of 20 cars is enough that you probably get a good race, and that you separated out so the top split will be full of like pretty fast drivers, moderately fast drivers, and at least the top 10 will be reasonably okay drivers. Second split will be people that are a bit all over the place, but at least they're together, so they're going to be racing each other. And then the bottom split will be the noobs, which are they're just learning how to. They're basically just learning how to drive the game. So three splits gives you like ends up working well for a sort of having a better quality race. Yeah, we're normally in the bottom split. I think from what I've seen, most people that are fans of ACC quite enjoy LMU. They're relatively similar. They drive different, but like, I think someone that's good at ACC will probably be able to move over to LMU quite easily. But they're probably fans of ACC, though. So ACC's got more tracks, got more cars. It's a more fleshed out game than LMU. And if they played ACC, they're probably used to the way it does online and everything. So they're probably pretty happy with it. The netcode's a lot more forgiving in LMU. So it's been on a general upward trajectory, but I think LMU will sort of hold on to a reasonable player base. I do think they are going to need to look at, to maintain the momentum, they will need to do like some more track DLC. I mean, they've already said they're going to do Silverstone and stuff. And then I think if they did like a retro DLC, I think that would be really good. But generally, you don't really want to divide the user base up. That's the thing. So more tracks is probably good. Yeah, they could do one of these.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
They should do one of those speeches. Because, once I've been told by the developer,
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
Once I've been told, I know what to think. I really like to I like to really base my thinking on what I've been told. It's the best way to do things. So, if you had to think for yourself, that would be a real disaster, wouldn't it? Right, 2 minutes to go here. Yeah, it's painful thinking for yourself. I do think so. With LMU, I think they've done a good job with their general communication, but I do feel like there is a little bit of a cult. RR Guitar, yeah, we did that a few years ago. RR rating is like 4K or something. My real I rating when I'm not sweating is like 4K in Formula, Super Formula Light and stuff, F4. But in general stuff, it's like 3.5K or something. I'm not very good at iRacing. Yeah, so the thing with LMU is, I think it does have a little bit of a cultish user base. And I do think I think they've done a good job, don't get me wrong. I think the way that they present it and they talk about their updates is spot on from a business perspective. It's good. Not that what I think matters. However, I think it does cultivate a bit of a cult. It cultivates a bit of a cult type. You get this with Sims. They turn into like bizarre religions where people think that they're like directly connected to the simulator, and it's really weird because I wouldn't even feel that I was directly connected to a simulator, even when I'm talking with the CEOs of the companies or with staff or suggesting something or having a discussion. Even then, I would still feel like I'm obviously just a pleb that's talking to the people actually doing the work, right? I don't feel like I don't feel connected to it, and that's even when I'm like paid to do stuff. I don't feel connected. So it's really weird how there is obviously a bit of a weird parasocial thing that I think some people have with these things, and they get a bit. Their perspective of how close they are to something is, I think, a bit distorted from the reality. Not that someone can't be passionate or love something or be really keen for it to improve or, you know, be part. They are part of the development in a sense. But you know what I mean. I think some people have a very disproportionate view of this. There's no CEOs in here now. No, most of them regret talking to me. Yeah, it's weird when it's with the cult behaviour of I don't know, it's maybe is to think it's a worse thing in sim racing than other video games. I think you get it with everything, don't you? You do get like it's a fanboy cult thing. You'll get it with any title, but I think there's a healthy degree of that and there's an unhealthy degree. It's like being a football fan or something. You could be super passionate about your football team and even over the top and even go to all the games, but then you would still know in your mind, you're like, well, you know, I'm just a supporter of the team. Like, you know, you're getting out of it what you get out of it, but you're not actually the team. Yeah, I think it's particularly bad in sim racing. I think it's particularly bad in car culture. The more expensive and the more technical and the more time is involved with something, the worse it gets. Yeah, it's weird though, Mina Yash. Like, say, tell that to the people that get a tattoo of the date of winning the championship on their head. And the thing is, it's weird because you could get a tattoo of a video game and it wouldn't necessarily be unhealthy. So you could, you know, you could be a really big fan and be like, oh, I like Halo or something or whatever. So I've got a Halo tattoo. I really like the logo. What that's, you know, it's weird. I know multiple people that have video game tattoos and they're the nicest people ever. And some of them they're way more intelligent than me and they're better at critical thinking and philosophy than me. And yeah, there's nothing. It's totally healthy. And then there's some people that do it and you're like, I'm happy for them, you know. So it's yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong if you're a big fan of it. Billy Orish dancing in the club with his top lifted in the air, wobbling around, showing everybody that he just don't care. Where's his hair? It's gone. Thanks, Billy. Look at those dance moves. Can you do that?
Okay. The pace car is out of control.
Guys, check out Billy Orish. He's another filthy sim racer YouTuber. He does not buy racing, sadly. So give him a follow, guys. He's also done some real driving in the past, I think. And he's got a nice sim rig. And he's got a nice chilled vibe on his channel. Good guy to follow. If we could post a link to his channel, if any mods feel like modding around, that'd be fantastic. That'd be wunderbar. But yeah, check out his channel. Really appreciate the raid. Welcome along, Orishers. People from the land of Orish. You said, we're enjoying this. I still feel the force feedback's a bit bland. I think the handling's a bit bland. But it's GT3 cars. It's very drivable. The online's nice. I enjoyed the Aston Martin. We had a fun 1 hour race, which I enjoyed. Like, you know, it's a fun game to play. I find this relaxing to drive. The racing's relaxing. You know, does what it says on the tin. So it's nice netcode and stuff. Yeah, I'm not having as much fun doing this as I do when I glide, I'll be honest. I'll be honest with you guys. Nothing beats floating around in the air, looking for thermals, looking at the countryside. I'm sorry. That's just, you know. I'd like to do a glider. Billy, do you play flight sims at all? I bet he doesn't. It's so few sim racers do flight simming. Dan Suzuki does. He's a man of culture. But I think Red Eye Warrior, he might do occasionally. He's got a joystick. He likes helicopters. Good taste. Yeah, I think you might like it, Billy. I think the thing is, thanks for following the MDC2. You have to. It's its own thing. Gliding is its own thing. So you kind of have to appreciate it for what it is. You kind of have to understand it for what it is, and you have to not expect to get out of it what it can't offer. But it's very nice once you understand it and you just relax it. It's like playing Euro Truck Sim or something, and it's very nice. Well, you can glide in a heli. You auto rotate. It's gliding. Hello. See, mirror, see. Aston Martin time, guys. We haven't even tried this. Yeah, or gliding your 747 into a hospital seems to be the fun thing to do these days. Make sure you turn the power off on takeoff. That's a great time to turn the engines off. Yeah, there should be. It's the best part of R Factor 2 and R Factor 1. Pretty criminal that they removed it, really. Look at this beautiful pit lane. What's a 499p? I don't know what that is. Bloody hell, this car sounds like a tractor. Whoa, hello. Okay, that's nice. Got a bit of oversteer for a change. Ah, the Ferrari Hypercar, nice. That's awesome. I tried to sit in an LMP2 car. Oh, thanks for the sub Phantom Racer.
ACC Best Sim.
Oh, get out. Bloody. Yeah, I was in. I can't remember what I was at. I was at something. And I was like, oh, can I sit in there? No. don't go near anything.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Billy Orish subscribed on YouTube. Thank you, guys. We've got. Oh, was that on Twitch? That was on Twitch. Billy Orish on Twitch. And Phantom Racer. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate the support. Second hype train of the day. Man, I can feel the hype. Billy, are you using seatbelt tensioners? I do need it. 7 hours, 8 hours into the stream. We need it. Whoa! Whoa! What? Oh, okay, that would explain that. We're driving a go-kart. The brake marsh was a bit too far back. We did try the Mercedes. It was alright. It was a little bit floppy, but it was alright. Bit understeery, bit tanky. But it worked. Right, turn this TC off. Here we go. I twiddled the wrong setting, that's why it's so far backwards. I thought I was turning the other thing. Oh my goodness. You stuck your... They're not it's not a seatbelt. Can you repeat that? I missed that. You just screwed the back. Oh, you have a screw back and you don't suffer pain that as a harness. Back pain's the worst. sorry that you get back pain. I can appreciate that. I broke my back when I was a teenager. So I can appreciate back pain. You have to hurt your back to appreciate. You have to hurt your back to appreciate back pain. A lot of people take lack of back pain for granted. I think everyone should experience back pain for like a few days. Enough time for it to be relentlessly annoying. And then they'll be like, oh, actually, yeah, rather not have that. Back pain's the least of his issues. It's just... Billy's just like a... he's powered by a lithium-ion battery. Oh, no. Can you recharge it? Oh, dear, this is a disaster. What's that for? A heart pacemaker? What is it with sim racers that all have like these conditions? It's really common. You got B Sim Racing had a heart attack. Then loads of our viewers have had like strokes and heart attacks. It's like constant. Can you not get one with a solar panel? maybe like a bit of extra battery. Wonder what happens when it starts getting low battery. Does it start beeping? Beep, beep. That's exciting. That would have made Castaway a much more exciting film. He's got a pacemaker, and he knows he's got 5 years before he has to get it recharged. That'd make that film an action film. Oh, it's Bluetooth. Must be annoying when someone accidentally sends you a message. Or if you use the steering wheel and it interfaces with your pacemaker. This game's really intense. Whoa! Switch to vibrate. Yeah. Well, I hope it's all right for you. I hope your battery lasts. I would find that well stressful. I guess you get used to it. It is what it is. At least once you've got it, though, it's one of those things where once you've got it, it's actually really good. Before you've got it, you're in that kind of limbo state, so it's actually better to have it than to not have it. Oh, wow. It depends on your outlook on life, doesn't it? What would be better? Spontaneously dying and not knowing anything about it, or almost dying but then being revived and then getting a pacemaker and then being concerned about it? You know, what you don't know can't harm you, can it? Oh, you would... Okay, well, in that case, fair enough. Fair play. That's a different scenario. You needed to watch exciting Game of Muscle live streams to keep the heart rate up. Or just listen to very loud techno music all the time. But yeah, it's surprising now. I say in sim racing, there's a lot of people with like random stuff going on. You woke up to find an overweight Caribbean woman. Well, there's worse things could happen. She looked more afraid than you. Oh no, look at this, guys. We got these. Oh dear. Okay, car setup. Oh, let's get recording going. Bloody hell. I'm terrible at quali. I'm like the world's worst qualifier. 22 laps. We'll just pit when we pit. We're just doing it. Easy. Coach Dave. We're depending on Dave. Dave here. It's all about the Dave. Oh well. I'm glad you're doing all right now. It's nice. It's a shame you're wasting your time sim racing now. I mean, why would you subject yourself to that? Yeah, well, I mean that was a mistake. Gliders, flight sim gliders. That's perfect. That is what you want to be doing. Why would you do sim racing? It's an absolute disaster. I wouldn't do sim racing. Yeah, you should do. You could do like houseplants. Houseplants are pretty lucrative. Could do Fortnite. What? You could leverage the pacemaker thing to elicit sympathy from people, to get more support, to be a bigger channel. So you could call yourself Pacemaker Racing as a pun, because you'll be like, oh, I'm the pacemaker because I'm so fast. But then people be like, why is it pacemaker? And your logo is a pacemaker. And then you could have the battery life of your pacemaker on the live stream at the top with it ticking down, and it says dead here, alive here, and and that's the time pressure. And then everyone could be like, oh God, he's only got half battery left. They'll all be like, oh no, our streamer's battery's running out. People would love that. This is really good ideas. Depends how good your sense of humour is. I mean, I don't know how sensitive you are about it. That's how I cope with stuff. I would make jokes about it, but yeah, people could donate battery to you. Gamifying pacemakers. That's what's going to happen in the future anyway. It will be that. We will have, it'll be like, do you want to live a bit longer? Well, you have to work in the pits, mining lithium. But, pacemaker DLC. I wonder if you can you set it like I guess the doctors can set it, can't they? Is it
Formation lab has started.
Is the issue that you have is just the wrong timing? Your timing valve is off. But yeah, remapped you. They put him on a rolling road. You should have asked for an overclock. Oh, well, that's not ideal, is it? Ah, no, what? Oh, I can't get erratic driving here. You could sync your pacemaker to SimHub, and then that'd be good. That'd make the games a lot more compelling. Also, let's say you're on a boat and it's sinking, and you know that you're going to go underwater. You could underclock your heart rate, so you could hold your breath for longer. These are well good ideas. There's so many pros of having a pacemaker. Here we go. Well, hang on, the default brake marks on this car is ridiculously far back. It wasn't me that set it, it was the bloody game.
Green flag. Green flag.
What? That's ridiculous. That's what? That's so dumb. This is giving me a drive-through. Oh, come on, LMU. That's so stupid.
The pace car is out of control.
I had to lift because of the bloody corner. Oh, that's really stupid. You don't want to spin out into the other cars. That is terrible design. Oh, fantastic.
The pace car is out of control.
Really, and it's a nice short pit lane. Absolutely scammed on that. Thanks, Billy. Have a good one. Appreciate the membership. Oh, what a ridiculous penalty system. Like, a drive-through for that is absurd as well. We might as well serve it at the start, I think. So then we might be able to catch back up with the field. Good to know, though. A drive-through is going to put us down like 30 seconds because this pit lane is so long. I mean, oh my god. That's ridiculous. This is like a 1 minute penalty. Oh my god, this car does not go through the corner. This is stupid, isn't it? It's literally a minute. Yeah. He's going to take us. That seems like a massive design issue. If you happen to be going through a corner at the start of the race, it makes sense, even with the speed limiter on, if you're forced to be on the inside line, it makes sense to lift a bit so that you don't risk spinning into the car on the outside. For you to be fractionally under the start speed should not give you a drive-through. It doesn't make any sense at all. Yeah, it was for underspeed because we were going too slow. Ah, why is it sliding there? We were going too slow. Purely because I lifted just as we were going through the left-hander for like a fraction of a second. don't know. I mean, this is pointless. I don't think there's.
0.03.
I don't think there's any way that we can really catch up after that. They might as well just kick you out of the game. Yeah, I mean, might just quit this. It's just stupid. You've got 30 seconds. Race over. Wow. It's a dumb penalty, isn't it? It doesn't even make any sense. Enjoy your 1 hour race. Yeah. There's no real chance to even catch up with the other. They're not. It's not like they're going to be battling really hard. It's not very good compared to AC. It's passable. Well, I don't really care about my rating. Doesn't really matter. But that's why we do these streams, because you might not find out about the penalty system being stupid unless you actually do races. There's people screaming in the chat. Oh, he's dead. Well, I don't think they ever wanted to do voice chat in this. I mean, I think it'd be good, but thank you, Fav. This car's a bit of a tank, to be honest. I didn't think the Aston Martins were. I always thought they were meant to be a bit more rotating, maybe, but it's pretty tanky. I think a lot of people might enjoy driving this, though. I don't think it's bad. I mean, it's all right. Like, it's just LMU GT3, or sort of GT3 LMU GT3. I think I generally just find GT3 cars they're a bit bland to drive, aren't they? It's just how they are. Here come the hypercars.
That time was a 2:25.26.
will be a good mobile chicane for them. Thanks for subscribing, Morgatham. Appreciate the sub. Oh man, this car does barely stick through there. Trying to avoid the crash, matey. Not trying to block you. Trying to avoid the crashing cars. Nah, it's part of the game, isn't it, Burby? Like, it's an opportunity for people to crash into them, which is an opportunity for me to gain places. So I think it's alright. Like, maybe if they're stationary for a while, but you know, I actually think it's quite good having them block the track. It's good fun. It's part of the spice of the racing. In real life, damaged cars drive on the fastest part of the track until a fast car drives into the back of them. Because real-world drivers care about the danger and are much safer than sim racers. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think the game should force you to fly and drive to the racetrack. You should have to do Euro. They should partner with Euro Truck Sim, and you have to drive the team to the track. And if you do, you get bonus points. There. They should partner with Microsoft Flight Sim and Euro Truck Sim. We can do it though. We can. Before we do a live stream when we do a race, we can fly to the track first in a private jet. Be a bit annoying when we have to go to Australia, but we can cheat. We can pretend it's a local flight. We take the helicopter, local heli. I bet you most of these drivers can't fly a helicopter in Microsoft Flight Sim and land it at the proper helicopter pad properly. So I think that would give us quite an advantage, to be honest. Hello, back. Want you back for good. Exactly. That's all you need, Uhtred. We did glide. We did a gliding flight to... we landed on the Alton Parks. The straight bit of track. Yeah, I do. I tend to pick the basic glider, the Got Friends glider. I tend to fly that. Does the job. It definitely seems with the GT3 cars now that they're a bit harder to rotate, which I don't like that much. Like, I mean, it's fine, but it seems they're a little bit reluctant to actually just to turn, if that makes sense. Like the lift-off oversteer is less aggressive and the throttle oversteer is less aggressive. Probably because the slip behaviour of the tyres being changed, maybe, I don't know, but... Yeah, some aspects of this handling is actually similar to AMS2. It's not really a surprise though, because I think AMS2 actually has some good aspects to his tyre behaviour, and it kind of makes sense that finite element tyres in various simulators would have similar sorts of issues. You know, they've probably got similar data. Well, the thing as well is, right, in a real life car you're feeling G-forces, so it's going to make even a dull car, like even a rental go-kart, which is fall asleep boring in a simulator, is quite fun, it's quite compelling, it's certainly quite painful on your ribs. So that's the thing with Sims, is that GT4, GT3, no, not really Uhtred, but it does mean that there's a whole load of properties properties and aspects that overlay over the top of each other. So the thermal components and how that causes a tyre to lose grip, and the aspects of that, the nature of that, and the shortcomings of simulating that will probably overlay across the different simulators. So you definitely notice in like Automobilista 2 definitely has that thing where if you're really braking at the limit and the tyres just give out because I guess the surface overheats and so the grip just falls off. They don't really share that much data as far as I'm aware, but it's not really about, it's not even necessarily about the data. It'll be like methodologies of producing the simulators. They've all got access to similar tyre data. It's not anything particularly new. And then they have to interpret the tyre data as well. The tyre data they do have isn't necessarily perfect, or the data's not all relevant to what they're trying to do with the simulator. There can also be quite a lot of, with certain tyre data, there can be quite a lot of noise, and then isolating what's actually relevant and what isn't can also be a whole process. It just gets stupidly complicated. Yeah, BeamNG just using the same place that iRacing used to get their tyre data. It's not really a new idea. That type of rolling road is quite that's an established thing that industry's been using for decades. But I'm sure BeamNG will do a good job, but it's not inherently special. I think the interesting thing with BeamNG, I've said this before, is they will probably test tyres or get data for like monster truck tyres or lorry tyres, or tyres that are for like crazy off-road driving stuff, which typically video games might not have. I mean, I guess truck manufacturers would certainly have it, but like for a publicly accessible driving game, they might not have it. Thanks for subscribing. But the road cars in BeamNG handle pretty nicely, to be honest. Their slick tyres are a bit weird, their race cars are a bit weird, but the road cars and the off-road's reasonably decent. Exactly. The end result is what matters, not If you mess around with Unreal Engine and physics in Unreal Engine, you can really see how you can approach stuff in a really arcadey way. Still a lot of simulation going on, but there's loads of ways you can fudge things and get a really decent end result that a lot of people would 100% believe was a full-on hardcore simulator. Like you could use Unreal Engine's built-in Havoc physics engine plus tweak stuff, and you could put that into presented as a driving simulator. You could get a real race driver to go, oh, this is great, this is really realistic, and package it all up. You could have something that drives better than Gran Turismo easily, and probably better than iRacing in some ways. And yeah, and that would be using totally fudged, 100% fudger-armoured data and completely incorrect ways of doing physics simulation. So it's probably not how you'd want to build an actual simulator, but it's definitely doable. Like, I've seen it, so you know. Have I noticed any difference? I wouldn't know. I don't really drive the GT3 cars that much. It's to make people say, have you misspelled Patreon? And then people read it out, and then I can go, oh yeah, our Patreon. I can't believe I misspelled that, but we do have a Patreon, guys. If you wanted to support us directly and have all your support go straight to me, and also see how many people are supporting us, and you can join it for free, then you can check out our Patreon. See how that's clever, that? See how that works? Spelling mistakes. Also, the other one is calling it Le Mans Ultimate. We'll get at least 50 comments of people going, oh, don't you know it's Le Mans? It's French. Don't you know how to pronounce it? Little do they know that we speak a bit of French. So stupid. It's actually called Le Morons Ultimate. Le Muscle. Well, he's in a super mega speedy car. I'm in a super mega wagon. the wagon of legends. Wagon Master. Sega Wagon. Drive. You wag me on as high as I can wag. Washing machines live longer with wag on. Wagwan man. What do they say? What's the Jamaican thing? Wagwan. Wagwan. What is it? What do they say? I don't even know what it means. I've heard it being said. What's the saying, guys? Anybody? Anyone who speak like Jamaican? Is it patois? What is it? Patois? Any Jamaicans in chat? Oh, wagwan. Oh, what's going on? Wagwan. Wagwan man. But here we go, get cancelled. Beer can. Awesome sounding, it's a really good accent. This has been a really intense race, hasn't it, guys? I think we can all agree that the penalty really benefited the quality of this race. It's totally... It's made this race really intense, hasn't it? It's like... I think the penalty really helped everybody in this session to be safe. The percent is how much fuel you've got, which is a combination of your fuel and your energy, and it's so they use it as a way to bop the cars to force them to use a certain amount of fuel, I guess. Fuel bop, bitty bop. We could have flown around Ibiza instead of doing this race. I'm regretting this race now. Oh well. Sometimes you regret and you learn. I feel like we're making the most of these laps though. At least I'm getting familiar with the physics. It's not always, no, they do run single cars, single like class. There's a whole bunch of stuff they run. They've done quite a good job of mixing it up actually. Ibiza. Ibiza. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? Because I'm not Spanish. And you know what I meant. So the point of language is you know what someone's saying. It's really weird that people get hung up on pronunciation, but then don't often speak multiple languages or have poorer linguistic comprehension in other areas. Not that you guys in chat do, but you know, in general, it's like you have people going, oh, you pronounced that wrong. It's like, well, hang on, there's accents, right? You don't go to like a Geordie and you go, oh, you said that wrong, mate. Said that wrong? Yeah, no, that's wrong. No, said that wrong. So you said that wrong. You're not speaking standard English, so that's it. It's wrong, incorrect. It's a strange thing to be hung. Thank you. I broke then to, we helped him get to the pit lane, that's good. Oh, he's knackered my car. What was he doing? 25.84. My car's buggered. Wow. I guess that's it. Oh, that we're done. My rear's knackered. That was good fun. Thanks for driving into me there. How do you even do that? What was that about? Oh, we're not last. There's a lot of people DNF'd. What on earth? What are you doing? How do you miss the break point that bad? Why would you not turn? Why would you not? Why would you not turn to the right first? Like, why, or left? Why would you just drive straight into the back of me? That's so weird. What? Like, you're obviously not making the. Oh dear. Why would you turn then? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. What on earth? I don't even get that. His brain was turned off. There's a goldfish driving that car. Oh dear. That is something special. Maybe he was trying to make a baby Aston Martin. This is how it's done. Bonk. Right up the exhaust pipe. Right. Well, that went well. Jay Wee Wee. Dear. Right. That was good fun. So, I'm going to have a break, I think. I think we're breaking off. It's a break. After 9 hours of driving and many punts, we will do a video summarising what we have discovered. But for those of you watching the live stream, I would say 1.0, basically the same as the previous version. Main notable things: user interface changes and improvements. That's probably the most noticeable thing, like usability. The GT3 cars are a little bit blander in some ways to drive because they're a little bit less responsive, I think, in terms of rotation off throttle. For whatever reason, the lift-off oversteer seems less pronounced. It also seems a bit more understeery and a bit more boring, I would say, to drive. But I mean, not in a terrible way. Not totally terrible, but GT3 is a bit boring anyway. But I think they're a bit dull. Force feedback issues are still there. It's got usable force feedback. You can feel what the cars are doing in the basic sense, but you can't. There's no force feedback for braking detail, for where the lockup's going to happen, for being precise at low speed, and for balancing on the limit. Cars are very easy to drive, so it's not really a huge problem because you can visibly be sliding and But force feedback's a bit shit, to be honest. On the grand scheme of things, it's worse than Marvin's iRacing app, worse than MS1, worse than AC, worse than Richard Burns Rally, worse than Automobilista 2. It's better than ACC, but ACC's force feedback is complete shit. So, probably the second worst force feedback out of all the simulators on the market. But it works, it's usable, that's good enough. It's better than Gran Turismo 7's force feedback as well. The new hypercar, the Aston Martin, was not the Vanquish. Is that what it's called? Seemed quite nice, but apparently it's bopped to be slow like the real one, which is stupid. So, but it drives quite nice. The hypercars are what they are in this. The online structure stuff's nice. The events and races are nice. Netcode's what it is. So it's good. It's good for what it is. I think the online racing's fun. It is what it is. I think it's worth how much it costs to play for the most part. I think doing events and stuff could be quite fun in this sim. It's a shame that they need to get the force feedback to be a lot better, really. I think I would say that's probably the weakest part of this game. And maybe the handling could be a bit more active. It is a bit dull, isn't it? But it's not as dull as ACC, so there's that. Well, you can counter steer and hold slip a bit compared to iRacing, where that just kills your speed, and also the tyres just turn off. So that's nice that the tyres behave a bit more like real tyres. So yeah, I think it's good for what it is. Does what it says on the tin pretty well. If you wanted World Endurance Championship racing, so yeah, I think that's all right. I think it's probably a good time for people to jump into it that haven't yet, if they were going to, people that held off. because the game's a lot more stable. We didn't have any crashes over 10 hours of playing or over 9 hours of playing. Whereas previously we'd probably have a crash every like 4 or so hours. So that's good. We did have to restart the game once because of a menu issue. And we did have the menu on top of the gameplay, but we just pressed escape and went back. So generally it's just more polished, which is nice. The Wagwan Simulator. But yeah, we'll do it. We'll do a little rundown video saying what I've just said there again, and maybe some other things. But it's a fun live stream. I really enjoyed chatting with you guys and driving badly. Appreciate everyone that's hung around with us today, took part. If you have become a member or you do become a new member, we're gonna update the member list soon, and we're gonna try and find a way of actually getting that in our videos at this, where we do the start of videos, and we have like subscribers and whatever. I need to find a way to have it on the background so it looks nice. So if you want to be in our videos and you want to support us, that's good. I am going to send you to Corey Coyote. Nice guy. Give him a follow if you haven't. He's a good, fun, chilled out streamer. So yeah, thanks for taking part, guys. Appreciate it. Catch you soon. We'll do some glider flying soon as well. We're going to check out Race Room soon. There's a whole bunch of stuff we want to do. But for now, give Corey a tickle. Take care, guys. Goodbye.